future is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
eRacing GP with you since 2020. Des Corkill alongside Victor Cax talking us through the last round of the endurance season. We have got a 6-hour journey around Spa-Francorchamps. Victor, it's the end of a long season.
It's a long season indeed, and this is going to be a long race in order to cap it all up. It's got exciting championship battles for you guys all to enjoy here today, but one thing's for sure, only one can win it for each category. I should preface that. But yeah, excited to go and see how this whole championship is going to wrap up here today.
Yeah, in the pro class, we've had 3 different winners in the 4 rounds so far, and those are the 3 who are at the top of the standings, which we'll have a look at in just a moment. Do you see anybody coming through to really challenge those guys?
Ooh, it's I mean, looking at the points gap, there's some championships where it's going to be quite the long shot, but I would say like 2nd place, 3rd places, those are still very much up for grabs. It's like point differences of maybe 1 or 2 points in that regard.
Yeah, it's very, very tight. We're in qualifying just at the moment. We are around Spa-Francorchamps. Earlier on, we were in Barcelona, then Valencia, Paul Ricard, finally Imola, which was in August, and now round to Spa with the best corner in world racing forever and ever and ever.
Yeah, it's my favorite track in Formula 1 for a reason, and a good one at that. This track has seen multiple changes throughout its existence, and this probably is the best version of Spa as far as I'm concerned. And here we go. This is a 7-kilometer long trial, although you don't feel it because it's so fast, isn't it?
Yeah, you'll always have Eau Rouge. I love that, the spectacular action that you can have. Get it wrong and it's spectacular. But as well as that, Lake Combe is an impressive corner. You go round the corner, and Stavelot coming in 15, 16. Then the bus stop chicane before you come into the final straight. So many iconic corners. Difficult as well. That's the point. It's a challenging circuit.
Yeah, as I said, this track has seen multiple changes throughout its years, but 2 things, or rather 3 things, still remain the same: La Source, Eau Rouge, and Radion, the iconic part of Spa itself, and still a challenge to run even in these modern GT3 cars.
Absolutely, it is. Hopefully, we get a little bit of rain later on. It's nice and dry just at the moment, but that can cause carnage around Eau Rouge in particular. Okay, qualifying is going on at the moment.
Yep, so we're going to have a look at some of the highlights from the previous round. So go ahead, you guys, enjoy and see some of the action that you guys had throughout the season. Green flag and go, go, go. As we approach Tamburello right now, Lucas Keys is unopposed here in the lead. Nakib Aslan does get the overtake onto Marino Pratama, so that's P2 now for Stratos Motorsport.
You can't win races. Oh, we've got our first incident.
Yep. That's an incident, and right in the back there, I think Jimmy Lar might be enjoying this at the moment here. Oh, bit of a quick squeeze there, and off the track he goes. Getting himself nicely alongside. We'll have the inside. It does get a little bit loose though as he attempts to attack. After middle, does get Wafi of completely wide. Those that did psych out the driver in the Ferrari there.
Shazwan has gone backwards. He's under pressure from Matim. So Shazwan Shafiq not having a fun time in the Ferrari. He's the first racer out. Oh, Martin.
Yeah, and unfortunately came together with that AMG and forced it off the track there. Plummer, I think Plummer might have collected someone there. But right now, this could be a huge opportunity for him if he can just make it past. But the cars around is not going to make it easy for him, but he's still going to try to find a way through. Backs out in the last moment, though. Tries to go into the inside, but didn't quite find the line there. Dafa Nabil still remains up ahead, but Tasmi is getting good exit out. Has to go around the outside of Dafa Nabil, but still gets blocked by the Mustang.
Cars are throwing themselves onto the grass and everything because they know Tasmi and Nabil is coming on. It's like wacky racers out there.
Even Afik are just changing blows right now. Afif is getting himself ahead of Afik as we come around Tamburello, but watch out for Emma Ryan around the outside. And into the inside, he slides though, and it gets it together with Afik. That is not exactly how he wanted that to work out. Getting alongside Breno Ellis yet again. Is he going to be able to get it under braking this time? Yes, he does. Catches Ellis just on the entry and keeps the position on the exit of the chicane.
Yeah, you're right. The traffic is just going to come into shot there. You look out.
Oh, no!
Ellis had nowhere to go. Ever since he was 7 or 8 years of age, we've been seeing him on eRacing GP. But he's there and spins out. Hey, what are you doing to these racers, Gino? Just find himself a little bit closer, though. Kekshung. Wow.
Oh, no. Leaf getting closer to Dev right there. Less than a second between them. Leaf takes the inside lane as Dev goes wide. Round side by side. Ramadan is going to take this one, I feel. Oh, but yet again, another love tap. Oh, and another one. Oh, they ended up making out.
Pittsburgh.
Brian Pereira.
Oh, and a
tap. Contact. Oh, that was more than a tap. That was a pit maneuver.
This Alif now getting a good slipstream off the back of Kekshung. Let's see if he's going to be able to make the pass this time around. Moves in, tries to get it under braking. We've seen him do this move countless times now, and it seems it's worked once more for Alif as he swoops through the inside, takes a position for Kevin Powell, and he's up into P11.
They've been involved and they've improved here. And look at that for lots of cars coming together. And somehow contact is avoided. Silver class. I've loved the way that the amateurs are taking the fight to the inverted commas higher classes, and then Aiden Tan is pushed off.
Maneuver there because Gawadi's not giving that space though, but he does come through a little bit wide on the outside over the curbs there at Aqua Minerali, and unfortunately Gawandi is able to pull away.
Can he hold on? He's got the sharp left coming in, and this time, Durand Abasagera from CMSC Lions team, car 888, has the lucky break, and this time, I think we'll hold on.
Daryl is going to try to get past, and in fact, Shami is not really giving him that much space. From the back here as they come through the chicane, fortunately swings him off the track.
Today as he slides, and Nakib and Nandika taken out by Miliono.
Moyen very comfortable. Now it's just a matter of the checkered flag coming out in time as both of these cars come together. Guna1 as well as Raniyake. Raniyake is still spun around though. Cannot quite get himself through because there's so much traffic here. Finally waits for a gap, gets himself back, but by the time he does, Guna1 is 8 seconds away. 10 seconds counting down, and it looks like Tawfiq Moyen is on pace here to see that checkered flag, and that should be coming out right about now. What an amazing race it has been here for BJ Toe Racing. Lucas Keys took the lead at the start. He keeps the lead for Tawfiq Moyen at the end, and they take the win here in round number 4.
Who doesn't love a little bit of rain? Imola, absolute carnage. Right, this is the 5th season of ERGP Endurance. 6th season. We've had winners from Legion of Racers, Amigos, JMX Phantom, and Laundry House. And in 2020, in the lower classes, what was this? This was Naki Baslan lower class. Cannot say that. Stratos Motorsports 20, Laundry House 21, JMX Phantom 22, Amigos Racing Team 2023, Legion of Racers 2024. Are we going to get a new name this year?
Well, it might be a returning name because I believe Amigos is also leading currently in the Pro Championship.
They are indeed, with 2 wins so far this season. Car number 44. Amigos Racing, Mohammed Tasbi, Mohammed Alif and Russell Reyes. No wonder they're leading. That's a very, very strong lineup. In silver, Apex Racing, Ahmad Jusmin, Adib Baha, Amrul Naim and Nathan Monks coming in from Australia there. They themselves have got quite a big lead in silver. Team Uncle Evo, car number 23. That's Aiden Tan, the youngster, Drayden Le, both from Singapore, and Will Hammond. They are the championship leaders in Pro, Silver, and Amateur.
Yeah, so here we have the look of the standings after round number 4. This is the total standings, mind you. We'll have a look later on at what the actual tally would be once we have the drop rounds. But as you can see, Amigos Racing really running away with that lead, even in this screen itself. Now we see drop rounds still in the lead by 12 pole points.
But it gives Stratos an opportunity. That's just 12 points. If Amigos don't get a top 3 and Stratos win, then we're getting the calculators out. PG Tow Racing, they got a victory last time. Stratos Motorsports, let's remember the maximum number of time that you can have out on a car. 60% of the car. 60% of the time. Drivers, are you listening?
Yeah, make sure you calculate that out properly, not like what happened last round. But yeah, third place, still a very close championship for that pro class. For the silver class, also Apex Racing Brunei Silver still very much in the lead here. Bigo XY Lab and Red Pack Asia Racing Team taking second and third honors respectively. Now we have a look at how it is after drop rounds. You can see the championship a lot closer for second and third, but still pretty far out there for Apex Racing Brunei Silver.
I think they've actually got it, haven't they, Apex Racing? Unless they're disqualified and pick up points. But the battle for P2, Bago and MPRGP is still right there, and also Pepper, Suzu Ice, and then car number 28. They've got a chance of making it into the top 3, as do Red Packed Asia Racing Team. It's pretty tight there.
It is really tight, but it does get tighter when you have a look at the amateur championship, although not so tight when the battle for the overall here between Team Uncle Evo and Apex Racing Brunei Academy A here. As you can see, quite a big points lead. We need total tally, and even when you switch over, it's Apex actually loses out to CMSC Lions, who actually beat them by only 2 points. So I expect the second and third place championship battle on this one will be extremely close.
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on those positions. Of course we will. Obviously, focus goes on the championship winners. They're the ones in the Hall of Fame for eRGP. But let's go on to the qualifying. And we've got a new name at the top. Apex Racing Brunei, car 333. They are leading in terms of qualification at the moment. A best time of 2:15.660. One of only 5 cars inside 2:16.
Yeah, and one of those cars within the 2:15s actually during practice was one of the newcomers, Fumin Sormlum from Holden Motorsport A. He also was on top of the board when it came to free practice, but now that we got into qualifying, he's still in the top 3. So very promising performance here from the Thai driver.
Let's have a look at Ahmed Alif. He's down in P9 at the moment. He is with the championship leaders, Amigos Racing, and hasn't posted the best time. There's still time to go. There's still, what have we got, 3.5 minutes to go, so 2 laps out on the circuit. No doubt that the Ferrari of Mohammed Alif will rise up beyond P9.
Yeah, and oh boy, his own rival, Nakib Aslan, has just taken the provisional pole position here for time at 2:15.582. That's almost a 1/10 of a second faster than Imran Ryan right now. So this could be a big threat right now to Alif's championship should he not be able to actually improve on his time. But mind you, still have another 3 minutes, so still another lap minute, I believe, here for Mohammed Alif.
Yeah, it is. There is jeopardy. Of course there's jeopardy, particularly for the championship leaders, Amigos. Nakib Aslan, well, he will be gunning for Alif. Of course he will. He's made a great transition into real racing. From reality to real racing, that's what eRGP is all about. We're trying to encourage racers to get on, both in the proper ranks, the real racing ranks, as well as in the esports. But been doing well in the esports time as well, Anakib, I understand.
Oh yeah, I mean, just last weekend we had like the Toyota Gazoo Racing Esports GT Cup, and in that round, rather on that weekend, he basically wrapped up the season itself for the Malaysian eRacing Championship. So while he already has that in the bag, he hasn't got this one in the bag quite yet. So we'll be hoping to see that he's going to be launching off of that momentum that he built up from last weekend.
In a strictly neutral way, of course.
Yeah.
Strictly neutral. We have no favorites here.
It's all merit out here. I mean, you know, it's just yourself and the track. There's nothing we could literally do from our back end here to give anyone any kind of advantage. If anything, we only give disadvantage to people given like the amount of penalties that we had from last round itself.
Indeed, yes. Penalties we need to keep an eye on. There'll be an awful lot of calculating at the end of the 6 hours for today just to work out who the champions are. As we stick with Nakib, he's just gone past Plummer, though Plummer wasn't there.
So I'm seeing something very interesting. Like the best sector that Nakib has was in Sector 1, but in Sector 2, that best sector actually goes to Sornlum here. And in terms of who has the best last sector itself, well, that's Iman Ryan, who is running that beautiful Castrol Lexus right here in the 333. And it's already on the run to try to beat his own Delta here. It's looking pretty good right now. Let's see if this is going to actually result in a good time here.
Iman Ryan looking very neat and tidy, as you say. That Lexus is looking smooth. Those colors, yes. Very corporate, but very, very sexy on the circuit.
Yeah.
Round spot. A nice clean line coming round as well from Iman Ryan.
Yeah, he's pretty much matched his first sector time. Let's see whether or not he'll be able to get any improvements in the second sector here. Still like literally Delta Zero, net zero in terms of the gain right now as we enter the halfway point here. Right around Puhan. Ooh, very, very tricky part of the track where you have to lift a little bit. Oh, went a little bit too wide there, my friend. Don't think he's going to be able to get that. He has to cancel this lap here, unfortunately. There's only 30 seconds left. I don't think he's going to be able to do another lap here.
Nonetheless, he'll be on the front row of the grid unless Pratama or Sonlam can put a good lap together. Sonlam is there. He is out on the circuit now. We've got 25 seconds to go. He is on his final lap as he comes through Eau Rouge up the hill. Skims the top of the surface, as you so often do in glorious weather. And Sonlam is looking pretty good for Holden Motorsport.
Yeah, speaking of that glorious weather, I mean, it's still 15 degrees in the air out there, so it's still pretty chilly, although probably the right kind of temperature for the Finns to go out sunbathing, isn't it?
A little bit. Yeah. Cloud cover is expected. We don't believe there's going to be any rain as Sonlam uses the full width of the circuit, plus as well. Where is he on his lap time? He's just posted a fast sector 2. Oh, no, that was the previous lap, wasn't it?
Yeah, that could be the previous lap, but he is up on his Delta, only marginally at the moment. He still has to dethrone both Pratama as well as Iman Ryan. So that still remains a challenge for him to get up into the top 3. But I guess he's feeling pretty confident, still feeling pretty hopeful, at least still pretty optimized in his lines right now, coming through it towards Sector 3 at the moment. Let's see how he's going to be able to improve on it even more. Still green in his Delta right now, but not by a very big margin. Maybe only about a tenth of a second improved, but he's already running into traffic right now. That could be a cause for consternation.
It certainly is. It's only 2 cars ahead of him. Well, look at the top right of your screen. Car 68 has got those 2 cars. There might be enough space for him. Gosh, he's using the full width of Spa.
Yeah.
Trying to get a good drive out through the mini chicane.
I mean, the good news for him probably is that he will be able to enjoy some slipstream off of the back of those cars there. So that might help him here in this fast section here after Blanchemont. But again, it's onto that main straight. He needs to be able to nail this chicane perfectly. Looks like this traffic won't be getting in his way much further now. As he comes across the line, still about a tenth of a second up now, but then it's dropping and dropping and dropping. Can he improve that much? Not enough, though, to get into the top 3. He still remains in P4.
Nonetheless, it's a second row of the grid for Sonlam. But he looked mighty impressive around there. There's 6 hours of this racing to go. So consistency will be the key. But he had good lines around Spa and put in some very, very good times where he'll be a little bit disappointed that he's not been able to get to the top of the grid. It's Naki Baslan and car 111 Stratos Motorsports who will be on the front row of the grid. And that is, well, it's a great way. If you're going to challenge for the title, do it from the front.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, again, he has a huge advantage right now to Amigos Racing because Alif, in spite of his best efforts, still only posted the 9th best time out here. and that's inside of the pro class itself. He's actually got like 4 guys, including Nakib, that are ahead of him in terms of that time. For the silver class, though, Eamon Ryan remains in the pole position for that class here. And of all things, Holden Motorsport B, Pranya Sumantong takes the pole right now for the AM class.
Wow, that is a real shock for the championship leaders. Amigos only P9, and as you quite rightly say, traffic to get ahead, and a lot of people there, I think, with a lot of points to prove as well. You mentioned Holden Racing and 2 cars in the first 4 rows. That's mighty impressive as well.
Yeah, so we still got one more runner out on the track, although the wait time is already counting down here, and I think it's just only entered the first sector. It's not going to be able to finish the lap anyway. So, yep, the session has officially ended. Nakib Aslan has confirmed his pole position at the start of this race. It's going to be a 6-hour-long affair, mind you. So, still not quite set in stone at the moment.
But we haven't got the chaos that we had at Imola. We haven't got the rain. We haven't got the slick surface. If you get off to a clean start, if Aslan can get off to a clean start, this could be a problem for Amigos. Could also be a problem for PG Tow as well, because they're in 3rd place in the championship standings and they're chasing Stratos Motorsports.
Yeah, they're chasing, but they're also ahead of Alif as well. So Amigos could stand to lose quite a bit of points. And mind you, they only got 12 points. Yeah, after the drop rounds here.
Correct.
So it's not a
only 12.
large margin, not a large margin, and especially given that Alif is that far down, could be a very tight battle here if Alif isn't able to get any gains from the start of this race.
Well, as it stands, he's 4th in the pro class, whereas Aslan is 1st. If they finish like that, they will be level on points, even with the drop points. That's how close it is. Then you'll go on to the count back, and then it'll be interesting.
Yeah, then it will be really interesting. It would be more interesting if we had forecast of rain, but from what I'm told, like the forecast seems to be pretty dry at the moment. Still pretty cold though, so I think like getting out of the pits might get a little interesting while the tires still take a bit more time to warm up. But then again, you know, I think for everyone, perhaps maybe for Alif as well, probably going to be a bit thankful that conditions will be relatively stable for this race itself.
Wow, we don't want the drivers to be happy. That's the last thing that we want. We want a bit of fun and gore like we saw on the circuit in Imola last time out. Those highlights, if you're on board with us, gosh, those highlights, there were T-bones galore. There was slipping and sliding all over the place. It was great fun.
It's a bit unfortunate as well because the amount of penalties that were doled out in that round alone actually caused some qualifying bans for this round.
I'm just looking at what race control had. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's about 12 cars there with race controls.
Yeah, so it's a bit unfortunate, but there's going to be a revamp of the penalty system, as I understand, for next season itself. So hopefully, and together,
So we can catch more?
You will hope for that, but I would genuinely hope that the drivers, especially those who are a bit new to the, online racing or this championship in particular, will improve on their racing standards by next season. But at least for now, we all have this final 6-hour race to look forward to.
We've got the pro, the silver, and the amateur classes all ready to go, all lined up. It is a big grid out there. 52 cars? Is that what I'm reading?
More than that, actually.
More than 52. Yeah. Gosh, we're
58.
going down to 58 cars. There is a lot of opportunity for contact there. And particularly those in the amateur class, they've got to have eyes in the back of their head for when the pro class and the silver class boys come forward.
Yeah, it's going to be very crowded out on track here. I mean, Spa is a really long track, 7 kilometers long, so there will still be plenty of room for racing, but especially for those guys who are faster in the top 10 here, they're going to have a lot of traffic to deal with, even 2-3 hours into the race itself. So that's another element of the challenge, I think. It's not just how fast you are compared to the other faster guys, but how you negotiate your way past some of the slower guys on the track.
140 plus laps as well. That is a lot of opportunity for some things that you cannot plan for to come into play.
Yeah.
Plus fatigue and plus calculations of how much driving time that you're allowed.
Exactly. So, well, it's about a minute away to kicking off this 6-hour run. Let's have a look at the spotter's guide right now, all the different liveries for the different teams out on display here. So
I like the subsector. I like car number 2 in the Ferrari. Bright as you like. Rainbow colours for Demario Hasnam and Rialto Ristofani. Ones to look out for. Well, his teammate, car number 24. Yadi Vishnu and Ferris Ashan. I will keep a close lookout for that, but I always love Matt Black. And that's the 5 team of car number 22 in the amateur class for Velocity Racing Academy.
Yeah, there's more than a few teams as well that have adopted like the black livery, but I do enjoy like the asymmetrical ones. Like I think there's a BMW out there with a black on the left-hand side and white on the right-hand side. Very distinctive out on track here. Have a look at, and also like some of the drivers who use like a livery that has a fade on it, like Bengal Racing Crew car number 71 has like a teal that fades very gradually into like a lavender color there. Very beautiful to see.
But the all black there of the Islander group, Spontan be on the Ferrari. That's an interesting livery. The black at the front, the yellow with the black. It's non-traditional, traditional. And of course, you've got Stratos Motorsports in there, Ferrari, the familiar green and black of the team who want to be champions.
Yeah, champions they are hoping to get right now with that pole position for sure. Bus on the wheels racing there, the yellow Basakola livery there. Very much a throwback as far as you can see. GSR Esports also have a Tasha livery, one of a few cars actually that has an anime girl on the side there.
Yeah, these spotter guides, they show you just how big a field that we have got here. Radpack Asia Racing Team, they are in with a chance in the silver category. They're looking for points galore. Fun Garage Team in the BMW. Rakhmat Kader, just one driver named. That's a heck of a stint.
Yeah, and another favorite of mine here is What Motorsport. They legit have a Mr. DIY sponsorship. That's why they have it right on their door together with the Panda mascot as well. And as we have a look on the rest here, Team Uncle Hyper. Oh, you did miss out on Team Uncle Evo early on using the tribute to the classic livery from the 90s, the Marlboro red and white.
They're the ones who I recognize. They're the ones I really want to do well. Come on, the old boys, even if it's just the livery.
Yeah. I mean, Team Uncle has done so well, actually, in the AM class itself, so I wouldn't be surprised if they come home with the championship after this round here, but they still have a whole 6-hour race here to run, and that's the same for everyone else here involved. Here's the last car on the list here, so hopefully you guys will be able to spot these cars when they're out on the track, and speaking of that, they're already on their way through their formation lap as we speak.
Okay, eRacing, the last of the spotters guide that we have. We're midway around the circuit, and Stratos, as they will do, just taking a nice leisurely look around Spa before they accelerate away. They'll be hoping that they can get the drivers behind them to bunch up so that there's going to be a little bit of mayhem behind them. In P number 2, Iman Rayan, he's got Pratama and Sonlam closing behind him.
Yeah, this is going to be 4 guys you have to watch out for here in the lead. I mean, it's a mix of like silver as well as pro class drivers in that regard. I mean, Imran Ryan is the pole position holder for the silver class itself, and he's got a literally a pro driver running up behind him. Maybe he's looking to get an upgrade into that pro class anytime soon now, isn't it?
Moreno Pratama? No, he's pro, surely.
Oh no, I mean
yes.
Iman.
Iman, sorry. Okay, yes, yes.
Yeah, speaking of someone in the pro class here, Lucas Keys having 5th position here is right behind newcomer Sonlam. We'll be watching with very keen eyes right now to see how this Thai driver is going to be able to nail the start here. Leklai, who's also part of a sister team of his, is also starting not too far away from him. Ebenheiser sitting right now in that 7th place with the Ford Mustang. Very much a favorite for them this season. I mean, I'm surprised to see so many people loving the Mustang.
That's a classic, though, isn't it?
And again, I think it does have a bit of an advantage when it comes to Spa, especially in the Camel Straight itself.
Yes.
Top speed is really good here for the Mustangs, but it's also good, I should say, for the Ferraris as well, which Alif Hamilton, who is unfortunately stuck all the way in 9th place.
Wow, a little bit of contact there.
Yeah.
Alif was caught up in traffic.
Yeah, a bit of concertina there, unfortunately, but then again, these drivers have to keep the space, though. I mean, they have manual control during these formation laps to allow them to warm things up. And what is going on right up behind there? Proper chop from Team Ithan. It's weaving around quite a bit and a little bit too close to Yudhishthira and that Lexus.
Well, he's the one who caused the problem there, and there could be contact. These are great tactics by Nakib. He is keeping them at a snail's pace as they come into the final sector. Then he'll try to accelerate away. It means there's bunching up behind him. And of course, you can't overtake the man ahead of you on the grid. So I'm liking this from Nakib. Iman tries to just push Nakib on to say, come on. I want to get a little bit of space there, and Nakib responds by almost coming to a full stop.
Yeah.
Oh!
Somebody overshot. I think it's Ebenheiser, actually, who get a little bit ahead of himself there. But they cannot pass until the green flag is out. Here comes Nakib Aslan right now. Past the chicanes here. Everybody has to line up perfectly here for the start. As soon as that green flag is out, it's go, go, go time now. Or is it?
Nakib slows down. Gosh.
Slowing down.
Tactics.
Yeah, I think, sorry, I forgot that the start line here for the GTs are actually on the opposite side of La Source. So Nakib is still playing those tactics right now, trying to keep everybody bunched up here before they actually get to the start.
Okay, La Source is the sharp right-hander. Ebenezer is still having a problem. Now they'll come onto the start line. And now we are underway. Still Nakib slows it down. Iman just inching forward. Nakib Aslan for Stratos Motorsports is playing cat and mouse with the rest of the field. His brake is on permanently. Now he's going to have to accelerate. And the go is on. Nakib has toyed with the clasper. Has he been a little bit too clever? No, he just gets ahead of Iman, and behind them that's Sonlam, who's made a good move and already got up into P3, but Nakib Aslan playing cat and mouse with the rest of the field.
Yeah, moving up as well. Here's Chuman Thong, the leader in the AM class here, trying to make his way up into the front here.
Incident at the back.
Yep, into the back of the camel straight now. Sornlum seeing a bit of a battle going on here between Imran Ryan as well as Nakib Aslan. Imran's having the inside, but it will lose that outside by the time to get through Lacooms, and Aslan is back up into the lead. Sonlam not too far behind, smells a bit of blood in the air right now, trying to get himself close and close here to Iman Ryan, still not close enough as they get through Bruxelles.
Magnificently done. Also through is Sonlam. He has got through. They are having a battle royale. Iman has got the inside line as they take this left-hander. Now the race is on, the straight is on, and Sonlam is able to get the better of Inlam. The pro versus the silver class. In the meantime, Nakib, having caused all the concertina impact behind him, he is just being able to get away. But look at the glut of drivers behind Nakib Aslan.
Yeah, still not over this battle between Sornlum as well as Iman Ryan. This is getting real exciting right now as Sornlum almost gets himself inches ahead. Now he needs to close the door coming out of the chicane. I think he does get himself up into P2 finally after battling through, what, half a dozen corners. Finally, the Thai driver gets the better of the Indonesian one.
Well, that was a good battle. Iman really gave his all there. That's a good effort from Iman, but in the end, he's lost. Behind them, Pratama is there. Alif has dropped. He got up to P8, Alif Hamilton, the championship leader. As we follow them through, there's Iman Ryan now in P3. And there's a little bit now of order and organisation to what is going on as they come towards the end of the first lap.
Yeah.
Into the chicane for the very first time of around about 140.
Yeah, still good mix right now of different classes racing against each other. Leklai and Pratama right now are... Oh, sorry, Leklai and Suman Thong are actually in two different classes here. The 6-6 car is getting himself ahead now going into La Source. I think you see the LR car also getting himself in a bit of a nip and tuck situation there. As Iman Ryan is actually able to get around the outside of Sornlum. That time to come down through into Eau Rouge and then soon up to Radion here. Iman Ryan actually gets his place back here ahead of Sornlum. And this is looking good right now for Sornlum to try to do a counterattack because he's going to be taking the slipstream off him through the Camel Straight.
Well, this is the opportunity. Iman Ryan is allowed one defensive maneuver. That's Nakib in front of him. The Holden car behind looks on the inside, but he hasn't got enough room to get through yet. And Iman Ryan has not only made the maneuver, he's defended it as well, Victor.
Yeah, I actually think he's doing a bit of bump drafting there so he can actually inch himself closer to Nakib Aslan. So, well, he's going to try to play the patient game, I expect. I mean, he got still another almost 6 hours of racing to go here. So, makes sense to try to think about the long game here as opposed to trying to get those short-term gains.
Yeah, we're, what, 3.5, 4 minutes in. There's a long way to go. As they push through, but Iman Ryan, that's been the highlight so far, that battle for P2. Keys in the chase. Behind Keys, you've got Alif, the championship leader in that purple Ferrari. There he is.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's only made up a single place from the start itself. Hasn't quite made any other gains so far, but then again, all the other people around him are extremely fast. He's sandwiched between Lucas Keys and Billy Ebenheiser just behind. He's still got Suman Thong who is still up ahead and actually leading by a whole country mile here in the AM class itself. Lek Lai, in the meantime, third in the silver class, is far ahead here, but a big gap is already approaching between him and Pratama, who's, by the way, getting a little bit touchy-feely here to Sornlum, who fortunately has fallen back quite a far ways here since the wheel-to-wheel action we've seen between him and Imran Ryan.
Yeah, he's been involved in a lot of incidents already, Sornlum, and Pratama's just been happily sitting on his back tyres. Now he has a look. That's the inside look that Pratama has. No room to take here as they come round the chicane for the second time. Then they go onto the home straight. Then that's La Source. And then down and up the hill of Eau Rouge. Not close enough this time, Moreno Pratama. LOR Racing.
Yeah, so I don't think it's going to be a chance of passing. Perhaps a chance to get closer as soon as we hit the end, the camel straight here for him. And meantime, a bit of a movement here as Sumathong and Lucas Keys are right now locked in a bit of a battle here as they go down downhill from La Source, the Ferrari liveried Nissan. What's an oxymoron that is, to be fair, but it's already gaining a little bit coming out of Radion itself. Now trying to get himself closer on the camel straight. Seemed to have lost out a little bit here, and that might give a bit of advantage right now to who I believe here is Alif. Yes, Mama Alif now trying to get onto the inside of Lacooms, trying to make a nice little movement there, but still the GTR stays ahead through those corners here and keeps Alif behind.
On Belgium, odd spot. Is it the quicker, nippier Ferrari that will have the advantage around the technical part, and then the big grunt of Keys in the Lexus will have more grunt on the long straights?
Well, it's a Nissan GTR.
Sorry, the Nissan, my apologies.
I mean, yeah, confusing because of the bright red, Corsa red that the Nissan has put on for some reason here. But yeah, it's literally still a chase right now, and I don't think Alif is going to be able to find it on this lap itself here.
Ebenhauser is behind them. Behind Ebenhauser, Prapatop, who's the leader in the amateur class. Will Hammond is the man in the car at the moment, which is oh no, so he's in P12. He's third, Will Hammond, in the amateur class. Just ahead of him, you've got Yudhishthira. Team Uncle Evo, they are the two-time winners so far this season in 4 races. And looking pretty good at the moment. Yeah, they're leading their class. So long as they finish in the top 5, they'll be very, very comfortable class winners throughout this season.
Yeah, the points lead is still very comfortable here. So I don't think they're 2+ right now, but getting in a podium in the final race here is certainly a goal they will want to enjoy here at the very least. In addition to the championship itself, just a way to kind of cap off their whole season. But right now, Yudhishthira is posing quite a bit of a challenge right now for Hammond to get through. So, and there's still quite a lot of traffic in front, so maybe the concertina as they come through La Source doesn't quite work out here, unfortunately, as Hammond still has to tuck in behind. Still will be able to pull himself closer and closer to Yudhishthira as we speak right now, but then very tricky part of the track here. Needs to be able to nail it down nicely so he can still enjoy the close racing by the time he gets onto the camel straight. Seems to have dropped out just a little tad bit, but still enough now to continue to hang on to Yudhishthira's coattails.
Yeah, you've got to get a little bit closer coming up the hill in Eau Rouge. And Hammond in the classic McLaren look. He's in P12 overall, but P3 in his class. Let's have a look. You've moved on to young Lucas Keys there.
Yeah, he just made a pass actually onto Sumanthong, so he's trying to get some distance away, but Alif Hamilton gets a bit of a good idea as well. Also gets the pass here onto Sumanthong to make it up into 7th place now for number 44. So he's continuing to chase here to Lucas Keys, but at least he's now starting to make some progress here.
Well, we're inside 8 minutes, and already Alif Hamilton has just negotiated his way up nicely through 2 places. Looks calm and cool and calculating, as he always does. He's a terrific racer. Even when it got a little bit panicky, got a little bit tight in the formation lap, he was able to hold on and keep his nerve. And there he is now in P7 overall, but now beginning to make some progress. Will Hammond once again. He's right on the back of Yudhishthira. You're quite right to focus on this race because I think Hammond is trying to make a move on Yudhishthira. They are in the same class.
In the same class, and Yeah, I think he's still trying to play that longer game a little bit here. I mean, again, one of the advantages of falling behind someone in slipstream is that you'll be able to save just that little bit on fuel. And given that this is a 6-hour race, that pit strategy is going to be all important here to see where they end up after the inevitable shuffling. But Hammond at the moment still not able to get that that speed advantage that he needs to in order to get the gains onto Yudhishthira, especially right around here, the bus stop chicane as it's more colloquially known. Still getting a little bit close, but still no dice here for Will Hammond.
We're on board with Will Hammond. He's looking controlled. Track conditions, absolute optimum. 16 degrees centigrade at the trackside, 21 degrees. That's beautiful as far as the drivers are concerned. The tyres won't be too worked out as we have a look at Naqib Aslam, who's been able to establish a 1.7 second lead. He's quietly gone about his business, as Naqib so often does for Stratos Motorsports. He knows that Stratos Motorsports must win. Then they are reliant upon Amigos, car number 44, not finishing in the top 3.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a side by side here. Actually, I think that could be a back marker that's being passed right now as Leklai gets past him. That's Lucas Keys now. It's going to be running up against. Oh, that's a bad hit from the back there onto the back marker. And unfortunately, he gets sent into the shadow realm there. In the meantime, Alif still closing in here onto Lucas Keys. Actually getting a lot closer there thanks to that contact. And I think that might actually help him here in that regard if Lucas does end up with a bit of front-end damage, although it doesn't look too severe, at least on our screens here. But this could be opportunity right now for the leader in the championship for Amigos Racing.
We've got our first guy in the pits, down in car 699. In the pits, he's been there for a long time as Derek Daniel from Bego Racing Division in the amateur class. Not in the championship standings, but there have been one or two instances towards the back of the field. And Daniel doesn't look to be in a good condition there. Yeah,
a lot of scratches in the back. I think they probably, look at the front there, completely smashed in. So this is likely a pit for damage for him. And that's very unfortunate because it's putting him all the way to the back of the grid as a result. While
Naqib has some back markers to negotiate already. 4 laps in and the back markers are already coming into play.
Yeah, barely 10 minutes into this race right now and already traffic is becoming a bit of concern here for the drivers as Alif continues his chase right now to Lucas Keys, who is, by the way, falling back quite a bit from the front runners right now. So I think it's just a matter of time before Alif is going to find a way through. But the thing is that GTR is just as wide as Alif's own car, so finding a way past it may not be that straightforward here, I'm afraid.
He'll also be bedazzled by the colours as well on that Nissan in front of him as well. That is one seriously bright car. It says stop automatically, but there is Alif, who doesn't listen to stop signs. He likes to go past them, but not close enough as they come down Eau Rouge. But let's stay with this. This is just spectacular. No matter the weather, no matter the condition, no matter if it's virtual or real, that is beautiful.
Spa, that's why it's like my favorite track to drive on. Anytime I'm like hitting a sim and like especially if I open up a new game and I see that Spa on the list, that's my first pick right there because it's just so beautiful and so incredibly fun to drive on this very track.
One of the slight problems is that Eau Rouge is so spectacular. It takes away from the spectacular nature of the rest of the circuit. Which we're seeing right now in all its glory. On board Mohammed Alif Hamilton from Amigos Racing. Car number 44. To his credit, Lucas Keys is holding on. And behind them, Suman Tong is also hanging on as well.
Yeah, it's still, still very close between Keys, Hamilton, and Suman Thong, as well as Ebenheiser. He's still like a little bit far back compared to the rest, but still within touching distance here to make this a potential battle should we be able to close up that gaps. But again, I was concerned about Lucas Keys' own gap because it's like, what, almost 3 whole seconds now to Lek Lai. So if anything, he's holding these 3 guys behind him back from actually being able to chase up to the front runners.
With the Lucas Keys scenario, I hadn't quite put 2 and 2 together. He's with PG Joe, of course, and they are also in the battle for P2. So he'll be desperate not to lose any time.
Yeah.
They won the last race, did PG Joe. Lucas was part of that team. But car 711, to be fair, Alif hasn't been able to really close in on him. And PG Joe, after a dodgy lap, has been able to accelerate away. And he's got himself, what's the lead? It's nearly a second clear of Alif Hamilton.
Yeah, still, yeah, especially getting up to the fastest part and now breaking hard into the chicane. He's actually making some gains right now, so maybe he's starting to wake up here 15 minutes into the race, realizing that he's falling behind some of the front runners here. But yeah, you're right, he is also in that championship battle here, so he'd be hoping that, you know, by staying, keeping himself ahead of Alif and keeping up with LOR's Pratama, who you see right now battering down out of La Source here, and of course Nakib Aslan, who's still very clear in the lead right now, that he'll be able to at least make some good gains in the championship points here.
Imran Ryan has done well. He's got himself into P2. There's traffic there. That's Afif ahead of Somlan. Somlan goes past Afif, so he's negotiated that first bit of traffic. That is going to be a regular comment over the next 5 3/4 hours. Traffic, what kind of trouble are they going to cause? Obviously, they're in their own races. In their minds, what they do and their positions is very important, but they also need to be cognizant of what's going on around them for people who are chasing championships.
Yeah, in the meantime, I mean, still pretty much an island here. Well, for Alif and Lucas Keys, that gap's already gone up to 1 whole second now. So I think right now it's more about maintaining the grip on the tires. Sumathong getting a little sideways action there. I know the Ford Mustang is good for drifting, but this is not a drift competition, my friend. Got to keep it nice and tidy through these corners here, but that's lost him quite a bit of time. That might open up the door here for Ebenheiser to actually make some moves.
It may have lost in time, but it's got him on the highlight reel for later on when you look back at the end of the season. A little bit of drifting at the middle of Spa on a lovely, coolish, are we in the summer? Winter's afternoon? Spring? Summer?
I don't know, it's already October, but then again, we're talking about Belgium here.
Exactly, Northern Europe. I tell you what, this is a lovely crisp day as we head in towards the winter period.
Could be smack dab in the middle of autumn, although you
Autumn,
can't tell
yes.
it. Yeah, can't tell it because the trees are still green here in virtual Spa. But yeah, Ebenheiser right now, I don't think he's actually gotten the gain that he looked for there. Even with Sumanthong's little excursion there, still remains 0.8 seconds behind, so no chance of an overtake quite yet between these two. Let's see what's going on in 13th place here, because over me is esports' Satikun Lamlung. Hopefully I got that just right here. The beautiful, like I said, the beautiful like black and white split livery there. So is it a black car? Is it a white car? Why not both?
It's a negative. As Spa, they go under the sign that tells you we're at Spa. Again, you need to be a little bit closer going around La Source if you're to really benefit from the momentum of going down the hill and getting a drag up into the long straight. I don't think Sati Kunt is close enough. Where he is in P13.
Yep.
Car 515. He's 5th overall in the amateur class.
Yep. So still going to be a decent haul of points here, but Zeph Yen, who is just ahead of him, and well, don't mind this livery. I think it's a bit glitched out at the moment, but Zeph nevertheless remains ahead of Lam Yong here for Velocity Pantera Racing Academy. And he's the nearest challenger as far as the class is concerned. I did see Ethan Lau make a move there into Sabik Rahman, one of the youngest drivers in the championship here for Pepega Bacon Wonton.
One of the best names.
Yeah, definitely all the Pepega teams are naming themselves after their favorite food, it seems, and that theme continues to run through as we have a look as well on Justin Raul Dev, who does not actually put a food name in his car, but Legus Pepegus. That's a very Italian, I want to say, or rather Latin kind of persuasion going on.
Roman, it takes us back to Roman times, does Justin Dev. Imagine this in the Colosseum. This would be a tight corner.
The Coliseum is pretty tight for racing, now to think about it.
Apex Racing from Brunei Silver. Are they the team there in the silver class? Yeah. Apex, they are the championship leaders. Car 363.
Yeah, by my count here, 5th right now overall in the class. Because, of course, Iban Ryan is leading that by quite a long way here to Ahmad Jusmin here. So they still have a decent...
it's a healthy lead. 3 wins already this season as well.
So they could still end up dropping this around. I think they still have a decent chance of clutching that championship. But Iman Ryan still stand a good chance of getting some good points here. So we got to see how that tabulates by the end of this, though.
We have got the calculations to do. Eamon Ryan, he had a very, very good qualifying, and although Nakib is increasing his lead, Somlom isn't able to get closer, and Eamon is able to go right the way through.
Oh wait, I have to check a little bit because I think I may have misread this here, because I think Eamon Ryan actually is pro class, not silver class. So indicated here. So I think the graphic on here is correct.
So the graphic on the screen, it says pro class. Okay.
Yeah, okay. The graphic screen says pro class. So Eamon Ryan is a pro class runner in this regard here. Although in that sense, he's actually top 5 inside the pro class itself. So
with the chance of a top 3.
With a chance of the top 3, I think top 3 is more likely here for Apex Racing Brunei here in the form of Eamon Ryan. In the meantime, let's see who's actually the leader in the AM class, because right now we were seeing like
AM class, Udistira in amateur class.
Udistira in
Sumantong, sorry, Sumantong in P8.
Sumantong in P8.
Yeah, for Holden Motorsports. No, he's in pro as well.
Yeah, he's in pro as well here. So
Udistira down in P10, I think, is leading in the amateur class.
Could be right in that. I'm trying to check the entry list right now. So apologies for that. A little bit of discrepancy between the graphics that we're seeing on the on
our monitor compared to on the screen. I think on screen are the ones. So Iga Udistira for Balapan Random Motorsports, car 89. I believe he is the leader in the amateur class. Somlom is the leader in the silver class in P3.
Yep, you're correct on that. So Balapan Random Motorsports is indeed the leader right now in the amateur class, whereas in the silver class,
P3 Sondom.
Apex Racing Brunei silver, yeah, they're all the way down.
Jasmine 363, 90 P19. Is that right?
Yep. So
too many colors.
Too
deep into the season.
Too many indeed here. So I think Sorn Lum might just he's not in the silver class right now. So apologies for all that. While we try to get this sorted out right now. At least what we can confirm here is that Udistira is leading the AM class. Nakib Aslan is leading in the pro class itself. For silver class, at least on the screens here, it appears to be Harsono, car number 82.
Yeah, okay. 68 I thought it was.
68,
that is Somlom.
So that is Somlom. Somlom is leading in the
Pro-Am.
So
yes.
Pro-Am. So that's correct here. So yeah, I think that's a big gap.
That's a huge gap.
Yeah, huge gap here between Sonlam as well as Harsono. I was hearing from the Thai contingent that, oh boy, Harsono just made a little mistake there that might actually cost him a position, although it's not a back marker he's running against right now. I think there could be a back marker, yeah, that is actually running alongside him. So no harm done unless it's, except for maybe ego perhaps here for Harsono, but that was still a smooth recovery for him nevertheless. And yeah, as we've confirmed here, Sornlum is actually the leader in the silver class here, and by a whole country mile here.
It's 25 seconds plus ahead of Marco Harsono here.
Yeah. So, although I should say, yeah, Sornlum is the newcomer as a 63 car. It's not even listed right now in our results sheet here, as they did not participate in some of the previous rounds. So they're in the longest of shots, let's just put it that way, for the championship itself. So if all goes to plan here, at least Harsono, together with MPR GP subsector, will be able to gain a lot more onto their actual rivals in this in his championship here. So yeah, Jusmin right now sitting in 3rd place in silver class. Ramadan at the moment, 351 for Bigo Racing Division in 2nd place. So as it stands right now, Ramadan, at least between him and Harsono, looks like, yeah, MPR GP might actually get a good chance right now jumping Bigo for 2nd place here.
However, we are just 23 minutes into the race.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
5 hours and 37 to go.
Yeah, so, yep, still got to wait for that fat lady to sing right now, unfortunately. But as it stands right now, yep, they are just that little bit ahead. So let's hope that keeps up for the rest of these next 5.5 hours.
One of the things we're not seeing is an awful lot of overtaking at the moment. I think the drivers are being very respectful very circumspect, but there's a moment. Ferdi Ramadan, 23, is trying to go on the inside of Shamin. He's looking for an overtaking maneuver.
Yeah, it's trying. No, that's actually on the outside there, so he's going to try to take a back seat, but then hopefully be able to catch him on the exit. Still side by side, though, as they go downhill. This could get interesting, especially when you got Hutama also drafting behind here, behind the Aston Martin itself. Actually, two Aston Martins and a Ferrari, as they unfortunately have to go single file line through Eau Rouge and up to Radion now, and Shamim still remains ahead here. Now, mind you, I think Ramadan is actually in a different class here. Yep. Bigo Division XY lap, so he is still looking to try to get himself past some AM class drivers in this race here. So if anything, that's why he's so circumspect. He doesn't want to ruin the other classes race here.
I think you're right there. The Apex Academy driver, Ayman Shamin, did really well there. He was under pressure. You were quite right to say Ramadan was alongside him going down the hill. He just edged his way in front. He took the line, and he's still leading that little group of three. Shamin, 393, Apex Academy, so they're third in the amateur class. But you're quite right. I think Ramadan was being cautious. Not so cautious this time. He goes on the inside. Ramadan's been looking for this move. He's got the inside line. Shamin this time has to give way. And excellent work by Ferdi Ramadan for Bego Racing Division.
Yeah, and again, given that they're both not really fighting for actual position, just only track position here, it's right for Shamim to give that little bit of space there for him to run up on the inside. And, well, no harm done by the end of it. And Ramadan is up into 22nd place overall. Still third right now, I believe, for the silver class. So no gains on that front, but at least it's got one less car out of, what is that, still 8 cars between him and Harsono at this point.
Indeed. Missed chance there for Shamin to rub the anime off the livery.
Yeah,
I'm not a fan of that. Gosh,
that's
you
why
kids, you kids.
That's why even in Japanese culture they call those itasha, and ita, like sha means car, ita means itchy. So you literally want to scratch it off because it's such a glaring kind of like graphic to have in the side of the car, isn't it?
I think he would have given bonus points to Shamin if he'd done that. In the meantime, though, let's stick along with this is Marco Harsono, car number 82. Harsono is indeed second in the silver class, but such a long way down. He's P13 overall. Just tells you what a great job Somlom is doing in P3, leading that way.
Yeah, I mean, he's literally driving as if he's one of the pro cars right now, so that's why it's impressive to see that he's that far ahead of compared to everyone else. Right now, Lucas Keys, though, looks like he might be getting a little bit close for some action here between himself and Leklai. Both of them, I believe, are in the pro class.
Yes.
Let me double confirm that.
Yeah. I'm trusting our on-screen graphics now.
Okay, Leklai has been informed is actually in the silver class here, so
we shouldn't trust our on-screen graphics.
So we shouldn't trust issues. How about that? So yeah, so at the moment it's mostly a battle for track position here, but Lucas Keys crucially is running in the top 3 of the championship for the pro class itself. So any kind of gains he can make on track is going to go a long way for him to continue to bring some battles here to Imran Ryan or even Nakib Aslan. Maybe even Pratama, or actually Pratama is probably the next one on his list as soon as he dispatches Leklai right around here.
Well, he's got to dispatch him first, and Leklai is not giving him any room. Getting a little bit closer as they come towards the chicane right at the end, and then will he be close enough? We're nowhere near time enough where people are going to look at pit stops, although we have just seen somebody in the pit. Suto has just come out of the pits. Buntub is in. As this is good, Lucas Keys takes the inside of La Source. Is he able to get a drive down the hill? The answer is yes. That's nicely done by Lucas Keys. Not the obvious place to overtake La Source. You've got to bash your partner out of the way, but that's exactly what Lucas Keys has done. As we're on board with Witawat Leklai.
Yeah, you literally have to bash your way through because the apex itself is guarded by that wall, isn't it? So it's a very tight way to enter through the inside, but Lucas Keys seems to have had it, but on the straight, though, it looks like Leklai is doing its best here to try to close up that distance as they enter Lacombe. Is it going to be enough, though, for him to try to find a way past? That remains to be seen, but whatever the case, Lucas Keys seems to have all but confirmed his move up right now into 5th place.
Yeah, with what Leclerc, we're on board with him. He's smiling away, he's enjoying the race, but he's lost a place there. Nonetheless, from the overhead shot, nice looking car chasing the red stop sign ahead of him of Lucas Keys, but Lucas Keys is not stopping.
Not stopping at all. And I also only just noticed, I think if we have a look at the heli cam here, it could be, yeah, I think that's Lewis Hamilton's face that's right on the roof of Lucas Keys' car, so...
Hey, you're not wrong.
Yeah. I mean, again, running that Ferrari livery, and famously, Lewis Hamilton is running for the Ferrari Formula One team this season itself, so...
Not particularly well, but...
Well...
by his standards.
By his standards, yeah. But yeah, that's one down already, and 4 more to go as far as Lucas Keys and the track position is concerned. So that's some progress being made up the board here. Iga Yudhishthira, in the sister team for Leclerc there, still running in that 9th place right now, getting chased by a back marker. Or is that... Okay, sorry, the Yudhishthira is the one that's in the black and white car. Suman Song is the one that's being chased right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Suman Song is the leader in this class, in the amateur class. Yudhishthira in the black and white as they come around the chicane. He's nice and close. Opportunity here, I think, for Yudhishthira. The drive out, though, is good from Suman Song. And he will go into last source in P1. Yep. That's nicely played by Suman Song. Yudhishthira might not be close enough, although he gets mighty close coming around the corner. Little wobble from Suman Song, but yes, you need to be right up the tailgate.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a sausage curve on the outside there, although I think in the real life Spa right now is actually a sand trap on the outside, so trying to run wide there still not conducive at all. Though Yudhishthira is getting a bit of that draft off of Suman Song. Could this be an opportunity? No, Suman Song blocking him just before that braking zone. They're very on the borderline as far as moving under braking is concerned, but definitely did that before he had to brake, so still perfectly legal, at least as far as he's concerned.
Very cutely done, I think, by Suman Song. He knew exactly what he was doing. Yudhishthira still chasing shadows. This is a good battle between two well-matched racers.
I concur.
Balapam with Yudhishthira. Car 89. We'll stick with this. There aren't many individual battles if you look around the circuit. Further down, you've got, well, there's just been a change of position. Mulyana and Juan in P43 and 44 are battling, but they've just gone into the pits. We've had a number of pit stops, so I'm assuming there's been 1 or 2 incidents that we haven't been across, as we're focusing in the top 10, maybe the top 15. But we've now had, quite a few guys in the pits.
Yeah, mostly they've unfortunately already moved further back down to the back half of the grid, but I don't think anyone inside of the top 10 that we've been observing so far have actually gone into the pits quite yet. They're still very much running a pretty standard stint at the moment. Again, 60% is the maximum limit, so I think some of these teams, especially those only 2 or 3 drivers, probably will run much longer stints anyway. But we'll see how this will shape up for the rest of this race here. Already half an hour into this race, Naqib Aslan still remains your race leader right now. Still just got the fastest lap of the race, so still no signs of letting up on that pace right now. 3 seconds clear of Imran Ryan.
Yeah, and he's carrying success ballast as well, something like 15 kg. I'm just seeing from the notes alongside us what we're seeing in the chats.
Yeah, speaking of that, chat's looking very... a lot of discussions going on there. Did see that someone complained a little bit about lagged frames, although I do report that at least from our side here, it seems to be pretty smooth at the moment, so perhaps some connection issues on your end, I'm afraid. But definitely a lot of cheers going on here for Indonesia, with Imran Ryan currently running in just behind Naqib Aslan, so a very good result here should he be able to keep it, that's for sure. And also... a nice cheer there for Ferdy for making that move early on in this race. So that's looking really good right now. So thanks, guys. Go ahead and keep those comments coming in here.
Imran Ryan deserving of some praise as well, as he's held on nicely into P2. He was second fastest in qualification, and he's kept that P2. had a real battle with Somlon earlier on. Somlon is still chasing him in P3, but looks like him and Ryan is able to hold on. Holden Motorsport in the Pro-Am class, leading that way. And then Moreno Pratama, who's not been able to get past the tie. And behind Moreno of LOR Racing, you've got Lucas Keys, who we focused an awful lot because he's been in one or two little skirmishes. Behind him, Leklai, but there's a gap now between Keys and Leklai. And Mohamed Alif continues to just continue his serene way around the circuit. Time is on his side. 5.5 hours still to race. Let's make sure we don't lose it in the first hour, I think, is what Alif is thinking.
Yeah, just playing that long game. I mean, it is going to be a long race here, so it could very much be determined just from pit stops alone here, and especially in this round in particular. So Alif definitely knows there's still opportunities to make up some time by staying out on the track a lot longer than others here. So no sense for him to push too hard lest he run out of one of his 10 mandated sets of tires that are given here for everyone involved. Is that actually someone on the track there? Yeah, that was Wilson Woon, who's actually stopped on the side of the track momentarily. Now it's gotten himself back under motion. Wonder what just happened there.
LOR Ascent in the silver class. Car number 3. He's down in P40 at the moment.
Yeah,
that was a weird one. You're quite right.
Yeah, he was stopped on the side. I actually thought he was in the pits, but no, he was actually stopped on the side of the roads there. Hence why there was a bit of yellow flag. And speaking of which, a bit of action for Ferdy Ramadan yet again here. Trying to make his way past more of these amateur cars. Moves up into 19th place, or is that a back marker he just passed there?
That's a back marker he's just passed. Will Hammond has got to negotiate. And the back marker squeezes. Oh, that's not what you meant to do. Oh, and he's gone past Ferdy as they go down the hill. Jankit, that's not what is expected of you, my friend.
Well, Jankit is actually racing for position, though, so he's quite right in trying to fight against Ferdy Ramadan in that regard. Though they're still not in the same class, but Ferdy Ramadan still moving pretty fast. Will Hammond is also fighting for track position, so no, it's not a back marker race here. It's actually for positions. Will Hammond gets himself alongside right now. Is he going to be able to make it through the next corner? No, he does not. Ferdy Ramadan actually beats him to the punch under braking, stays ahead of him into Lacooms now, while Jangjit is going to continue to pull way ahead here, letting the two of them behind to just continue to fight it out.
I do apologize to Jangjit. It is indeed a race between these three. And the class race is ahead of Will Hammond, and he's got the benefit of having Ferdy Ramadan in between them. Ferdy Ramadan for Bago in the silver class. Jankit and Hammond in the amateur class. As Hammond goes through, and behind them you've got Shaman, who's had a bit of fun, but there is Will Hammond. Team Uncle Evo still leading the amateur class championship. So he doesn't want to get too involved, but he's already looking like he's been involved in a little bit of trouble there. Looks very scuffed up, does that livery.
Yeah, that could be a bit of cause for concern, because that means, I mean, if they decide to get that repaired, which they might have to do eventually because of this the 6-hour race format we have here, that's going to cause them to spend a lot more time in the pits, time that's going to be slipping away here for them in their chase to remain within the top 10 of the amateur class. So
is that damage though on Will Hammond, or is it just rubber that's been thrown up from the circuit?
I could see some scratches on the back end there, but yeah, that's a lot. I think that is scratches. It's a bit hard to tell because, yeah, there is a lot of rubber on the car as well. But typically the cars don't get this dirty unless they've you know, run off of the track or actually collided with other cars. That's how the game works essentially. So I do suspect there is damage here on the side of Will Hammond.
Or maybe just not washed since the 1980s.
Wouldn't be surprised about that, but you know, it's a 1980s livery on a 2022 car, so I don't know. I mean, could be one heck of a throwback than I expected here.
Will Hammond, though, is still accelerating pretty well. His lap time is a best lap time, 2:18.7. We've only had one rider inside 2:17. That's the leader, Naki Baslan, who's got himself a 4-second lead now.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of that, he just got himself just under 2:17 there. So he's still pulling extremely fast. Ferdy Ramadan, oh boy, finds his way side by side now. Actually gets himself a little bit ahead. Finally, dispatches Jangjit. Can he keep the position though? Doesn't look too fast coming into the last part of Lacooms, but just about hung on there for what is going to be 19th place. But nope, Jangjit still looking for an opportunity around the inside.
Hammond.
Yeah, Hammond trying to go around the outside here, but still is not going to be able to get alongside that Porsche quite yet. And unfortunately, due to concertina effects, it seems that he's actually backed off a little bit, and that's actually forced Will Hammond to back out as well. So now the gap is already solidified here for Ferdy Ramadan. Jung Jit running in 20th, and Will Hammond down in 21st.
But in terms of amateur, it is a place that they are chasing for. Jung Jit and Hammond are competing against each other for a place in the amateur, but it's quite a lowly place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. This is for P9 in the amateur. That's how competitive it can be. Once you get your racing cap on, it doesn't matter whether it's P1 or P21. You're still going to go for it. Hammond. Well, he's closing in on the back of Jung Jit, who's been the subject of some good highlight reel stuff in the last couple of laps. But now the orange and white is being chased by the McLaren red and white.
Yep. Different shades, but still another big race to go for the two of them. Let's see what is going on for the rest of the grid right now. I did see Pratama getting a bit close to Sornlum, although now that they ended the Camel Straight, not close enough to actually make a pass. Yudhishthira also has been running close to Suman Thong, but still no dice quite yet. It's now only getting into the Camel, but 0.8 of a second behind, so feeling very doubtful a move is going to be made here. Zephyans just entered Camel Straight, a lot closer to Lam Lung, but not close enough, I'm afraid, to try to make a battle into the first part of the Coombs. But I tell you who's pretty close though. Adam Harith is actually very close to Abir Ahmed, and they're coming out of chicane here. And this is looking like a 7-way battle if you count everyone else as being held behind here. So this could be interesting.
It certainly could, and there's possibility of contact here because they are concertinaing around. Let's see what position you can get coming down at the start of what they're coming into lap. How many laps have we had? 17 now, so we're on to lap 18. Leading the way in this group, Pratama Ali. Adam Harith goes through, car number 25. He leads the way up at the top of Eau Rouge, and coming through on the inside was Pratama Aji.
Yeah,
I'm amazed there wasn't contact there.
Yeah, oh, that was very close there. But looks like it might be going tree wide right now between three cars. Aji, Shazwan Suffolk, and a Plumber. Oh wait, no, that Plumber. That's I think it's another car there that's getting in the mix there. I think it's Ahmed who's attempting to get his way through. Look at just how chaotic this situation right now is. The tree wide is now filed together here. I think that could be Shazwan Suffolk who's in the ahead of this batch of cars here. Ahmed is now trying to chase up behind, but a bit of concertina now as you get through Bruxelles and now into No Name Corner. This is still looking like a battle, although Adam Harith has already cleared them by a whole country mile. Almost I think I was looking almost like more like a second between the two of them.
And we joined that group when he was in third place in that group of 7, Adam Harith. He's done really, really nicely. Abir Hamad for Team AGR in the Ferrari. He's car number 26. He's on the back of Shazwan Shafiq, who's in a different class. Oh, somebody's off. Was that Harith?
No, the Arif is way ahead here. I think he's... Oh, wait, no, it is Arif. Arif has gone completely off the track here and dropped down several places now.
Wow, all that hard work goes to waste from Adam Harith.
Yeah, that puts Shazwan Shafiq now, the driver, ahead of this island of cars here. Or rather, it's Abir Ahmed, who's back up in the position that he was at the start of this whole kerfuffle.
Isn't that great fun? You battle like anything for a full lap, and it's just the same. You may not have bothered. Shazwan Shafiq, GSR Sports, leading this little group. This is 27th place overall for Shazwan. 26th, actually, is the battle. Shazwan, as he looks on the inside, has to slam on the brakes. That allows Plummer to maybe have a look through on the inside of him.
Or maybe, I mean, a bit of traffic also getting in the way there. But they are able to clear him by the time you get onto the main straight and now into La Source. Let's see how they try to get through this next corner. I think I see another car trying to make a move there. That's Witharna, who's getting through La Source right about now. Shazwan Safik and Aji right now are back-to-back here, bumper to bumper, as they come down hill now into the most exciting part of Spa. He's trying to get himself closer and closer as they get up to the Camel Straight. Is it close enough, though? don't quite think so between the two of them. Still quite far out with out the track there, unfortunately. Yellow flag is out. Plummer will be able to get through. He's actually close up to Aji now. Tries to get around the outside on the first part of the Coombs, but breaks just that little bit earlier compared to the Ferrari, so it still has to tuck in behind to get through the final part of the Coombs here. Plummer is still getting close, but still no dice here.
You've got to believe in yourself. You've got to leave your braking just a little bit later. And Plummer didn't have the bravery. I nearly used the wrong word there. Didn't have the bravery to brake until later. Andrew Plummer, Team RCR2. But if you get it wrong, you go flying through and you cause yourself all kinds of problems. We've still got a long time to go. 5.25 hours to race. Ahmed under pressure from Shazwan Shafiq of GSR Sports. This is for P number 25. Shazwan is... where is Shazwan in this one? Second, third, fourth overall in his category?
Could be. I mean, again, I'm not too sure because of the graphics at the moment. But I think that does sound about right. At least at the graphics here, he's indicated to be in the silver class. So it's just in the middle of a gaggle of AM class drivers in this regard here, if that's the case. But still getting himself very close to Ahmed several times now. Still not able to get past him quite yet.
Fatama Aji in Spontan 1 in the Ferrari. He's just behind them in the lime green and black. Well, it's a very fast procession. Aji makes a move around the outside. Can he make it stick? The answer is, as he comes in, no, Shazwan leaves his braking perfectly. And then Aji is taken out by Plummer. And, well, he put the brakes on, and Plummer inevitably involved in RCR2. He never got his braking right. He's had problems, Plummer. Now he's sliding all over the grass, and he is going to drop 3, 4, 5 places, Andy Plummer.
Tell you what, that one man's loss is another man's gain. It's Adam Harry, who you saw spiraling into the grass early on. He's actually got himself back into this battle now.
Adam Harith, handshake, Sim Racing Malaysia. Comes up Spa. That's an entertaining couple of laps for him. Entertaining from our point of view. Not so much from Adams, although the end result is good. And he's got Shazwan Shafiq in front of him with the Malaysia flag proudly emblazoned on the top of his car.
Yeah, I believe these two are the actual ones that are fighting for championship position here. Whereas Ahmed, who is... Yeah, as well. Whereas Ahmed is running in the AM class, at least according to the graphics here. So yeah, I mean these two are the actual ones that really have some stakes in this battle here. Whereas Shazwan Shafiq, I think, would rather have another car ahead of Adam Harif at this point, but that doesn't look to be the case right now. Oh, speaking of which, I think a bit of side-by-side now is Hammond and Jungjit are actually getting into some scraps together coming into Sector 3, and things like it looks like Hammond has all but done it here.
It certainly has. That's been a long, long time coming from Will Hammond. He's shown real patience, and eventually he gets ahead of the Thai Jungjit.
Still trying to close up the distance. Actually closes it quite a bit in the chicane, so Hammond still has to be run very carefully. Again, I still suspect he has sustained some damage during this race here, so he may be at a slight aerodynamic disadvantage. So I think we might want to keep an eye on this battle here. Jungjit tries to have a look at the inside, but Hammond's just that little bit later on the brakes, so still stays ahead coming out of the source. Now going downhill, Jungjit gets a good exit, so still remains locked on to Will Hammond's slipstream right now as they go downhill. Let's see if he's going to be able to get the gains. He's already, he had to back out a little bit coming out the downhill, so he still carries a lot of momentum on that Porsche right now. This is getting interesting.
Certainly is. Jungjit looks around the outside. The fir trees get in the way, but Jungjit looks on the outside. Has he got the acceleration? It's into a right-hander. Hammond can try and hold on, but Jungjit retains or regains that position that he lost to Will Hammond just half a lap ago.
Yeah, still going to be scrapping away here, the two of them, I believe, through this sector here, as now it's going to be Hammond who gets a bit of a slipstream, but this is now a more technical section and not so much of a long straight there where you can really enjoy the gains from that slipstream here. But for Will Hammond, I mean, he's done it before in the previous lap. He's probably going to have to do it one more time here in order to confirm his move up into 19th place.
Just ahead of them. I'm sure we'll keep an eye on that, but a 5-second penalty has been put against number 6 in P16 against car number 71.
Yeah, I think that's right. Zafar Ahmed from Bengal Racing Crew. 5-second penalty. I think that will be served in the pits, but that probably would lose him maybe one position. So let's see how things are shaping up here as Adam Harith getting closer and closer. Oh, actually, he's already got a past shots on Safiq.
Yes.
Just off the camera there. And now he's already putting a bit of moves now into Ahmed. So what a recovery, I have to say, here for Adam Harith, who, you know, was looking like he was going to be very secure in that 24th place. Dropped all the way down after spinning out onto the grass, but is now, through some skill and definitely a lot of luck, made his way back up here, and now is putting the fight back up to Abir Ahmed.
5th in his category. Abir Ahmed is in the amateur class. Yes, amateur. So Harith will be looking to make a move. You do expect the pros and the pro-ams to get the better of the amateur classes.
In the meantime, Hammond, 0.6 seconds.
Out again to Jagji. Oh no, we saw that.
Yeah, we saw that earlier. So
Yeah.
yeah, still stuck behind. Jang Jae at the moment didn't quite make the gain that he needed on this lap here. So pretty much looking like it's going to be back to status quo between these two. Adam Harith getting closer and closer, but again, battle for track position. I think he should be able to get it right now under braking and chicane. Or if Abir breaks a little bit later, does get a little bit wide and deep into the inside of first part of chicane, but doesn't quite leave any space there for Adam Harith to exploit at the moment, except until now. Bit of a move on the inside, then back on the outside here. Can Adam Harith actually make this stick right now? Right around the outside. Tries to get a good exit here, but cannot get alongside Abir quite yet. Still has to tuck in behind.
Might have the drag down the hill. Harith, if he's not got it down the hill, he's having to put the brakes on there as he accelerates up the hill and be in prime position down this long straight just to make a move. If he makes a move to the left-hand side, a one defensive move will be allowed by Ahmed. And alongside now is Adam Harith. Is he going to make it? He's just squeezed inside. He'll have the line going into the right-hander. Adam Harith does indeed get the better of Ahmed and then gets tapped behind and goes out onto the grass and loses all that ground he made up.
Oh my goodness, that's luck just striking once again here for Adam Harith. He actually got cleared there, but Abir Ahmed unfortunately just tapped him a little bit in the back in the worst possible time, and that's caused him to spin out down now into 27th place here for Adam Harith.
Well, if Ahmed meant that was perfectly executed, but I don't think he did.
I don't think so. I mean, that's. I mean, again, that was still grounds to be reviewed by our race steward Afiq later on. But as it stands right now, I mean, Adam again is going to be no doubt feeling frustrated, but still a long race to go. So still plenty of time to try to catch back up. In the meantime, speaking about catching up. We haven't checked in with Sornlum in quite a while. I actually saw him get side by side with Imran Ryan just off screen, but didn't quite make it enough to pass. I think this could be the lap to do it here for the Thai driver.
Yeah, he's driven very, very nicely, Sornlum. Still not convinced which category he's in. We think he's in Pro-Am, so it's the silver class.
Yeah, silver classes.
Okay, whereas Ryan is very much in the Pro class, but it's Sornlum. Obviously, with the Pro-Am guys, they have some pro drivers and amateurs later on, so Sornlum in that pro class from the way he's driving anyway. But he's right on the back of Ryan and there's some traffic ahead.
Yeah.
That's the problem for Imran Ryan. If he can negotiate that carefully, he'll be fine.
They're coming through Blanchimont right now, so if I was the back marker, with some sense, I'll stay off of the racing line coming out of here, but Sornlum's using this opportunity to get closer and closer right now, and it's actually bumper to bumper, bumps into the back of Imran Ryan, a bit of a bump draft there, takes a bit of slipstream off of Ong's car as well, so wow, just really pulling a lot of race IQ here in order to stay as close as possible to this Castro livery, the Alexis. Now into chicane, still had to brake extremely hard, couldn't quite get away alongside, but this battle, I say, is not over yet between the two.
Well, the Holden Motorsport blue car chasing the Castrol car of Apex, and not able to get there. Again, there's another back marker. That could complicate things for Sornlum.
Yeah.
He gets out the way, though, does the Ferrari. And Sornlum is able to... he's just didn't get the drive out he wanted coming around La Source.
Yeah, not quite the exit he needed there. Don't to stay close to Iman Ryan, but still not out of the woods yet, though, for the Indonesian driver, because Iman Ryan, even though he is ahead, they're coming out to the Camel Straight a little bit. Bit off track there, I think, for Sonlam. Hopefully he doesn't incur a track penalty, track limits penalty, I should say, as a result. Still 0.3 seconds behind Iman Ryan right now, so I think still close enough. Try to battle him under braking, though. Ooh, almost had a peek on the inside, but it seemed like Ryan was like a matador in front of a bull, just flapping that cloth a little bit, giving a little bit of opportunity. But is that really an opportunity? Not quite, though.
He's quite right to do that, Iman Ryan, but it puts him very vulnerable. His line was perfect, but if the braking is left late by Sonlam, there could be a problem for Ryan. He could be tapped out.
We'll see. I mean, Sonlam still has another technical sector here to try to close up the gap between himself and Iman Ryan. Mind you, like Sonlam is the leader in the AM class, but based on his performance, he's really putting some challenge here to one of the pro class top twos here. So could be an up like a promotion in up in the horizon here for Sonlam if he can keep this kind of performance up.
He's looking very composed, bottom right of your screen. Very relaxed, shoulders in a nice relaxed position. Focus is there, but he has made up an awful lot of ground on Iman Ryan over the last 3 laps. You were quite right to call it right. There's been a couple of moments, so Rumin Sonlam is probably the man to stick with for Holden Motorsport.
Yeah, and I think also still another battle going on between Hammond and Jung Jit. They're getting close. Just came.
Hammond's got ahead of him, hasn't he?
Again? Oh, yeah. Actually, he has. Yeah, I mean, he wasn't when I was clicking on him, but yeah, he's actually just gotten past Jung Jit at this point. So the two of them still absolutely scrapping it out. The championship leader in the AM class versus another driver in the AM class, but still a scrap way out the bottom of the top 10 here, I'm afraid, for the AM class itself.
Yudhishthira. He's got himself up into P8 in the Lexus. That's the leading man in the amateur class.
Actually, I think the leading man is still Sonlam, because technically Pro-Am is silver. I'm not sure why it's displaying as that right now. So Yudhishthira, I believe, is the second. Don't think so?
No, Sonlam's silver, I think. Oh, well, we must work this out.
We'll figure it out eventually. Oh, speaking of which,
Sumantong,
one of the first of the front runners right now to get into the pits here. So, and that's right at the 1 hour mark. So, could be a scheduled pit stop for him here. Let's see how he's gonna how long he's gonna be spending in here. He's gonna get past. He's already been passed by 4 or 5 cars right now. So should be able to come out comfortably inside the top 20. Although we'll maybe have Zephyrian. No, Zephyrian is already up in the Camel Straight right now. So who is that he's going to have to contend with? Oh, might actually get smack dab in the middle of this battle between Will Hammond and Jung Jit by the time he gets out of the pits.
Which Will Hammond is leading for now. We know Jung Jit will take him, then Hammond will take him, and Jung Jit will take him. And where we are at the end of 6 hours, nobody knows.
Nobody knows. But, I mean, hopefully, at least for Sumantong's sake, that all this battling is going to allow him to get in on the action very soon as he comes out of the... that's not him in particular. Okay, he's still inside the pit lane right now, so I stand corrected. Still will be coming out beyond 20th place here.
That is a long pit stop.
Yeah, I mean, there's still... I mean, again, some of the drivers may elect to try to take away some of the battle damage, as we would like to say here, in this first part of the stint. But we'll see how long it's going to be spending in there. In the meantime, Sonlam getting a bit of a dicey move there, having to get past some traffic as well, but still within 1/10 of a second, or maybe even less, by the time we get onto the main straight of Spa. Headed into La Source right now. Sonlam is getting very close. So on the verge of trying to battle Iman Ryan for track position for a long time now.
Close enough this time.
Close enough this time to enjoy some slipstreaming action as they get downhill.
Iman Ryan tries to keep that difference and has done well. He's accelerated away, not by much, just by maybe 5 or 10 meters, but it's enough just to give a little bit of space as they come up the hill. Through a Rouge, he's got enough space there to protect himself down the straight. Sonlam not really able to make a move this time. which has been the case for the last 3 laps that we've been following these two.
Yeah, for quite a long time actually, but the fact that he's been racing so close with these guys is definitely impressive for someone who's had just made the debut on the final round of this championship itself. So we'll see how he's going to continue to give the pressure here to Imran Ryan, who probably isn't expecting, out of all people, an M-class driver, silver class driver, trying to fight his way through here. My goodness, that was looking real close, wasn't it?
It was. That's the danger. He does leave his braking very late, Imran Ryan, and he leaves himself vulnerable just to being tapped on the back end and spun out of contention. To be fair to Sonlum, he hasn't gone for that option yet, but I think he's got every right to.
Yes, we'll have to see. I mean, again, they're not fighting in the same class at all, so Imran Ryan doesn't really stand much to lose. But the fact that Sonlum has been pressuring him all this while here is definitely going to play a part, I think, in Imran Ryan's mind right now.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of pressure that you wouldn't, if you're already running in the top 2 and already looking to cruise your way to some good haul of championship points. It's not the kind of pressure you expect to come from someone outside of your class.
Indeed. And I'm sure Sonlum isn't thinking of classes, neither is Imran Ryan at the moment, just thinking of defending. Oh, that is brilliant, right up the tail end. He's not going to have enough space as they come into the chicane at the end of the lap. Good battle this. Couple go into the pits. These two don't. We are on the hour exactly. 5 hours still to go. There's a lot of racing still to go, and it's been pretty intense already in this opening 60 minutes.
Yeah, as we come into the source once more, I think the gap widened out a little bit here, but it's still no chance of overtaking quite yet. One of the front runners. Oh, who's that?
Pratama.
I think it's Pratama. Yeah, that is Pratama. All that battling, I guess, is already starting to put him into play. I was going to say that Harsono was jumping into the pits. Yeah, just only came out of the pits right now in 30th place here. Well, back onto Sonlum's side right now. Still a little bit far off. Pratama, who's looking closest now. Not close at all by the time to get out of the Camel Straight.
But closing in. Closing in. Moreno Pratama in P4 for LOR Racing as they have to go around the outside. Blue flag is there for the back markers just to get out the way. Moreno Pratama is there. And I think at this stage, with an hour gone, Victor, we'll just take a little bit of a break for ourselves.
Yep.
Also to give our sponsors, Royal Selangor, Xbox, etc., some love and attention. And Axel, of course. You're watching eRGP as Naki Baslam. We've hardly given him any love. His lead is 8.5, nearly 9 seconds ahead of Imran Ryan on car 333. A real battle going on with Sonlum. We'll rejoin that after a very short break. Don't go too far away. You're watching eRGP Endurance Edition, round 5 of 5.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Welcome back to eRacing GP Endurance Edition, round 5 of 5. We're on board with Satikun Lamlung in a three-way battle there as we look at Pumin Sonlorn, who had been running in second place. He comes into the pits 1 hour and 5 minutes in, as does the race leader, Naqib Aslan.
Yeah.
He'd established a near 10-second lead as he comes into the pits. That's a really good stint from Naqib, Victor.
Yeah, it was a really good stint for him. And again, we were saying before the break, not a lot of love given for a current race leader, but that's because he's done an impressive job to stay in the lead of this race for this first hour itself and has seemed unopposed virtually from everyone else involved here. So that leaves Pratama right now inheriting the lead here. Lucas Keys currently in P2. Leklai, who I've just been informed during the break, is actually in silver class. So car number 666 is still actually taking the lead right now in that class in particular. I think in the AM class, we got Team Ithan, Savin Prapachop, who's taking the lead in that class itself. Just 4 seconds behind is Zeph Yuan, also in the AM class. As Alif Hamilton still remaining out on track here, my friend.
Yeah, if I was him, I'd stay out as long as I can because he's got a bit of free track ahead of him now. A little bit of traffic coming up. But he should get towards the end of this there. Oh, no, he's going to close in on that traffic a lot quicker than I thought. But Alif currently running in P4 minus a pit stop. He's just been Mr. Steady today. Nothing particularly spectacular from Alif, but again, playing the long game, as you've said, all the way along. Endurance, we're used to 4-hour races. This is 6 hours. It's endurance for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of his own running pace, like... let's see what his last lap was. It's still a 2:18.3, so it's still relatively fast, at least when you compare to the midfielder grid. It's still not quite the 2:17s that we're seeing from both Lucas Keys as well as Pratama. So I think like he's still keeping up. It's just that okay, Keys has already gone into the pits now, so that's going to allow Alif now to inherit second place, I believe, as soon as he get past now. Indeed has coming through into La Source now.
Okay, Alif goes past a couple of back markers and we'll have a marker to chase. Pratama is still in the lead officially.
Yep, still in the middle of that Camel Straight right now, so having a really decent 20-second gap.
Yeah, that's a huge lead.
Huge lead ahead of Alif, Muhammad Alif at the moment, while Lucas Keys, I think, has just about gotten out of the pits, or... No, sorry, still going in here.
It's a long way into those pits, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you had to go in from like chicane side, and you still have to pass onto the inside of the source, and then only you get to your actual pit box here, which is on the opposite end of the main straight. So very tricky one to get right here, but Lucas Keys seems to be on the case here. Leklai has also gone into the pits, as is Proper Job, as has Zeph Yuan. So a lot of the front runners now is deciding that this is the right moment now to start swapping out a fresh set of tires, and maybe even swap some drivers.
Yeah, Naqib Aslan is back and out. He was the race leader, P8 at the moment, so he's out on his out lap. Did he change tires? Where does it show us? He's had the one pit stop. No, they don't tell us about the tire changes, do they?
Don't tell us tire change, but time stopped. It seems to be
32
only 32 seconds, so maybe it
Suggest not.
might just be a simple tire change for him, but no driver swap for him. He comes out in 4th place effectively out on track here with Will Hammond now, who's also stayed out conversely together with Muhammad Alif. So already inheriting the lead right now for the AM class, although I think like with the amount of time been running out here, sooner or later he may be thinking about a pit stop himself.
We have been speculating about him and potential damage on that McLaren colours, but he's still out there and he's still lapping pretty quickly. Hammond, his best lap time, well, his stint, he gets up to 270 kilometers an hour, and the lap time, a best of 290. No, that's
That's
the
the
last
last
lap.
lap.
Where's the
Best time 218.
218.
So relatively running like quite slow, I think, compared to the rest of the top 5 or even the top 10. So we'll see. I mean, again, that's why I suspect there could be damage on his end, because that's awfully slow. Even though he is in the AM class, he is the class leader in the championship. So it's not. I mean, even with the, let's see, what his actual.
Oh, it's a big lead. Big lead in the AM class.
Yeah, big lead in the AM class. But then for Will Hammond, he has 23 kilogram like success ballast on him, so that might affect him a little bit. To be fair, but yeah, a bit of consternation. But we'll see how he's going to end up at the end of this. He's still got somebody to try to get past here. I think a back marker now wisely getting out of the way in the chicane.
That's Rahman, who's just got out of the way. I think the back markers have done a good job. We haven't had to comment too much on them. Yes, they're in their races. Yes, they're looking to get as quick a lap time as possible. But if they're causing problems, then the penalties will rain down on them. Harsono is in P16. Harsono, we think, second. Right, we've had a couple of driver changes. Chuchuan in car 68, who is in the silver class we're aware of. Chuchuan is in 6th place at the moment. Same class as Harsono in silver. Ferdi Ramadan, who was involved in some terrific highlights earlier. 2nd place in the overall championship standings in silver class for the BEGO Racing Division X-Lab team. And Ferdi Ramadan, well, he's not much fun without racers around him, is he? He doesn't bash him around.
Yeah, very much used to seeing him with other cars either alongside or just ahead or just behind him. But right now, it's pretty much in a race of his own here. Harsono, in the meantime, is closest one to try to snatch some potential track positions here. As another driver goes into the pits, this is BRM Jawi, car number 989, who's just entered into the pits right now. So that allows some of the other AM class drivers. P. Tarang C has already gone through in the car number 666. They've already swapped out drivers here for that car in particular, as well as car 68, who is now being driven by Burapol Chuchen, who right now comes out in 6th place after the pit stop.
Let's see if Burapon is able to...
Oh, bit of side-by-side here, Ethan Lau and Harsono. And that's actually bumped him out of the outside of Lasource there.
Oh, nice shot. Love that.
Yeah,
love that wall
lovely.
camera.
Yeah, lovely. But Ethan Lowe and Harsono were getting real close just now as we switched onto their perspective here. Looks like Harsono is now the one having to charge up ahead here to try to get close and to try to retake the position back here from Ethan Lowe.
Marco Harsono, bottom right of your screen. Again, it's great when we get the zoom shots of the kids. They're nearly always got a big smile on their face, particularly if they're in a battle with somebody. Harsono is now chasing on the back of Ethan Lowe.
Yeah, that's actually Ethan who's on camera right now, so that's why he's smiling, because he knew he's bested one of the more older drivers here, especially given his current age. But yeah, it's already getting himself almost a whole second clear while Marco Sono makes a mistake through no name, and that's widened the gap even more. This battle has now come to a close as Ethan Lowe has successfully gained a position here up into 13th place.
Up at the front, Pratama has pitted. Ahmed Ali Hamilton has stayed out.
Yep, Pratama has pitted, as we've seen here. I think no one else is inside the pits right now, though. Nakib Aslan, yeah, just coming through Eau Rouge right now, will be overtaking Pratama for what is going to be third place now. Ferdy Ramadan, who I said was in the race of his own, is now getting a bit racy.
That's better.
Right now. Yeah, more cars around him here. That's definitely the normal state to see Ferdy Ramadan in.
One of whom is Alif Hamilton, who's right behind them. So Alif, the race leader, Ferdy Ramadan getting involved. So Ferdy's in P16 overall in a different class. Now, is he the kind to get out of the way of Alif? If Alif wants to get through, this is dangerous for Alif.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, for Ferdy Ramadan and Hatta, I mean, they're battling for position right now, and Alif is just riding off of the slipstream coming out of both of those cars, but hoping that we'll be able to expose some. Oh, okay, I think
Alif goes into
going pits. Yeah,
yes.
goes into the pits right now. Yeah, that was a little bit too close to zoom on the camera there, so. Yeah, but he is going to be coming in for his own scheduled pit stop. Stayed out quite a long while, Alif has. So now it's going to be a question of whether he's actually made any gains or losses by staying out for so long.
31 full laps he stayed out. We're reckoning 140 plus laps is the duration of this.
As we see, I think Hatta has already been falling back further and further from Ferdy after Ferdy has made the pass. Here comes Nakib Aslan, still in the third sector, so it's still quite a long way. But then again, we don't know how long Alif is going to be spending in the pits right now. It could be close, could not be close at all, maybe, as Nakib Aslan now cuts into the fastest part, or the faster part of Sector 3, now into the chicanes here. He's only got Mama Azza behind, but about a whole 10 seconds there, so not really in danger of losing position in that regard. But that's the thing, we're all very curious to see where Alif is going to end up at the end of his pit stint.
That's purgatory. Is that Will Hammond gone in as well?
Yep.
So that's the two leaders in pro and amateur class, both now in the pits. It's purgatory, this pit lane. I tell you, it takes forever. Alif will lose race position, will lose the lead to Nakib Aslan. Nakib goes past now up the hill. And there is your new race leader once again, Nakib, who's staying out for his second stint.
Yep, Azza will get past. I think it could be likely that even Lucas Keys will get past Alif in the pits, although, yep, still just only got pulled out of the pit lane here, so I think he may come out either behind Lucas Keys or maybe even be close to Pitarang C. As I see Lucas Keys now trying to get himself past some back markers, although in front of him, Chu Chen getting a little close to Lucas Moreno. Let's see if he's going to be able to get closer coming out of Lacombe.
Yeah, Luis Moreno is in for his first stint. It always takes a little while because you've got new tyres, new driver. Luis Moreno under pressure from Burapon. Burapon for Holden Motorsports Pro-Am class. Maybe we got this wrong, but the Mustang deserves a little bit of TLC as he looks on the inside. Luis Moreno, an experienced Filipino campaigner. That's some team, I tell you, that they put together. Team 889.
Yeah, putting around the inside of Puhon right now. Chu Chen now trying to take the position away from Lucas Moreno. Seems to have done it on the exit now. Puhon, that's a good move there from Chu Chen, moving up into P3 in the overall standings here.
That's the advantage of having an extra lap out under your belt. The tyres are warmed up just that little bit more, and Burapon has got a great move there on Luis Moreno. But Moreno won't give this one up. This could be a battle for a little while, especially as is that a back marker ahead of them? Mohammed Tasbi is in. Is that in for Alif? It is indeed.
It is indeed. He comes out in 6th place, so does gain a little bit, but only one position. Lucas Key still remains ahead of him by 13 whole seconds right now. So still not quite a massive gain, but still at least a gain in position coming out of the pit stops.
Keep your eye on this one. Luis Moreno goes through a back marker, gets out of the way as they come to the bus stop chicane at the end of the first. Moreno right on the tail of Burapon. LOR Racing.
Yeah, trying to get it slipstream, but also trying to see if he can get a peek on the inside. Chu Chen breaks really hard here, not really giving much of a gap for Moreno to exploit yet. Coming out of the source, the Mustang seems to have much better pull out of the corner here, so that's going to allow Chu Chen a bit more breathing room right now, going through Rouge and up to Radion here. half a second now, the gap between him and Luis Moreno.
I think he used his braking very nicely into La Source. He slammed on the brakes. Moreno had to respond, and then Chuchen was able to accelerate out. You're quite right. That Mustang has got a lot of grunt to it.
Yeah, that's why the advantage it's going to have on the Camel Straight is proving to be a crucial one here for those who chose to run on the V8s of the Ford Mustang here. In the meantime, I've just noticed something really interesting. So Zhang Jit is currently now in 26th place. Where did Will Hammond, car number 23, who's now driven by McKenna, comes out in 18th place. So Will Hammond actually, by staying out that little bit longer, actually managed to gain quite a lot of positions there to the Porsche that has been the bane of his existence in the first hour of this racing.
Certainly has. There is McKenna, Zed McKenna, great name, Team Uncle Evo.
Yeah, it comes out, I think that's all about 9th in the, I think maybe 10th actually, if Chuchen is in the silver class, so that's 10th in the top 10 right now for the amateur class here for car number 23.
Could confuse matters, but upon being in silver class, that car number 68, sorry, is maybe just being miscategorized.
Well, we'll try to keep things straight here from the commentary booth itself, so you can, so you guys back at home can keep track of the action. Luis Moreno, in the meantime, still frustratingly about half a second behind Chu Chen. Has not gained too much coming out of the second sector, but now they're in the faster part of the final sector itself. Let's see if Moreno will be able to close in that gap.
The familiar hunched up position of Luis Moreno. A comparative veteran among some of the youngsters that we've got here, but closing in the back once again of Burapon Chuchen. Luis Moreno, LOR Racing in the pro class. Of course he's in the pro class. This is the battle for P3 overall. And, well, he's got to get ahead of Burapon if he is get close to B3, but he's got a back marker between him and Burapon, and that is not good positioning for Luis Moreno. He won't have a chance to attack, certainly on this half of the lap.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit tricky there with one car in between here, but the car should be able to get out of the way once they are fully in the Camel Straight. It's going to be able to get a bit of slipstream, so that keeps his momentum at least on par with Chu Chen, but he has lost out 0.2 of a second from La Source, so it definitely has put this battle on a cooler right now. As there's a yellow flag here for Yudhishthira, who somehow has ended up off of the track. Tries to rejoin alongside another car, a back marker, I believe. He's not racing this car for position, though it looks like he will be able to take La Source first. Blue flag is out, no doubt, for the 511, but the 511 still stays alongside Yudhishthira as it come out La Source.
Fair enough for the 511. He had the place going through. That's SKP, who's in P33 at the moment. And is leading Yudhishthira coming up Eau Rouge. Yudhishthira is feeling a little nonplussed by that maneuver.
Yeah, well, I mean, he is going to have to recover a little bit. No doubt has lost a bit of time coming out of chicane there. Meantime, Ferdy Ramadan is on a run-up here against, of all people, of Harsono. He's actually caught up to him now, and he's fighting him for 13th place. Only half a second behind on the Camel Straight itself. Let's see if he's going to be able to close that gap. Coming through Lacombe's, getting very nicely on the braking here. Now within touching distance of Harsono's rear bumper.
Good old Ferdy. We like Ferdy, particularly when he's in action. Penalties being called in our ear. That's car number 37's got a 10-second penalty, but at the moment Ferdy Ramadan, who has been penaltyless, is chasing onto the back of Harsono.
Yeah, getting very nice and close there. So let's see how this battle will shape up. 0.2 seconds now as they enter Puhan. So I think, let's see when they get to the fast chicane here. How will Ferdy Ramadan try to negotiate a way past a car that is passing not just for track position, but also for championship position?
Well, he's got to make the move, Ferdy.
Tries to keep it nice and tidy here, and again, still getting gains and gains as he goes from breaking point to breaking point, but now it's going to be full pedal to the metal as they come out of Blanchimont. Ferdy Ramadan, we've seen him time and time again pass a lot of cars on the track, but this one could be a real crucial one here for the silver class.
Harsono is defending nicely. He's got the racing lines. Takes a nice line in. It's well worn now. You can see the rubber, but Ramadan is right on the tail. Moves onto the outside. Is he going to have the run to get through? Not on this occasion. Harsono can get there. Oh, Ferdy with a touch. Almost inevitable. He just touches the outside. There might be a penalty for that, because that was just an accident waiting to happen. Indeed, he lets Harsono come straight past because he acknowledged that that was the mistake from Ferdy Ramadan. But he's great value whenever he's on camera, Ferdy.
Yeah, that was also very good sportsmanship on his part here, because he knew he was in the wrong. He was not sufficiently alongside, chasing into the second part of the chicane there, so he knew that could be grounds for a penalty should he keep the position. So wisely he gives it back, although that leaves him now almost a whole second behind Harsono now, so he's going to have to try to work hard again to close that gap.
Well, the one thing he does know is he knows that he can make up a second, because it was around about this as Cantawat on Holden Motorsport B goes out in the pro class.
Yo. Oh my goodness, yeah, he made a mistake there, pulled out the yellow flags coming out of Lacooms, but unfortunately it looks like he's lost at least a place here to Yudhishthira, who continues his chase now against some of the back markers. In the meantime, I think Ethan Lowe from the pro class is now chasing up to one of the AM class top 5, or rather top 6 actually. Vejpanish, I think I hope I got his name correct here. Patorn Vejpanish is right now in the under the crosshairs here from Ethan Lowe, trying to get a slip on the inside out in the exit here, but Vejpanish is still far enough though. But then the concertina with the traffic up ahead has allowed Ethan Lowe to slingshot his way up in front as the back marker literally gets off of the track to stay out of this battle.
That is a back marker going above and beyond the Call of Duty. Throwing himself, next thing he'll be throwing himself into the tire walls.
Again, I think like Afik particularly is not pleased about drivers just running themselves way off of the track and into sand traps just to stay out of the way of some drivers. But then again, sometimes it's inevitable.
You can always hear him go, ah!
Yeah, Ferdy Ramadan now still in the chase. It's got more than a few back markers to get rid of here while he continues to close in onto Harsono. We saw them almost come to blows on his very corner itself. Ramadan this time on the side of caution decides to stay behind the other car. Oh, a bit of a bad exit there for Harsono. That's compromised him a lot, but Ramadan had to take onto the curbs on the on the outside of the exit there. Gets a good move out of the corner in order to be able to stay on the inside of Lasource. Gets ahead of Harsono. Can he get a position though? Harsono is now trying to fight back. Look at how close he is now. Getting side by side into Eau Rouge. This is getting real testy here, but Ferdy Ramadan is still just that little bit ahead, still stays ahead as it goes through Eau Rouge and up through Radion.
That was a great maneuver. Ferdy Ramadan for the second time is able to get past Harsono. This time he did it legally, and this time, well, I was going to say he's able to hold on. Is he? Harsono is looking to just make a maneuver. A double move, tries to go around the outside, but no, Ramadan holds onto that racing line through the chicane and will hold the best line. Harsono is trying very, very hard, moving left and right again, but there's no way past Ferdy Ramadan ahead of him.
Yeah, I think it's still going to be a close battle between these two drivers here, so we'll just keep a keen eye on this for now. One of the battles in the top 15 here, and this is the battle for 13th place between the two of them. As we now enter into Sector 2 here, Harsono still tucks in behind, going through the no-name corner.
I've enjoyed this. Harsono looking pretty good for MPRGP, who are third in the championship standing, so it's really worth their while getting the places, getting as many points as they can accumulate. Behind them, Luis Moreno still not being able to make any move on Burapon Chuchen.
Yep, still 0.9 seconds behind him, and Chuchen conversely 10 seconds behind Mama Azhar, who has taken over from Iman Ryan, car number 333. So a solid performance here from Apex Racing Brunei, I have to say. We'll see how that will shape up towards the end of the race, but for now, at least the Castrol Lexus can feel very confident in keeping this top two in track position. In the meantime, let's see who else is also getting the bit of close action. Gumilar getting nicely alongside Thiago Pereira. Pereira's already getting past already, getting into Lacoombs here, so I think Gumilar has this in the bag right now, moves up into 26th place.
Nice movement and sporting as well from the man alongside him. But Ravian Gumilar for P8 PRT. Oh,
Praveen Peter
no.
collects another car as he tries to rejoin the track and almost collects another. Oh boy, that's also a very blind corner. Right now, it gets in front of someone who's coming out of the pits there. My goodness, massive chaos going on and another crash onto Praveen Peter, just further adding more woe here.
And now he's going the wrong way. He's somehow got to go. He's right in the middle of the track. There is carnage. You cut to that one beautifully.
Oh my God.
Right at the top of Eau Rouge as well, and that's caused more consternation as we look with Ian Wong for the Red Packed Asia team.
Teleport straight into the pits there for the two of them. That's so unfortunate. Getting caught out in the middle of one of the blindest part of the track, just right at the end of Radion itself. There's very little you can do. I mean, that's really going to be down to your own reaction times, really, to avoid any contact. But with a car just spread out in the middle of the road like that, it's really no room to get around that.
Wow. Thankfully, this is virtual. Because if that's real life, he is in a seriously bad position. Marco Hassono into the pits. Good shift from Marco Hassono. This is his first pit stop, isn't it? It's a long time in 37 laps of the track for Hassono.
Actually, it's his second pit stop. I think I was going to suspect that he might have been caught up in that little tangle that we witnessed just now coming out of Radion, and maybe he had just teleported into the pits from there.
You're calling that a tangle?
A Gordian knot, how about that?
Wow. He was phenomenal. Mohamed Tasbih, meantime, he wasn't involved in that tangle, and he's got himself, well, they're still in P6, P5 in the category.
Yeah, and so far a bit, just running up in front there, pretty much nonplussed. Like, doesn't really have a lot of actual cars to race against around him. I mean, he's 12 seconds behind Lucas Keys, almost 9 seconds ahead of Pitarang C. So very much just going to be running a race off his own for now. So yeah, I mean, after all that, I think that's pretty much put an end to a lot of close racing that we witnessed early on, as a lot of these cars are now 2 seconds, 3, maybe all the way up to 12 seconds of gaps between these cars right now. So for the most part, they only got traffic to deal with.
There's Konduka Abdullah from Bengal Racing Crew. He's in P15 overall, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th overall in the category. Decent performance from Bengal Racing Crew. It's not all about the winners. It's about incremental improvement, and I think that's what we're seeing from the Bengal team.
Yeah. Speaking of which, like, in terms of who actually gained the most positions throughout this race here, is this man. Ferdy, all the way from Indonesia. 40 positions he has made up since the start of this race. That's just a crazy, like, stat to go on here. I mean, the only person who's probably closest in terms of that number of overtakes here is Thiago Pereira, who only made 23 overtakes so far in this race.
We're live on Facebook and on YouTube. Do send us your comments. We do monitor them. So there's been a couple of unsafe, which I think is fair enough from what we just saw.
Yeah.
Also, let's go Holden. The Thais have got a number of supporters out there, so thank you for your comments. Keep them coming in. Ferdi Ramadan, no doubt he has his supporters as well for the fun and games he's given us, including a little bit of sportsmanship as well, where he illegally took a place, gave it back, and then went and won that place back again. But the guy he took it off was it teleported Harsono, still in the pits. Harsono.
Yeah.
Wow. That must have been, well, he must have been the one who was involved in that catastrophic accident at the top of Eau Rouge.
Yeah, again, like, very unfortunate. I think, like, this was the car that set it all off in the first place here. Praveen Peter ran into the tires on the right-hand side of Radion, and unfortunately bounced back into the track. I mean, it's one of those things about Spa itself, you know, where a mistake around a very fast-powered track, and the worst kind of position to be in is to be stuck in the middle of the track. And the amount of cars being collected there, that's no doubt shooken up the order here as far as the others on track are concerned. Some lucky survivors did manage to get past, but others not so lucky are currently stuck in the pits trying to get their cars repaired and hopefully be able to rejoin the race.
The answer joins a queue of people in the pits. There were 5 in the pits. For the Sky team, plenty of publicity from that incident. But Sky, it looks like their race is done. Which is very early because we're only at the 25% stage of this 6-hour race. Naqib Aslam, who's in his second stint, is still leading the way. At one stage, his lead was as high as 9 seconds. He still has a lead, but it's been slightly brought back to plus 8 seconds as he comes down a lovely, lonely part of Eau Rouge. 1-1-1 leading the way. He's going to come against some back markers sooner rather than later. But there is your race leader and possibly championship winner. Where are Amigos? They're 5th at the moment, you know. Tasbe 5th. If the checkered flag were to go now, Stratos Motorsports will be champions.
Yeah, that's very much on the cards right now because unless Tasbi and Alif are able to pull some miracles out of the pit lane here, that seems to be the trend at the moment because in spite of all that, they've only managed to gain maybe 1 place after that first pit stop here and the driver swap. So still going to be a long, long journey ahead here. I mean, we still got 4.5 hours to go of racing at the moment, so definitely can't you can't say never at this point because there's still plenty of on-track running to go here that perhaps these situations could change as we've seen unfortunately for some people who got caught up in the incident, but at least for now it's still just plain sailing here for both Naqib Aslan as well as Mohammad Tasbi.
Well, I should know the answer to this, but if Stratos win this race, and if Amigos come in 4th, they're level on points, both with 2 race wins. How does the comeback work?
I suppose it will be based upon like highest finishing position. I know if it does come down to a tie break, but well, I think a bit of a battle is actually forming in front of us here.
Yeah, we'll find out the answer to that one, I think.
Yeah, eventually. Ferdy Ramadan seems to make it real easy getting past these cars, especially with a back marker to contend with, but gets ahead of Veshpanish for 12th place overall here, but still remains in the same position for the silver class right now. I believe it might be 2nd or 3rd place right now, so inside of the top 3, so that hasn't changed much. But he is slowly but surely gaining onto Peter Rangse, who car number 666 I believe is also in the silver class. And on that note as well, I think a bit of a PSA for drivers who want to join in on ERGP for next season and the upcoming Global Edition is that the reason why some of the graphics got a little bit mixed up is due to incorrect registrations, and that's informed to me by the admin. So it's a bit of a PSA for all the drivers and teams that are going to be competing next season. Make sure you register in the correct position, otherwise for us in the commentators booth, it's going to be so difficult to keep track of your actual championship progress here.
Was that you telling them off then? That was a very, very polite telling off.
Yeah, you have to keep it like, yeah, just nice and cordial here.
Okay, Atiwat. He's for Holden Motorsport, who is getting a lot of praise on the comments. The whole Holden team, 666, is in 7th overall in the pro class. He's a 666. He's in 6th overall, quite appropriately, in his class. 7th on the race list.
At the moment, still very much in the race of his own. I mean, there's lots of blue flags here. I think, like, good thing these are virtual marshals, otherwise their arms going to be so tired. Just waving blue flags almost constantly here to get some of these drivers out of the way. And Peter Rangse is going to be hoping that this Ferrari in front of him is going to get out of the way sooner rather than later. Another car goes literally onto the grass there. That's not how you want to get away, but fair play. Like, it does give the clear track right now for Peter Rangse. But not so much for the black Ferrari ahead of him, though. That still remains on the racing line for now.
Just checking, you do know that it's virtual blue flags, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
They won't really get tired.
That's what I was saying. That's exactly what I was saying. Virtual marshals, like you don't need to feed them. You don't need to bring water to them. Yeah, they can just wave that blue flag all day long.
Hopefully, you're enjoying the racing as well. Pitaransi is in P7 at the moment. Our pal Ferdinand Ramadan, he's getting involved in the action again.
Yep, getting closer and getting close to Yudhishthira, but not close enough to make a pass yet. They might have a car in between him and Yudhishthira. Oh no, okay,
No,
that is
Yudhishthira,
Yudhishthira. Yeah, that is Yudhishthira just ahead of him right now. Bit of a yellow flag being shown here. I think that's that's another car. There's a car that's still out on the side of the track. I think that's Faros. Yeah, he's finally teleported into the pits right now, so that yellow flag should be clear here. But Ramadan actually has gained 0.3 of a second coming out of that yellow flag zone, so now he's actually getting closer and closer. Yudhishthira could be another pass on the cards here for Ferdy Ramadan.
Well, he's been a main highlight reel, Ferdy Ramadan, in this first 100 minutes we're approaching on the ERGP Endurance, race number 5 of 5. This is the decider for the season 6. It's flown by. Car 351. Getting closer. You called it earlier on, Yudhishthira. The gap is... well, it got up as close as half a second. It's now up to 0.9 of a second, but a chance for Ramadan to maybe close in as they come towards the tail end of lap number 41.
Yeah, going to be breaking hard soon into that chicane, so let's see if Ramadan is going to be able to gain some time here, especially in the slowest part. And now coming up towards Lesource, still about that half second away from Yudhishthira right now. Again, this is mostly a battle for track position here. Ferdy Ramadan is still third right now, I believe, in the silver class. Still trying to close the gap here by passing more cars on the track. He's been doing a lot of that in this race so far. Let's see if he can add another one to his tally.
Number of drivers going into the pits. It's busy, but it's in the lower rankings. It's Faros, it's Peter. Peter's still in there.
Yeah, Peter's still there, yeah.
And Suto is still in there as well. Ramadan tries to close, gets within distance of Yudhishthira. Yudhishthira's driven pretty well, but could be caught up in traffic, Yudhishthira, at the moment.
Yeah, could be caught up. Speaking of traffic, Thiago Pereira now actually making a pass for the class here. Car number 888 chasing hard against Gumilar, who is running the 1-2-1 Aston Martin from PAA XJPRT. Was looking very close there coming out of Puan, but now it's still have it tucked in behind, waiting until he can get to Blanchimont here before he can start thinking about making some moves, especially under slipstream here. The Aston Martins also, you know, aside from the Ford Mustangs, also are very racy when it gets to the straights and also the faster parts of this track here. So, but the thing is, both of them are running the same car, so it's equal machinery between the two of them. So it's gonna come down to the driver skill here, to the braking once they get to the chicane.
CMSC Lions, this is only their third race they've competed in endurance. They've won one of the previous two. 888, lucky for some. But they're struggling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, about 14th or 15th in their class. It's not gone quite right for Thiago Pereira and the Lions, but here we go, Ferdy.
Yeah, getting closer, and it's as close as it's been to Yudhishthira so far. Coming up towards the chicane right now, I think we're on the verge of witnessing another attempt for passing. Ferdy's having a bit of a peek on the inside. A shade of things to come, perhaps, or maybe might actually be a bit of a punch straight into the apex as Yudhishthira ran wide. So that's a position gained now for Ferdy Ramadan.
That was just having the bravery to keep the braking and then use the chicane to your credit. Pereira, in the meantime, carries on.
Yeah, lost out a bit of time coming out of Eau Rouge, so that's not quite the exit I think he wanted out of La Source. In the meantime, Jaden Ng, who's taken over for car number 667 here, is within half a second of Setiawan. Still just a battle for P30, although I think the AM class, I think that could still be inside the top 20 here, so still maybe some points up for grabs here between the two of them. As a bit of a yellow flag here. Paton Vechpanish, what's happened here? seemed to have stopped his car on the side of on the top of Radion. It's now teleported into the pits and so loses out on several positions here. Chu Chen just came out of the pits right now. I think he went in for his own pit stop. Looking a little bit dirty there in the front end of that Mustang, but seems like he's back up in the running here in 14th place.
Sorlund back in the driver's seat. They've
okay,
changed.
yeah, they swapped drivers here. So yeah, it was a straight up pit stop here for the 68 car, and it comes out in 14th place.
That is a strange one.
Yeah.
Unless there's some reason back home where they've got to change, but Buttapont was driving well. It's a very unusual time to take a pit stop and to change your driver.
Very early as well. Like I mean, I couldn't see what the previous stint was, but this is notably one of the earlier top 10 drivers who made a second pit stop, and this very early on into what was going to be the second stint here. So Soren Lum has now retaken the driver's seat here. We'll see whether or not he'll be able to regain some, but yeah, it is a very strange situation. Nevertheless,
Dropped 10 places. Ferdi Ramadan has made up 43 places. He
incredible.
started in P53. That's phenomenal from Ferdi. I feel sometimes guilty if we focus too much on one racer, but that Aston Martin of Ferdi Ramadan has it's deserved all the attention it's had in the first hour and 3/4.
Yep, indeed. So still sitting about 4, maybe 5 seconds behind Ethan Lowe right now. So another car that's on track position ahead of him. So still a long way to go before he's going to be able to catch up to him, that's for sure. Jaden Ng has already passed Satya 1 right now, just off screen. So now moves up into 30th place. Vej Panish still inside the pits right now, as is KP, who's just rolled into the pits, I believe. So just coming into La Source right now from inside of the wall, inside the pit lane area.
Were they both Over Me sports cars? Not a great couple of minutes for Over Me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. So Vej Panish, of course, we saw had an accident coming out of Eau Rouge, so he has teleported into the pits. His own sister team here is already coming in for his own what seems to be a scheduled pit stop. So that's going to allow Adib Bahar now to overtake the two of them. He's in the silver class right now, so still no change in terms of his own championship position here. Ystira still 1 second behind Ramadan, but I don't think it's going to be a chance for him to catch up to Ramadan anytime soon. And in the meantime, for the front runner, Akib Aslan.
I was wondering if you'd ever find him.
Yep.
we really haven't given him love, have we?
Yeah, well, here's time for a little bit of love for him here for sure. But again, not much concern, I think, from his part. Just needing to tell some of the other backmarkers to stay out of his way here so he can maintain that what is now an 8-second gap ahead of Mama Azar, who is just now only getting into the Lacombe's chicanes. Still looking pretty solid here for Apex Racing Brunei. Tasbi in the meantime, yep, still in that 5th position here.
13 seconds down as well. That's a lot of time to make up on Keys.
Yeah, so still going to be relying on the future stints here in order to try to make those gains, but the traffic's definitely not helping his case right now. Now it's getting up to the back of Peter, who...
Is he back out on the track?
Yeah, he's back on the track.
Oh.
He came out quite late on, but still comes out in 45th place. Still going to be running on here in spite of all the chaos that unfortunately got kicked off from his accident.
That car looks in remarkably good nick for what it went through.
Yeah, that's full credit to the virtual mechanics getting his car turned around pretty quick and enough to allow him to continue running in this race as Tasbi gets past him right now, continuing on his way to try to close in that 13-second gap to Lucas Keys.
Right then, there is Lucas Keys, Scuderia Nismo. Best time, 2:17.427. Last lap at 2:18.5. He's closing in on the back of... is that... Ooh, it's Luis Moreno. A back marker nearly gets in the way. So Keys and Moreno. This is a positional place. This is for P3. Luis Moreno's not had the best of stints. He lost a place early on. Oh, was that Keys? And Moreno's taking it back as we are focusing elsewhere.
No, it's still on the back of Moreno right now, and it's actually closing in onto him on the chicane. So Lucas Keys looking very much for a podium position here. Still trying to get himself close enough to Moreno to challenge him. Trulosaurus loses a little bit on the exit here. I mean, even the DD3 Nissans are in fact rear-wheel drive, so they don't really have that four-wheel drive advantage that the road-going version of this car does. But up against a Ferrari, using the Ferrari livery here, is hoping a little bit of that Scuderia spirit will come his way here very soon. Running up against an actual Ferrari here in the form of Luis Moreno.
Certainly is, and he's close onto the back of Luis Moreno. Moreno using the full width of the circuit. Is he close enough to maybe make a move? Moreno has got some defensive work to do up on the inside. Moreno at full tilt. Who's bravest with the braking? Coming into this right-hander, the answer is Moreno. Got his braking just about perfect. Holds off the first challenge from Lucas Keys.
Yeah, well, I mean, practically hit the brakes at the same time, the two of them. Lucas Keys decided to pull out a slipstream pretty early on, though, so yeah, I think like Moreno still was the braver of the bunch, pretty much getting into that corner. But Lucas Keys is still hanging on to the back end here, so I think Lewis is still not quite out of the woods yet.
Loving the graphics that we're seeing here. The reality is excellent. The rubber left on the circuit.
Yeah.
As Moreno holds on. The experienced campaigner has got Lucas Keys right up his tail. As you say, that Ferrari livery with the Hamilton Glory Boy stuff on the top. Trying to get close. The differential is 0.3 of a second. But they are nearly 19 seconds down on Mohamed Azza, who himself is nearly 9 seconds down on the race leader, Nakib Aslam, for Stratos Motorsports. But we'll stick with this, quite rightly, because you do feel that Lucas Keys is going to make a significant move sooner rather than later.
Yeah, still going to be trying to get himself closer and closer, and now getting on the very fast bender there. I think Lucas Moreno's getting much closer now. Going to go under braking here in the chicane. Is that going to be enough for him to stay ahead? He's going to try to battle him into this apex and will be able to take the position away from Luis Moreno.
Left the braking later that time, the Moreno. That was the key. Went around the outside and then had the inside line. And now Luis Moreno, well, closes up as they come into La Source. But a good drive out from Lucas Keys. That's really well played by Lucas Keys in the Ferrari.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. The Scuderia colors definitely making it not confusing at all between these two drivers. As Lucas Keys now pulls away into the distance out on the Camel Straight. 1 whole second clear of Luis Moreno.
In the real Ferrari, as you said.
Yeah. So let's see. Soren Lum looks like he's come out of the pits now. Sorry, he came out of the pits quite early on there. Half a second ahead of Hata here, having to fight his way through from 12th position now. 24 seconds away from Udistira. So still a lot of gap to try to make up here for the rest of this racing. Things have pretty much cooled down, I think, for most of the guys in the top 15. It's pretty much now a race about strategy here and of about average lap times here, of which I'm pleased to report that a lot of drivers now are trying to get their times just under 220. So
those in the 218s, 219s are pretty good. Pino in P7.
Yeah.
He's just put a 218.7. Anything inside 219, and you're in. Tasbe, 218s. He's closing that gap, you know, on Luis Moreno.
Yeah, he is.
It was 14 seconds. It's now down to 10. Maybe it was only 12 seconds, but it's now down to 10.
I mean, a bit of the battling between Lucas and Luis is going to definitely affect their own time compared to Tasbe, so they definitely have lost out a bit of time here. But that's definitely working into Tasbe's own favor. In the meantime, best lap still being held here by Mohamed Azza, is still lapping in the mid 217s.
Gosh,
right
that's
now.
quick. That's quick.
Really quick, yeah. I mean, the only person who is matching him in terms of that pace right now is, of course, our race leader here, Nakib Aslan, who still remains almost 8 seconds into the lead here. So the two of them still very much going blow for blow right now, though Nakib still has a significant advantage even at this point.
Although that's being eaten into. The gap is down below 8 seconds. I can't remember it being below 8 seconds for a long, long time. It's just gone back up to 8 seconds, the lead between Aslan and Mohammad Azza.
Yeah. And that's under braking, though, into Lacooms here, so that gap always will fluctuate between the two, but I think it's still safe to say at least a 7-second gap between these two cars right now. So it might seem pretty far, but still I would consider it very close, especially with 4 hours of running still remaining in this race here.
We've still got a whole endurance race to go.
Yeah.
This is qualifying effectively.
Pretty much. I mean, they have to run close to qualifying level pace here, to keep up with each other. So I think it's more of a question of whose tires or whose fuel ran out first between these two drivers here. Well, I believe did pit in the same phase, but yeah, we'll have to see. Again, this is all going to be about strategy from this point forwards.
Zed McKenna, Team Uncle Evo, amateur class leaders by some distance. McKenna is right on the back there of Kondonka Abdullah and is looking to make a move. Is Zed has a look around the outside. Kondonka every right to hold that line, which he does. McKenna needs to be just a little bit patient there as they come into the final chicane of the lap. Abdullah holds the line. McKenna, what kind of a drive can he get out? Takes the short way. And there's no way through there, Abdullah. But I think McKenna is going to keep on having a look for Team Uncle Evo in his McLaren liveried Ferrari.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a difficult one here for Team Uncle Evo, who came into this final race here with a significant championship lead. But that may be coming under threat at the moment if they are not able to make up any places. But being in the top 15 still gives them a good chance to continue the fight here. But for Team Uncle Evo, they still got a lot of cars, especially AM-class cars, to get past here so they can maintain that championship lead.
Abdullah does well, drives away from McKenna, who can't make a significant race as we approach the 2-hour mark. It's been surprisingly disciplined. Yes, there have been penalties being handed out. Yes, we had that one major incident that wiped out 3, 4, possibly even 5 cars at the top of Eau Rouge as we have... Oh, is that Moreno?
Is that Moreno?
No, it's not Moreno. It's not Moreno.
No, it's a different... Okay, I can't quite...
Chloe Chu takes the scenic route.
Yeah, there's a yellow flag there for her as well. As we get back onto Zed McKenna right now. Yeah, still within that half second here of car number 71. Still trying to find a way get into that slipstream here, especially now coming up into the faster part, getting through the fast chicane here on Spa. It's a place where I love that I like a lot because you can gain a lot of time if you nail the entry as well as the exit of this particular part. And you can see that Zed is already gaining some time as you get onto Blanchimont. This is looking very nice here for Zed McKenna. It's going to be able to enjoy some slipstream coming off of that BMW just ahead.
Is he close enough?
He's, I think, just that little bit close enough for sure. Definitely going to be close enough to battle with the BMW under braking once you get to chicane.
Well, this is a key moment towards the end of lap number 49. We're into lap number 50. McKenna looks on the inside and, well, fair play. You've called that one absolutely perfectly, Victor.
Yep.
McKenna goes around the inside and then the outside on the chicane and makes a place ahead of Abdullah. Kudos to Victor.
Make it sound like
you're the driver.
I'm the driver in this race here, but no. In the meantime, some nice love here from Nakib Aslan, who's actually caught up to the back here. That just goes to show how many cars he's lapped so far in this race here, doesn't it? I mean, he's now chasing up into the back with Zed McKenna, who's in 14th place. He's still the race leader, by the way, still having that more or less a 7 to 8 second gap to Mohammad Azhar at the moment. This time around, it's going to be blue flags that's going to be coming out here for Zed McKenna. Stays out of the way wisely enough, allowing Nakib Aslan to take the racing line going into Lacooms. But yeah, it's pretty much done and dusted there for Zed McKenna. 14th place for him, ahead of Kondokar Abdullah. That's going to hopefully continue the charge here for Team Uncle Evo to regain the places they need in order to stay in the lead of the championship.
I like that from McKenna. He's just had the adrenaline rush of taking on Abdullah and then realizes that the race leader is coming up behind him. Yes, the blue flags are there to tell him, but nonetheless, he got out the way pretty well, and he's been able to maintain that lead over Abdullah. In fact, he's kind of trying to use Naqib as a shield to pull away from Kodonka Abdullah.
Yeah. So at the moment, only close battle going on inside the top 15. Another close battle is forming up here, but I think that's between Setyawan and Jaden Ng. Two cars were currently in P29 and 28 respectively.
On the Sporton cars gets in the way.
Yeah, that's a back marker, I'm afraid, that's getting in between the two of them. That's causing a bit of a 1 second gap now between Jaden as well as Setyawan.
Well, that's clever from Jaden Ng. He's using the back marker as a way just to separate Andre Setyawan on from Bego Racing. 29th at the moment. BMWs, how have they performed today? I always think the BMW should do well at Spa for some reason.
Yeah, not doing particularly well, at least when I see the different manufacturers inside the top 15. Only 2 cars, and they are both in the back end of that top 15, are BMWs. So Setyawan, in fact, is like the 4th fastest BMW of the bunch so far, and still stuck all the way in P29. Still not able to get past the Ferrari in front of him, although that's also because we're coming up to a part of the track where it's not that easy to give way there without losing significant amount of time, unless you do what some of the other drivers did and like literally run off of the track here and get out of the way. But get out of the way does that back marker, allowing Andre Setyawan now to continue his chase against Jaden Ng. Again,
credit to Zufar. He didn't take the evasive action that some have, as you quite rightly say. Some of you almost use the tyre wall as the way to get out the way. But now then, Setyawan. Now he's got rid of Zufar. He's got his sight set upon Zeb McKenna. As we now move into the second third of this 6-hour endurance race. It's the last one of the season. And I think we might be able to just have a little look. Setyawan's not going to get close enough to Jaden Ng.
Yeah, not close enough, at least on this lap here. Still a 1 second gap between the two of them going into La Source. So I think it'll still be another lap at least here before there's potentially a closing of that. But you know, the McLaren's pretty fast, at least as fast as the BMW so far as we've seen on the track here. So yeah, I mean, still very much not a close battle. It's still pretty much still a battle between them. A couple of cars now coming into the pits. This is Maher Ahmed from Bengal Warriors, as well as Hakish Jiva from Legis Pepegas, who took over from Justin Raul Dev, just coming into the pits as well. Rapsai Thong from Team Ithan, also making his way into the pits right now. Up in front, a couple more cars coming in here. Yudhishthira just pulled into the pits here. Kotis Tisak. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right. Thai names is always such a difficult one for me personally. Kantawat. Yeah, Kanta. Or Kanta for short here. Moves in here for car number 66. So still keeping themselves very much up, very high up in the order here, at least in overall track position. Now coming into their pit stop here in the second hour. And speaking of which, we're going to be taking a short break. I think this is going to be the end.
Indeed.
Yeah, for you here. It's been a pleasure having you alongside.
As always, I'll be monitoring this on YouTube when I get back home. But Naqib Aslan is leading the way, but that lead is down to 6.5 seconds. Mohamed Azza is really beginning to make a run on the Lexus. Lucas Keys has had a good race, but I'm looking to see what Tasbeh and Alif are able to do. At the moment, they are going to lose the championship. At the moment, they're 1 place short. They need to come top 4 to be level on points, and then it's a count back. At the moment, they are 5th.
Yeah. So on that note, we're going to be taking a short break, but we'll be right back to continue the rest of the 4 hours here at the 6 hours of Spa. So don't go away, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back for more running in the Endurance Edition, the final round of the season here. As well, looks like somebody is facing the wrong way here. Rifki Aryananda from Vigo Racing Division having to wait for some cars to get past before he can safely rejoin. Decides to reverse his way towards the pit, towards the marshal there. Hopefully get a good way to get in there, but wow, there's still a lot of cars coming through right now. Finally finds a bit of a gap. Can he make it through? Whoa, just barely. Just barely makes his way back on track. We've got Ammo back on the booth here together, and we're going to be closing out the rest of this 4 hours here, isn't it?
Well, you say closing, but we still have 4 hours to go.
Yeah, true.
So it's not a closer. We're almost just about in the midway point, but regardless of that, we are excited to see how the race progresses, because as Des alluded to before we went out for the second hour, the championship is on a knife edge.
It is indeed, especially with some of the championship leaders coming in here with a lot of success ballast. It's definitely affected their performance from qualifying all the way to the first couple of hours of racing out here in Spa-Francorchamps. Right now, Nakib Asan still is in the lead of the race, although Muhammad Azhar, who conversely has not much weight added to his car here, is doing a pretty good run so far, still holding the best lap of the session so far, but still, frustratingly, still about 6 seconds behind, although he is slowly but surely closing in that gap to our current race leader here. And I can see him on screen here, still looking very much in focus. Still very much confident in being able to finish in this position, but will it be enough here to overcome Amigos Racing, who currently sits in 5th right now with Muhammad Tasbi at the wheel, still having a lot of gap, a lot of cars to negotiate his way past before he can continue to challenge for the lead of the championship right now in the pro class.
Yeah, certainly. And again, the Amigos car that Tasby is driving has to be at least in 4th position or better to prevent the Stratos boys from taking their second title. And likewise, the Stratos boys want to prevent the Amigos guys from grabbing their second. So this will be the first time ever that we're going to get a 2-time champ, because every year so far we had different champions. So they're going to buck the trend in that regard.
So we still have another 4 hours of racing and a bit to go here. Before we'll find out who will be dominating it by the end of this. But indeed, this is the last round of the season here. Lots of efforts now culminating into this one race alone here. I did see a comment earlier on YouTube. How good is the Ferrari liveries on the Lucas GTR? Asks Bomo87. Very good indeed.
And I think that the Bomo might be Taufik himself, you know, mistaken.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So yes, we can say it's very good. In fact, it looks almost as if that it is a Ferrari.
I mean, it would be even more fun, actually, if you have Lewis Hamilton's face literally on the rear bumper there, just to taunt the number 44 car as he still remains ahead of them so far in this race. And pretty much for most of the entirety of the last 2 hours, really, Lucas Keys has done very well to keep himself up into the top 3, although I think it might be a move up in the top 2 soon, as Mohamed Azhar is now in the pits here, coming in for his own scheduled pit stops, it seems. And boy, I mean, him and Ryan have done an impressive job so far in this first couple of hours here for Apex Racing Brunei, consistently inside of the top 2 throughout. Now let's see after this next phase of pit stops where they're going to be ending up.
Yep, certainly. And right now, they're a bit out of sequence. If you're looking at the pit stop timers, yeah, they are they're actually on time, but it's just about 70 minutes more. So they actually pitted earlier in that first stint, so that's why they actually gone a bit later now. But either way, we're looking at the champions-elect, so to speak, but they're in a precarious situation too if they are not careful in the next few hours, Vic, because losing the championship here will be absolutely gut-wrenching, especially that qualifying hasn't really gone well for them, but throughout the season they've been so consistent. They have never finished outside the top 3 up to this point.
Yeah, I mean, bear in mind, there's still that drop rounds rule, so the final tally of the championship may not be that straightforward here, but one thing's for sure, you want to perform at your very best, especially at the final points-paying round of the season here, and a good result here could have massive implications, as Tasbih is no doubt very aware of, currently running in 4th position after Azhar has made his pit. Actually earns a drive-through penalty, it seems. Mohamed Azhar has.
No, Ramadan.
Is that
Yeah,
Ramadan?
for the Ramadan. Yeah, Ramadan. In fact, oh no, it just popped out now because
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a drive-through, and that really is going to hurt their chances because these guys had a mathematical chance of still being in the top 3 in the championship.
Oh my goodness, that's just going to be painful here because a drive-through penalty might indicate that they sped a little bit too much getting into the pit lane here. So that's a costly mistake going to be coming out here for the number 333.
Yeah, you're right. It is going to be harsh, especially given the fact there's such a long pit lane too, you know. So anything that happens here from here on out, it has to take into account that they will lose about 1.5 minutes in the pit lane, up to 2 minutes even, because such a long trundle.
Exactly. I mean, as I was mentioning with Dez earlier, you have to enter the pit lane from the bus stop chicane. You still have to run inside the pit lane through La Source and only get to your pit box at the end of the downhill section. So a very long pit stop indeed, and for drive-through, especially painful here in Spa-Francorchamps.
Ooh. Right. So championship permutations. Okay, if we're looking at right now, if we jump back into the Amigos boys, look at this one. We're looking at our sheets. Amigos Racing, if they finish where they are right now in 4th, will score a final total of 85 points. And Stratos, if they win, they will actually get 85 points as well. So it will be a matter of tiebreaker, and it will still be Amigos because they have more wins.
More wins, yeah.
Oh, but better second places also take into account. And I think it might just be, you know what? Second place also is about the same. Then the next best finish, it will be who finished 3rd, who finished 4th, and it will be Stratos by technicality.
Oh my goodness! That would be an insane way for them to actually end up winning, just from that one better like 3rd place finish compared to Amigos Racing. My goodness, but it does highlight how close it's going to be here. So Tasbih and Muhammad Alif are going to have a lot of work to do here in the next 3 hours and 47 minutes, as we are on board right now with Muhammad Tasbih himself, full of focus, still trying to gain some. This Rifki Ayananda again off of the track.
Yeah, and this time the car looks a little bit worse off. Oh no, in fact, it was crabbing for a second, probably because it was on the grass, but trying to get back, and just Tasbih passes by. You can see there the car going through, as a couple of other drivers have gotten drive-through penalties as well. Panasapongkol and with Rana, both from different teams. One for CMSC, the other one is for Overme Esports, the Thai and Sri Lankan outfits. But looks as though Panasapongkol actually got a free position out of that because he's in front of Aryanda. But not been the best of start to the hour for Aryanda. as we saw just now, he had an earlier spin. But for him, I think he also had, let's see then. Yeah, in fact, he's just got to the car for about 20 minutes. So really not the best of stints for him so far.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a battle for him personally here.
Oh.
Well, hope for the best here. It's Henry Prasetya, who was in 15th place. Slowing down a little bit. I think a technical issue on his part here. He's still stuck on track. Is he could have...
Oh.
Right on that racing line as well. Not a good position to stop your car at the moment.
Yeah. And I was trying to pick up another car just now there. There we go. That's the one. Isra Rahman for Bengal Warriors spinning in the final corner. So that's what caused the yellow flags in the final sector. Apart from that stalled car earlier where we saw it was the... I think it was an Indonesian car as well. Stopped in the middle of the track. Luckily though, everyone avoided... It took some rearguard action and just avoided disaster. But again, 6 hours is a heck of a long time. And something has just happened that puts a wrench into the works of your race that just really... throws a curveball and it might just hurt your entire season. And case-wise, I think it looks as though Isra Rahman might just be having more than just problems with the earlier spin. It looks as though it might be mechanical failure.
Yeah, very slow coming out of Radion there, so definitely an issue going on his part. Oh boy, this is not looking good right now. He is running. It's running currently in 24th, now 25th place. And it's lost out a heck of a lot of time as a result. Here comes Prasetya.
Who was stopped just now.
Yeah, who stopped early on, now coming into pits. Yeah, definitely, I think he's got a bent suspension or something like that because the car is not running straight at the moment. He's actually struggling to try to keep it inside the very narrow pit lane section here.
Indeed, and he's just trundling along as I saw another car just now with a blue flag and a yellow flag holding onto the track. And guess what? There it is. New Selwyn for Kraiger Motorsports International. What a name. For a team that is based in Thailand. You can see the site there, eMotorsport. That's actually a very prominent Thai academy that produces a lot of sim drivers and a community that also does its own championships. A number of new entries that came for this round, but it looks as though one of those cars is not having the best of times. He is trying to get back into pit lane, and it looks as though damage might just be too much for him to carry on for another lap.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's going in and out of the racing line. They're trying to stay out of the way of some of the drivers, but I suspect might be a bit difficult given the damage going on in his car here. Definitely might have also a bent suspension causing his steering to be affected right now. But definitely a bit slow out on track and in danger of losing even more places as a result.
You can see why. Look at that.
Yeah, there we go.
There is the definitive footage to show why he's having problems with his steering. It is bent suspension, but I think if he kept it out of the wall and hopefully not into the gravel trap to slow him up, as a couple of other cars also coming through. That's his sister car from Thailand as well. Okay, going a bit agricultural. That's actually going to be a more prudent decision, but he really has to get back on track safely. Otherwise, he might just spin into the path of somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very tough choice for him to make, but then again, very unfortunate situation to be in the first place. But now he's coming into the final stretch, so hopefully he'll be able to get into the pits without any problem. 575 is, yeah, teleporting to the pits. I think he had an accident just out in Radion there.
Yep.
So, Ganahadi...
Oh no! What happened to Tasme? Tasme started in the middle of the track!
Oh boy, yeah, that's what just happened there. Just came out of no-name corner, slowed to a practical stop. Now is getting back on the move once more.
Yeah.
Still remains in 4th place right now, but the gap that he has been etching away here from Luis Moreno is now dropped all the way to 11.2 seconds. What the heck has just happened?
I think he might have had a spin, but it did look sluggish at one point. I was actually seeing the car in terms of his body language. It looked quite crabby. No, not crabby. It looked like slow. It wasn't crabbing or anything. No suspension failure. It's just that somehow the pace was lacking for a second, and case in point there, the car came to an almost complete halt. But luckily though, not much into the damage as, there's a spin for Paul Ryan Lopez, and I think there's the car in front of him, Ken Lau. We can probably see who was the cause of that one.
You know, I missed out on exactly what happened there, but now we're getting seeing a lot of these guys like actually losing control here, and well, I mean, we're still having like somewhere around like 3 hours and 40 minutes left of running here, but already some drivers are struggling to try to keep their cars intact right now, getting into the latter half of this race here. So I think this could be another race for survival just like with Imola, but this time under clear weather, which has remained clear all throughout. The track temperature has warmed up now to a really brisk 24 degrees Celsius. So it's giving plenty of grip, but not a lot of lubrication here as far as rain's concerned. So for the most part,
That might be trouble. That might just be
trouble there. Procitera forcing some of the cars to dodge out into the escape area here in order to stay out of trouble.
Oh, that was lucky that that was one of the Razor Crest cars. I think Andrew Plummer was driving that one. Just narrowly avoided hitting the back, getting rear-ended, and just avoiding Darian Zufar as well in the other car for good measure. So it's just mix and match right now. Everyone's in their own little races, but once everything shakes out with strategy, we might just see who has actually timed it the best and got it absolutely right for the next hour or so.
Yeah, mind you, we've got like 60 cars out on this like 7-kilometer long track, so there's not a lot of like room really for error going on here.
Yep.
And traffic has come very much a big challenge, I would say, for the top for the faster running guys at the moment. So which sim is this? I remember previously they used Race Room. Okay, so this is Assetto Corsa Competizioni. This is what we usually run for the Endurance Edition races, given that it's a purely GT3 focused championship and as well as a GT3 focused platform. So it's the platform of choice that we are using for this ERGP at the moment. That's Tristan Adian Shah getting a little bit too far into the inside of the first part chicane.
Yeah.
Definitely misses braking there.
Or he might have been helped on the way out, so there could also be that. As we have, if anyone's asking, Race Room, that was actually way back in the day, so that was a long time ago. So for the OGs, they remembered it. So I think this viewer is asking is a long time viewer, but yes, we used to do that for sprint races on Global, but now it's also on the Assetto Corsa. As someone's asking, can you view 513? We were viewing it just now, Inam Payum, but he's in the middle of no man's land at this point, overtaking cars in pit lane, but I think right now he's probably in a race of his own.
I think like this was one of the cars that was involved in that massive incident, the unsafe rejoin on the top of Radion. That resulted in a lot of crashes there, so forcing them to teleport into the pits. So that's unfortunately why they've dropped so far down the order at the moment. It's a very unfortunate situation for them, but what can you do sometimes, you know? A car in the middle of the track, no room to run away, and just getting collected due to no fault on their own part.
Oh, and the sister car is having trouble. Paul Ryan Lopez, we saw him earlier in the spin because he actually got helped up by Ken Lau, presumably. Now he's actually coming out of No Name Corner or Jackie X Corner just to get into the action. And luckily, though, plenty of cars got by without him being hit. As Henry Prasatya continues on his odyssey in Spa of being on camera for not the best of reasons, but I think it was just a slide off. He caused a bit of a yellow, but he is still going.
Still going strong, hopefully. Still in that 25th place. Mama Asa is getting closer to I believe he's the leader of the amateur class here, car number 23, driven by Zed McKenna. It's getting nice and close here, going towards Blanchimont, and to see whether or not he'll be able to make the pass even before getting chicane. I think he pretty much has this here. McKenna deciding to give room there for him to get past, given that he's in the faster class,
so to speak. But because again, Zed and the Team Uncle car have really come leaps and bounds this season.
Oh yeah, they definitely have.
In terms of pace, so it's really nice to see that they're up on the sharp end and potentially with a championship on the cards. As Pana Saponkyo, Saponkyo has actually spun it on the top of Radion, mercifully out of harm's way, but that car is looking very second-handed and has to come into the pits because no doubt the damage on that thing is so severe now.
The hood is just hanging on by hopes and dreams at this point right now. Thankfully, we don't, at least in this game, we don't have hoods flying off like that, so he should be able to get back into the pits, but definitely continue to run on. It's going to have a lot of issues here. Into the pits comes our two top drivers in the track right now. Nakib Asan as well as Luis Marino have just entered the pit lane here. As we are now hitting close to the 3.5-hour mark. A yellow flag on the track right now, the 469 car.
Oh,
Adam Hakim stopped on the side.
This might be actually wheel failure, and this is disastrous for that particular squad because look at how high they are right now in P11 overall, and I'm not sure whether or not they're actually in Pro or in Silver class because it is a bit tricky right now because of the fact that rankings are a bit mixed up, because this car had an all-silver lineup, but then they put in a few pro guys. They've been bumped up, but whatever it is, Adam Hakim had to stop for a while, and luckily though, he's gotten back onto the track, but at the expense of losing a couple of positions.
Yep, that's oh, 2 positions, not too bad in the grand scheme of things, but thankfully was able to get himself back in the running. We look at this though, car number 68, trying to get himself up alongside the false Ferrari.
Yes, the Nissan 296.
Yep, the Scuderia Nismo going out on track here, but now locked in a bit of a track position battle here. Son Lam, who I believe is in the silver class,
Yep.
is currently they've been making a lot of headway here. He's been having had a really brilliant first stint of this race here, running as high as P3,
Yep.
and now is trying to catch back up here to the pack, but now has to get past Taufik Moyin, who is coming into Eau Rouge a little bit slower in the GTR, but needs to be able to gain it on the straights, which the Mustang is known to be very exceptional at. Now it's going to be going side by side, so no slipstreaming possible here. More side drafting, or maybe even a bit of a slipstream from a back marker coming up ahead.
Oh no, that's not gonna go, and Solom is much braver on the brakes as Chloe Chu has to take evasive action because I think she has teammates telling her to just get out of the way, don't get involved in these battles. But look at that for a move by Fumin Sorlum. He hangs it out. He hangs Taufi out to dry, and what a way to do so. He really lives up to the name Hold'em Motorsports.
Yeah.
Right.
Hold him tight.
Yep. Or he's playing Texas Hold'em, and he's the one that came out smelling like roses.
Yeah, that's brilliant. So that moves him up into 3rd overall. Still in the lead of his silver class here. So it's definitely looking forward to that promotion in the future seasons here for car number 68.
Yep, and the fact that this is also the same guy who's involved in the first round of the season with Motorsport Academy, the car number 1 car 999, they dominated the AM class when they first started out. Now they're in silver. It's a case of what might have been if they stuck around for the entire season. This was such a promising drive, and hopefully we can see more competitive Thai teams in the future.
Indeed. So it's exciting to see that the Endurance Edition continues to show a lot of talents all across Southeast Asia. As right now, let's have a look at what is going on with Stratos Motorsport. They have come out of the pits, I think.
Yep.
Still up in 2nd place right now, with Tasbi having inherited the lead, but he is still yet to make a pit stop.
And
so, yep.
Yeah, Nakib is apparently, we are being told in our ears, doing a triple stint. So he is actually trying to eke out as much time in the seat as possible because before he hands it over to his brother, his partner in crime, that have been so inseparable in terms of how much they have achieved in the sim racing world and in the real life racing scene as well. So really, they know each other quite well. They work together very well, especially in endurance racing. So I think Nabil can be safe in the knowledge that Nakib can put in that stint, and then after that, Nabil can bring it home, and potentially for them, a championship in hand.
Potentially, and the potential is really high right now because even though Tasbi is currently holding that lead, remember he started from this car started from all the way in 9th position, had a lot of ground to make up here, and is in danger of losing out this championship here should things hold. So let's just hope that both Tasbi and Ali will be able to recover nicely the rest of this race. Although like that slowdown that Tasbi had earlier is definitely cause of concern right now. But very much the championship still up in the air. There's Tasman now trying to make his way past some of the back markers here. Still is continuing to lead this race so far.
Yep, and we are jumping about for some cars because we want to highlight some of the stories that are attached to it, especially with regards to the championship fight. We were talking about Nakib and Nabil. Now we're going back to another pair of brothers who have achieved so much in the same racing world. Real racing world probably to be announced soon because, again, Singapore with not much in terms of grassroots development for now. They are trying to improve that, rectify that in future, but at least in terms of sim racing talent, they have got it in spades with Tasbih and Alif spearheading the charge for that one. And for Amigos, they are looking at a potential of a 2nd title in 3 seasons in this regard because of how well they perform here consistently throughout. As you can see Tasbih then a bit too aggressive, way too aggressive there. I know that he wants to make up time, but he might have been, he should have probably been a bit more circumspect in regards to the traffic because sometimes those guys are being predictable, but you're trying to make haste, and that causes an unnecessary incident. And luckily, though, for all concerned, nothing much happened apart from just Harimouth moments on the causeway side, the Singapore side of the causeway.
Yeah, I mean, again, Tasby definitely wants to try to make up for that lost time earlier on, so maybe a bit of desperation starting to creep in here. Definitely a lot of pressure, especially with the amount of cars he has to get past here, despite being the leader of this race. Right now, we see Paul Ryan Lopez, Adian Shah getting into a bit of a scrap right now.
That's what we wanted to focus on. Look at this particular scrap, and this is actually not even for positions at all. This is just literally drivers scrapping it out. It's just the beauty of endurance racing when you have 3 classes going in one go. We don't know what to watch, but it's just for the fun of it. It's how crazy it can get. And Paul Ryan Lopez is right in the middle of that particular cyclone.
Yeah, cyclone is one way to describe it for sure, but a bit topsy-turvy at the moment as Rahman gets a little bit wide on the exit, allowing Lopez to have to run up on the inside, but another car, a blue one, running around the outside, a 3 wide situation and a 2 wide just behind them as well. As off to the grass goes that McLaren, and into the lead here goes Jiraput from Holden Motorsports C.
Yeah, we talked about Texas Hold'em, but he held out quite well there. Is Jiraput Virakan Champong. That was really harem-scarum stuff, but he threaded the needle quite well and, well, gained a lot of time from it, if anything. So he really was just biding his time and did it quite well. As meanwhile, Paul Ryan Lopez is the unfortunate victim of that.
Oh, no, not again. Try to rejoin safely here, my friend.
And nearly into his teammate, would you believe it?
Oh, my goodness. Too close there for sure.
The Canadian, the Thai Canadian driving for over me there would have been actually collateral if his teammate wasn't really so aware. But luckily, Paul Ryan Lopez just selected reverse and just gently gets back onto the track. But after all that craziness that we saw, here comes Tasby into the pits.
Yep, for his, believe this is his 3rd stint right now. So yeah, this is possibly a driver swap or just maybe a stop for tires. But they agree he's already like an hour and 13 minutes over on his stint right now, so I think a driver swap is more than likely here. So again, a lot of work to be done here for Amigos Racing, trying to fight against the Aslan brothers here for the championship on this very decider itself. A very close one indeed, as Nakib Aslan continues to roll along. He's going for 3 back-to-back stints, so he's been holding that car since the first hour of racing here and stayed pretty much in the lead through the majority of that.
And Cassian Mines back to Paul Ricard, where we saw that crazy barnstorming finish for the last 20 minutes. Nabil was chasing after, I think it was Tasby at that time, driving in the wheel of the Ferrari. He nearly could have actually gotten the win there, but had it not been for a drive-through because of cutting the track, that cost him a chance. Now, would it actually come back to bite him hard in the end? Because that is what separates them from a title here. It's just based on technicalities, but I think if things are going as they are, and it's going all according to plan, it may not count for much, but how would they love to have taken that win that time?
Yeah, again, it's like a marathon, isn't it? Not a sprint. So it's all about how you turn out in the long run out of this season here. It's going to determine everything, and this final round is proven to be the most crucial one here in this battle for the pro class. In the meantime, what's going up here with Darian Zufar?
Oh. Much worse damage this time. He had a big moment earlier coming up through Origin Radio, and it seems as though he really doesn't like that corner at all. This is the second time we caught him there, and this time he has clouted the barriers, so that's why that car's going all the way over, nearly into the old Spa, mind you, because that's where the original Spa circuit, the original devil of a circuit that we had back then, 13 kilometers long, that spread all the way to the town of Stabilo itself and back to Francorchamps here. But luckily, though, the escape road provides some solace for Zufar and not much in the way of traffic. And luckily for him, too, he actually doesn't get penalized for that because he actually backed it off. So he is in clear air, just trying to avoid getting rear-ended by somebody at this point.
Yeah, he's got clear air in front of him, but it's got some cars already catching up behind him right now. So he's going to have to be a little bit careful. Decides to take the wider and takes it off of Puhan right now to stay out of the way of Muhammad Azhar, who is, again, having already served his drive-through penalty, is going to have a lot of ground to make up for. The car that at one point is running in 2nd place is now currently sitting in 6th here. And boy, I mean, what a costly mistake it was here with the drive-through penalty. But now, at least they're happy to be back underway here.
Yeah, for them, they were kind of like outsiders coming into this round anyway for the championship. they will have to hope that the number 44 retires and they get the fastest lap, which they have, coincidentally, but they also needed to win. And even then, after getting the full 27 points, it's still not enough because they only had 1 win as opposed to Amigos getting 2. So they're already out of it mathematically for the championship, but at least they can still try and give it a close run up to the top 3. Even then, this looks like an outside chance now, given the fact that the other squads that they are battling for that position are actually right in front of them.
Yeah, and that is, of course, if everything goes to plan. And as we've seen, sometimes things don't like going to plan here as fucking Zaim loses control. Coming into no-name corner, yellow flag is out as he's facing the wrong way around. But there's so many cars around here. Can he get a safe rejoin? Finds a bit of a gap. Barely gets out of the way of another car coming through.
And he taps the barriers on the way out as well. I was just catching that incident just as he was actually closing out to the car in front, and somehow we managed to catch an accident live.
Caught a few of that for sure, but man, it was a dramatic one. And oh boy, for Apex Racing Brunei Academy B, I mean, they're going to be thankful that the car does seem to be relatively unscathed in spite of that.
Yeah, that was lucky, very lucky that they actually avoided being clouted by somebody else. But now Dafa Nabil behind him, not for position in that pro car, by the way. Number 5 for Java Sim Esports. I think they had a Nimera at the start of the race because they are way behind, 51st overall in a field of, we had 58 cars at the beginning, but we kind of lost a few along the way. So it's a bumper grid. In fact, registrations alone, we had over 100 cars this year. So 100 different crews have taken part in this season. It's a testament to how popular the championship is at this point. And we're glad to see that participation is still very strong.
Yeah, very strong. And I'm glad to see like the amount of talents that we've been fortunate enough to witness out on here on track, giving us the very best they can do out on track here. We're now on board with Sukan Pinyo from Team Itan. What a beautiful name that is. And car number 979.
Yeah.
Looking like it was a little bit high on that curb there and almost lost control, but still managed to keep it together though. Still chasing up against the cars in front.
Indeed, and the fact that apart from the beautiful name, they have a beautiful homage to McLaren's livery in IndyCar, which they ran this year for the 500. So that's actually a nice homage to the Chevron from Philip Morris, but has its own unique style that is not such a carbon copy. So it has a unique flair to it. And luckily though, the Itan team have been coming leaps and bounds as well. Changed the liveries, but they have actually had a changed performance too. And Pino's running here the best he's ever been throughout this entire season. The 797 team is going to get a good haul of points, and he might want to put one over the, not sister team, but is a team from Thailand as well, right in front of it, which is the Holland Motorsports car of Viraka Champong.
It's getting very close to him indeed. 0.8 seconds at the moment, and we're on the fast part here, and he's definitely enjoying a bit of slipstreaming as we come around a very fast corner. So we'll see whether or not he'll be able to make that pass coming out of the chicanes here. Definitely going to be closing that gap for sure with the cars in front. That is for sure. Wilson Wu now having to take around the outside a little bit because of the traffic getting in the way, but still managed to stay ahead of the McLaren so far. It's getting very, very tight right now in terms of racing. But as Wilson Wu still struggling to find a way past these two back markers now.
Whoa!
Oh, very, very close there, Sucampino. Very late on the brakes indeed as he tries to keep himself as close as possible to that Ferrari.
Yeah, and that was knife-edge stuff, wasn't it? He could have actually rear-ended the back of that Ferrari and put his chances of a win in the AM class to bed there and then. But luckily, though, kept it quite clear. But there's another moment there when I think it's Genevieve, no, in fact, it's Chloe Chu coming at the pits for the Pepegas Diva's car. Mercifully, though, Pino has actually avoided all the onslaught. Still chasing, but he can't find a way past the traffic.
Yeah, well, side by side now, him and Wilson Woon. He gets himself ahead in the first part of Lacooms. Is looking good right now for Sucampino as he moves up a position potentially. Now needs to try to, not move up position, still able to get past one car. Now trying to get past another here as Adian Shah kicks a little bit wide through Bruxelles as Sucampino struggles a little bit to get the car out of the exit nicely there. Loses out a bit of speed, but still stays very close to that BMW. Going down to his Pujon now. Adian Shah on the inside, Pino on the outside here. Pino, I think, is going to try to wrap it around into the inside, coming out this turn here. If he can just get a little bit more of a headwind, and does get himself alongside the BMW. A bit of a drag race now, going into the fast chicane. But Adian Shah still has the inside going there. Pino has to take a slightly off the line, but still stays ahead here. Still remains up in front.
Well, you were calling the action like it was actually a battle for position, but that was a back marker. That was actually a back marker trying to defend his line. And remember, in endurance racing, the rules are a bit different. Once you see a blue flag, you're not really obligated to allow the driver by. The driver behind has to do the overtaking, but it does become quite annoying, isn't it? That the driver that you're trying to pass, who's actually behind you on the road, is fighting you at there and then. So really, for Su Campino, it was quite annoying. Luckily though, there's a bit of a silver lining for him because Virakachampong actually got held up by the other Guna one right in front of him.
Yep.
So really then, it is everyone's all square actually.
Yep, and now he's finally up into the back of Virakachampong once more. 0.5 seconds as we get onto the main straight and into La Source. So now this is game on here for Su Campino. Now it's going to be an actual pass for class position here for Team Itan. Inside of the top 10 for now. Can he make it closer here? Virakachampong still a little bit far away as we enter Eau Rouge. The Camel Straight is going to be a very tantalizing place to get that slipstream, but Su Campino needs to stay close enough, and I think he might just be close enough to enjoy a bit of that slipstream. Needs to be able to get the momentum going into the Lacombs at the end of the Camel Straight. Virakachampong still going to be very late on the brakes as well, trying to keep himself just ahead here. The Thai driver versus the driver from Indonesia. I think a team from Indonesia, isn't it? Team Itan?
No, Thailand.
Thailand as well.
They're Thai, so it is an all-Thai affair with Virakachampong and Pino, both countrymen, but I don't think that matters too much, even if we see drivers from the same nationalities like here in Malaysia or Indonesia or Singapore. It doesn't matter if you're from the same country, they see you as a rival anyway, and Pino knows full well that he wants to take that position away. He has every opportunity then to score not only Itan's best ever result, but also their first ever win in the championship, and it looks really good right now because Virakachampong actually runs a bit wide coming out of Puon. Now is his chance here. He's the closest he's ever been to getting by the 666.
Yeah, here we go, riding over the curbs twice there, so cost Virakachampong quite a bit of time. The 666 now just barely hanging ahead of the car 797. This is getting very interesting now as we are entering the third sector. A bit of a bad exit there for Virakachampong. This doesn't look like he's going to be able to pull away from the McLaren behind him anytime soon. This is getting very close now. Still more slipstreaming action going on here as the McLaren inches ever so close. 0.2 seconds now in the chicane. This is now going to come a battle under braking here for these two drivers. Having a peek on the inside right now, the McLaren has tried to be later on the brakes, hits the apex first, and woo boy, BMW almost runs into the back but stays out of the way, thankfully, keeping both of these cars still intact as Jeraput unfortunately loses the position coming out of the chicanes here to Team Itan.
Yeah, I was really hoping that the move was more dramatic than that, but Virakachampong actually just gave him the space. What was dramatic, what happened afterwards, because Adiansha actually could have clouted both of them if he actually got that wrong. And look at that again, behind these two, we see that Adiansha is not having the best of times with it. Tristan Adiansha as, further up in front, further behind at La Source, Zohaib Hussein and Seong, the other Korean also driving here, gets knocked out.
Yeah, they're a little bit slow as well coming out of there, so the cars behind them having to lift off here to avoid contact, and that's not exactly conducive to their lap here, especially coming to a very fast downhill, having to dodge out of the way there. This is getting a bit messy, but KP right now getting a bit of a slipstream here to get out of the Camel Straight. I think like the other two cars have covered in terms of straight down the Yan Shah. Unfortunately, it's gone off the track. Back into the tire barrier, but his car's coming in right about now. Oh boy. Luckily, he stays in the grass, knowing that the cars were coming through, and now he's going to be able to safely rejoin. Oh boy.
Man, that's some harem scarum stuff. And again, it's not even for the important positions. This is just really fighting. Okay, so we had a warning there for one of the cars. We didn't hear which car was that because, again, all was happening around us. But this particular battle looked like it was actually for position between Seong and Hussein, but the Bengal's car actually managed to get through and takes the position away from the Overme Esports car. Now then, what happened to Virakachampong? Because he just jumped back into pits.
Yeah, he jumps into pits here. What happened?
Yeah, he was behind Pino just now. He got overtaken earlier, so I don't know how he actually ended up in the pit lane, unless we missed that particular instance where he did. But looking at the timing screens, he's actually not supposed to be in the pits right now, isn't he? Yeah.
Only 21 minutes, so yeah, this is unscheduled pit stop for him, I expect.
And behind him, Kodonker Abdullah actually gets a penalty, but a driver penalty. But we're looking at Vira Kachampong right now. It looks as though this is probably a connectivity issue.
Oh my goodness, that's just the worst thing to happen, especially if getting passed early on and still within distance to try to fight back, but now that's completely gone now. He's in the pits, whereas like Pino continues to run out there in 7th place. So yeah, that's just so unfortunate here. If that is the case here of car number 666.
Yeah, not a good omen.
Not indeed. As we get on board right now with Moreno Pratama of LOR, has been consistently running inside of the top 5. Has Lucas Keys, just sorry, not Lucas, Taufik Moyin, who's currently driving car number 711, just ahead of him. Got a bit of traffic to deal with here. The Nismo Ferrari has.
Yeah.
So
Rinsky Novia.
So at least Taufik will be able to use a bit of that slipstream to try to get past him, but Moreno's also going to do the same as well. It gets right up into the back end here, so this could be a battle into La Source and potentially all the way up to Radion.
And I find it annoying if I'm a driver. There's Lewis Hamilton earlier on top of
my! I just noticed the 4 trophies there right next to Lewis Hamilton.
Well, 7.
Oh, sorry, 7. Yeah.
Yeah. But some people would say he had 8. But we're not going into that debate. It's going to go on all night. But anyway, yeah. If I was Taufik, I'll be quite annoyed because I managed to pull a move on the back marker, but then the guy behind also got the door through, so I cannot have an advantage right now. And that's exactly what Taufik's looking, as you can see on his camera, the amount of trophies he has on the side, both in real-life karting, when he was a couple of stones lighter, and sim racing trophies afterwards, that he actually was really flexing here. But no doubt, one of the most competent sim racers out there, and he can drive in any competition. And case in point here, even in the Nismo, which is not really that fancied in ACC, he can extract some pace and fighting it out at the top.
Yep, so the Ferrari chasing the Ferrari, or is it a Ferrari? Which Ferrari is it? Whose Ferrari is it anyway right now?
Yes.
Between the two of them, but they are definitely fighting it out right now for 3rd position overall. Moreno almost have a look at the inside coming out of Jackie X, but still could not find a way past Taufik Moyin. Still remains very stone-faced throughout all of that. This man, nothing can really get past him, does it?
Not as you see his Facebook feeds. Let's not go into that one either. But right now, cool as a cucumber. It's almost as though he's so stoic. He wasn't really fazed by that. Anybody with a car on the inside, you might have actually tried to go wide-eyed, but it's not phasing him right now. But I think that's his way of coping with the situation, isn't it? That really is quite tense here. Battle for 3rd overall and 2nd in class. And remember, the 711 car, which unfortunately is not running 711 as a sponsor, but the 711 PG tow car has a mathematical chance of winning the title too. So they are trying to fight for their chance to become champions. Wow.
My goodness, again, as Tasbe has also reminded us, an additional 50% of points is going for the last round. That's why it's even tighter than we have estimated earlier on. So yeah, even BG Toe also stands a mathematical chance even of challenging for the championship itself. So as far as they're running right now, they're looking pretty solid so far.
Oof. Hang on, I'm just trying to do the permutations because it is impossible to actually go through right now without counting, of course, the extra points on hand.
Yeah, we definitely need like an actual statistician here, someone with like a statistics mathematics degree to help us compute all of this. But one thing's for sure, at least in terms of that track position, Pratama is still chasing very, very hard. Still within touching distance here on the Camel Straight. He will be able to enjoy a bit of slipstreaming action. But the Ferrari and the GTR seem to be very evenly matched when it comes to that straight line speed. So it's going to take a lot of creativity on the part of Moreno Pratama in order to find a way past. And again, with the years of sim racing under his belt here, Taufik Moyin is not an easy person to battle against. But Pratama, he's going to try as hard as he might. So let's see, going into Bruxelles now. Very close, bumper to bumper, practically between these two cars here. As Taufik Moyen still remains ahead. This is where he almost had a peek on the inside, but this time Taufik tugs the inside very tightly, not exposing any weakness or any gaps right now for Moreno Pratama to actually exploit at this point. Still very close as we get into Puhan right now. I mean, my goodness. Is this battle going to continue all the way into chicanes here? Moreno Pratama also looking very focused right now, trying to stay as close as possible to the red Nismo just in front of him. Still trying to show like who's the real Ferrari in this instance here. My goodness, very close there. Getting on the inside, does Pratama, touching wheel to wheel here to get Trublantimon, Zavalo. Didn't quite make it a clean move, but still ahead of Taufik Moyen he goes.
That was a fantastic opportunistic maneuver from Moreno Pratama. Really a champion's type drive. He really sent it on the inside. Just caught Taufik napping and gets the move done. He's up to P2 in the class and P3 overall, as you can see. More back markers come to play. But I think Jean-Pierre Sonicas and Lucas Keys might have actually had a say in that one after this with regards to protest, because Pratama just muscled him out of the way.
Yeah, that was literally by his contact side by side there. Taufik Moyen, though, he is focused on trying to get his position back as Soren Lum dives into the pits. He was running in the top 3 early on, but now he's going to be relegating himself down for his own, what I believe is a scheduled stop here. As Taufik Moyen and as well as, Taufik Moyen as well as Moreno continue to trundle on downhill here through Eau Rouge up to Radion. Taufik Moyen still stays close enough here to try to formulate a possible counterattack. Now again, I think on the straights here, both cars are quite evenly matched. It's really, like I said, the creativity that really was going to have to play a part. And Moreno definitely did find a creative way to get past Taufik Moyen at Stabilo. Now let's see, bad exit there for Pratama.
Yeah, that could potentially open up a door for Taufik to get by, but nope. Can take full advantage of that. You can see the gap just about stays the same, about 7/10 of a second. As did something happen to Alif? He in fact goes off track. Oh! He whacks into the side of another car. Would you believe that? It's gone from bad to worse in terms of the situation for the championship for Alif. That's not what he wanted right now, Vic.
No, not at all. And oh my goodness, there's too many cars getting in the way in that instance there. As Alif unfortunately just has to take it on the chin here and just continue to roll along, but there was definitely going to be big damage into his front, and maybe even like a consternation from what the stewards would think about that there. Ooh. But oh my goodness, now he's going to try to get his way past, finally gets past the traffic there, but oh boy, that could be massive damage right now to both his car and his championship chances.
My word, and I do feel for Ali, because right now, if he's not racing it back in Singapore, he is back in the States, so he is racing at around 2 a.m. or 1 a.m. depending on his time zone, because he is, because you know America has 4 time zones. He is somewhere in the Midwest in Indiana, so that's why he might look a little bit offbeat as opposed to his usual on-form self. As you can see, the bags under his eyes. That is a man trying to keep himself awake, as also trying to fight for a championship. As Adam Hakim goes for a bit of a wild ride. But no doubt there, the stewards will have a stern look at that one, because that was an avoidable accident as he was trying to rejoin coming out of Lake Home.
Yeah, I can see the sweat coming off his brow there. He's definitely feeling the pressure right now, and definitely a lot of adrenaline after that contact here. But as it stands, though, 18 seconds away from Taufik Moyen, he's still very far away from being able to catch up to the top 3, and that incident definitely did not do him any favors whatsoever.
Yeah. Well, time to cut a bit of attention, because we have requests from the viewer. This one, because there's no action out on track that much. Inam Fayum for Overme Esports, we get, you can see there, Pang on cue, sister car. 787 gets a drive-through, so that is, I think, Jungjit, Jungjit with Team Aitan. And in fact, he is actually having a ding-dong battle with Zaim as well, coming out to Lake Home. Before we go to Fayum's face, that's what they want to see. Here they come out to Lake Home now, between the Porsche and the McLaren. But it looks as though the McLaren had the leg on the straights, but the Porsche is definitely very good around the corners. As another car crashes, Nugroho jumps back to the pits.
Yeah, the thing is for Zhang Jit, knowing that there's a drive-through penalty, want to be able to get this battles done and over with, so at least he could try to make up for some potentially lost time later on when he inevitably has a service penalty. That got a little bit too close with comfort there to Bruxelles, but thankfully just a little bit of contact between the two. He moves up to 18th place, but no doubt after the drive-through we'll have to concede the place yet again to Zaim, but at least for now he has track position.
Yep, and before he has to go through the inevitable drive-through, which is painful at this circuit. This is the one circuit out of all of them that you do not want to have a drive-through because it will cost you so much time. In that case, as our camera was fritzing out for a second, trying to finding which car to go, as 77 gets a penalty there. Now then, Mr. Director on the broadcasting side, do we have a camera on this guy? Because his friends are requesting for him to be on camera.
Yeah, at the moment, we'll see whether or not we can get like a little look on that. But yeah, for the 513 of Inam Bayum still running in 42nd place right now. I think in the silver class it's actually...
No, it's
not silver class, sorry.
It should be AM class because most of the Over Me cars are in AM, but this one because we had a special request to go. In fact, Faizai!
No!
Fucking Zaim has actually crashed out! Would you believe it? Hopefully it wasn't because of him trying to chase up the Zhangjian and he pushed it too hard. Well, he might have been helped out along the way, but whatever it is, he has actually whacked it coming out of Blanchimont into the barriers as Jordan McNeil takes evasive action.
Yeah, that I think it could be contacted Blanchimont given the position where his car is stopped. So, yeah, that's... Oh, my goodness. Yeah, unfortunately, we did miss out on who exactly, but yeah, it was what at one point, just behind where Zhangjit was.
Oof.
So now it's lost out 17 seconds, the gap between the two of them. KP, in the meantime, also having a bit of trouble here for Overme Esports, just now getting himself back into the running here. Yeah.
With Ishra Rahman, and both of them were involved at Puhon, so both McLarens there. I think it might have been a collision on their own. Luckily, though, it didn't get collected by anybody else. So at this point, it's just all drivers getting a bit loopy because we're only halfway through and we still have the other half left to go.
Yeah, so it's actually getting up close and personal here with wait, whom exactly? Rahman, yeah.
For the
so Rahman for
the Bengal car. Yeah,
the Bengal car just getting himself ahead of him. Ishak Rahman is his name here, and we'll be able to get ahead of him in that regard.
Yep.
And Paul Ryan Lopez says, for reference, not Thai Canadian.
And I was actually referring to another driver, Musafa, because he actually has the Canadian nationality to him. So he might be based in Canada, but he is from somewhere in Thailand. And yeah, the discussion is still raging on to that Alif rejoin that caused the big accident that took out Ganadi Hutama.
I mean, there's been more than a few like unsafe rejoins that we've seen in this race. So, you know, in that the second hour, the big kerfuffle, the big tangle, as I meant that I said on live, that resulted at least 3 or maybe even 4 cars being taken out at once. And then now we see one with Tasbi and then another one with Alif at the wheel. I mean, again, it's a 6-hour long race, so I think like fatigue might have played a part in it. Maybe even like unideal grip conditions, even though like it's been clear running so far on this track. The temperature is relatively cold, being only 23 degrees on the track itself. So I don't know, like there could be variables, could be factors, but like again, these kind of mistakes, not one you can afford, especially the final round of the season, especially when there's a championship on the line.
Yeah, for the guys at the very sharp end, that is the case, as I think temperature may not be too much of an issue because these low temps help the tires, if anything, because it actually has, well, more grip and the pace will be faster. But maybe if the tires aren't up to temperature quick enough, that might cause it as, something happening to Brian Pereira. He has a yellow flag on him, but he is in the pit lane, so nothing much doing there apart from probably false positives.
I'm not sure where he was running prior to that, though. Like, the 888 is currently now dropped down to 27th place inside the pit lane. Kelvin Pao Kikshung in the meantime.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Just coming up through. Now we're on board with Perenat Dampan from another driver from Holden Motorsport going into the pits now.
Yeah.
For what is a scheduled stop.
Was about to hype up that particular battle, but anyway, now we actually jump back to Kelvin Pao because he was only a couple of tenths behind. As you can see, there's a bit of an enemy avatar. I'm not sure which character is that. That might be an original creation of their own from Grim Sim Racing. That's what GSR stands for. A couple of these acronyms actually have full names behind them. So when we even have the chance, we might probably just go through some of them so that we can put to bed what those acronyms stand for. But either way, Grim Sim Racing's Calvin Pao Kek Xiong, that's his full name, but he goes by Calvin. There he is on camera, chasing after Jordan McNeil. And this is not for the same class as well, by the way. This is actually between a silver and a AM category car, but they're still going to fight it hard either way.
Yeah, still gonna fight quite hard, and again, he's only like about half a second coming out of Puhan right now, so he's in a very good shot of trying to overtake that track position here. The question is whether or not Jordan McNeil will give him a good time or a hard time. Trying to get his way past. A bit of traffic as well, starting to come up ahead of him as well. So that's also going to come into play later on as it gets through Stavolo.
Yeah, and that might spell trouble for Jordan because he is held up a bit and goes a bit wide. Hopefully not wide enough that he will incur getting a warning for that one. Luckily though, not much there because it is a bit lenient sometimes when you back it off, and it sounded like he did back off a bit. At his expense, he's actually being caught up by Calvin Pao behind. Calvin actually coming out at a real rate of knots here.
Boy.
He might try one coming up to the chicane with the back marker in front. Let's see if he's going to make it. Oh, Jordan goes off. I think Jordan has ran wide. Yes, he has. He's gone off. And there goes Calvin taking a free position out of that one.
The poor Lamborghini just caught up in the middle of that, having to dodge out of the way as well as Jordan rejoins into the racing line here.
Yeah.
But very unfortunate. That's just losing out in the braking here for Jordan McNeil.
Yep, and Harris Dexter actually for once, because the 712 car has been involved in the wars throughout the entire season, driving predictably this time. Though let's see if that will be the case if the race progresses, because we've seen before, especially at Paul Ricard. Remember, this is the same car that took out Naki while he was leading.
Well, the Hubba Bubba car continuing on here now, completely free of any chaos at the moment. Amiro Naim in the meantime getting very close to conductor Abdullah. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it here. Coming out Stavolo, Abdullah a little bit wide, a little bit slow in the middle point.
Okay, but again, this is the silver category champion-elect. We have to stress that one because these guys are so dominant even during the drop points. They're 26 points ahead. They only need to score 1 to secure the title, but Conductor Abdullah breaks at the most opportune moment. That's normally a flat corner, but I think Conductor Abdullah probably doesn't have the tires underneath him to try and take it flat. He tried to give away, and guess what? He does, and plays it safe. Being a bit circumspect, knowing the fact that it's not the same class, he is driving his own race and wants to score a really good result at the end of the season.
Yeah, I think that might be also like a on-track apology for breaking at Blanchimont there. Normally, yeah, it's a flat corner, even in these GT3 cars. It's not sure why Conductor Abdullah had to slow himself down going through Blanchimont there. But nevertheless, does get through unscathed, no contact as well, so I think Afiq would be pretty happy about that. At the very least, Amir Naim moves up to 14th place.
Indeed, and there is Amir Naim on screen. Bruneian, but with some Indonesian heritage. But he is a friend to the entire Southeast Asian region because he actually has connections everywhere around here. So definitely a great guy to have when you're chatting with him. But right now, he is focused on his race and potentially a title on hand. As you can see behind him, some of the junior drivers that they have in Apex Racing in their center in Brunei. Very good to see that also we have a competitive Bruneian team coming up through the ranks. They have come leaps and bounds since they first took part in not only Global Edition but also in E1 Championship. So again, Amir Naim, Ben Seek, all those guys running that center, they're doing God's work over in Brunei.
Indeed, they are. Let's have a look over at Jangjit right now because I think he's getting very close to Chia at the moment. Yeah, he was only like half a second or less than half a second actually before we got onto him on Blanchimont. Still trying to get himself closer and closer to that McLaren. Chia right now in the Team Uncle Evil car. There's a bit of traffic ahead of him as well. That's going to play a big factor right now in this little battle. Now that he's closed up under braking at the chicane here. Can he get a good exit? Not quite. The McLaren still pulls a little bit ahead of the Porsche, but we know this, given the Porsche is faster in mid-corner, but not exactly in corner exits, at least compared to the McLaren. Now coming through the source, Chia does take a very deep line through there, trying to maximize the acceleration coming out here, of which the advantage definitely is in his hands. But the cars in front, definitely lending a bit of slipstream for him, so that's helping him at least stay ahead of Jangjit's car.
Well, we're gonna have to take a short commercial break,
What
but
about
we're
that?
actually watching that. But before that, we're watching this battle being resolved here on the Camel Straight. Jangjit on the
Jangjit.
outside, Chia on the inside.
Yeah, Jangjit, by the way, has a 10-second penalty here, even despite this. But he's going to try to get the pass, but didn't quite did it on the braking, though. Chia is still able to stay just that little bit ahead and stay ahead of the Porsche. He does coming out of Lacooms. But again, the 10-second penalty, I think Jangjit is still going to he's still going to have to concede the position when
Yeah.
he serves that penalty anyway. But again, like before, just like before, he would definitely want to at least take the track position here to sort of minimize the damage.
Yeah, but again, we just saw this guy having a drive-through. Now he collected yet another penalty. This is presumably for a collision because if it's 10 seconds, that is a 5+5. So our in-game steward, aka Afiq Fareh, who's actually handling all the comms here for the stewarding decisions, he's added that for Jangjit. So when it rains, it pours for this particular crew in the 787.
Yeah, I think on that note, we perhaps could put this battle in the cooler right now as we are already way past our scheduled break at the moment. Nakib Aslan still remains in the lead right now by a whole country mile, 47 seconds to his nearest competitor, Moreno Pratama. And this boy, he's doing everything he can right now to take this championship here. Will it be successful though? We still have another half of the 6-hour race to find out. Third place, Taufik Moin with the car number 711, and Alif still looking to try to regain some places back after a disastrous rejoin earlier on, which again is going to put a bit of a damper on his championship chances, doesn't it? We'll have to see how this will turn out, but we'll be taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen, so do not go away.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for the eRacing GP Endurance Edition. We are now in the second half, the final part of this 6-hour season ender here at Spa-Francorchamps inside of Assetto Corsa Competizione. Final round of the championship here, where Nakib Aslan, if he does end up getting the win here, may just be mathematically able to clinch the championship here, but we have yet to see how that will turn out, because we still have another 3 hours of running to go here out in Spa-Francorchamps. Currently, the points leader in the pro class, which was Amigos Racing, is currently sitting in 4th position overall right now, and this could be a big threat for them in terms of actually clinching this championship, because mathematically Nakib Aslan just might have enough here to actually get the lead.
Something's going on with a car there. We have a connection problem with one of the BMWs, and hopefully Alif doesn't get knocked out by that. He doesn't want any more troubles from here on out, because he can see that car flying away into the forest. He ate 88 miles per hour. There it is.
But, yeah, teleporting all around there is definitely networking issues here, but it seems like the car might just be, at least on their sim, maybe just ahead of Muhammad Alif here. So this is well, it seems to have gone off of the screens for now. So hopefully, not a big connection issue going on in their end. But Alif now is going to be happy to have at least some clear track in front of him in order to stay in the chase for this championship right now, as we are continuing to try to actually come up with the permutations.
It's Adam Harif. So Adam Harif's actually a problem, not Murdoch, by the way. There's a second Adam Harif in this race. So where is he right now? There he is. That's the car in question. The Eastern Wolves Group team. And he might have heard it in his ear that he is being disqualified. And there, disqualified from the race. Car number 106. That's the last time we see him in this one, and for the rest of for this season.
I suppose it's definitely a very tough one to accept as a driver, right? Because it's really out of your control here. Networking issues, the way we deal with it here in eRacing is typically counted as like a mechanical issue of your car. If your connection is not stable enough, that's why disqualification will have to come through here. Otherwise, it may negatively affect the other cars also racing on track. So very unfortunate there for Adam Harif, and very unfortunate for his team as well. But the race still continues on. 2 hours and 50 minutes, or just under 2 hours and 50 minutes still remains in this race here. So there's still positions up for grabs. Maybe Sochayun might try to find one here, given that he's very close to where Nasser is. It's getting very much in position to race him for P18 right now on track. Let's see if he's going to be able to close up on Stavilo. Still trying to get himself as close as possible to the BMW, having to ride very hard onto the curbs here. Again, you have to be very careful with how you deal with that, because sometimes, especially on some tracks, it can definitely unsettle your car a lot. Stavilo itself has rather aggressive curb as well on the outside, but it seems to have kept for these two drivers, they're still able to keep it nice and tidy through there so far. True Blanchimont to go into the bus stop. Jakrab Sochayu now closing in on that BMW, trying to get himself as close as possible here to hopefully gain a good slipstream coming out of La Source, but he still needs to brake very nicely into this corner first in order to be able to capitalize on it. It does brake very late indeed. Still within touching distance, but not close enough to make the pass yet on La Source. This is going to have to go all the way to the end of the Camel Straight, I expect.
Yeah, but let's see how that works now, because it is BMW and BMW, so it's about the same in terms of power. But what the difference will be is whether or not the drivers can do that, or back markers will come into play here. Oh, that's gonna make it even tastier right now, because they have to thread the needle. One car goes to the grass. Genevieve Oy in the Pepega Divas car held onto the line, and there goes Sochayan on the inside. Brilliantly timed. So there we go. there's your answer. It was the back markers that became the free in the end.
Yeah, Nasir also gets a slide coming in the middle of Lacooms there, so that didn't help him that much. In fact, he was the one caught out the worst due to the traffic here. So again, now he's still stuck behind another car as he comes out of Bruxelles, allowing So Chayun to continue to pull way ahead here. So man, that's just, when it rains, it pours, doesn't it? And unfortunately, Tamin Nasir just caught in literally the worst possible moment there.
Yeah, well, that is the very definition of clutching the short straw. Really was not the best of positions at all. He was boxed in, couldn't get out of it, and then Genevieve Voy, to her credit, was predictable. But this time, however, is going to become the bane of everyone behind her, because Shrinsakol and Tamim Nasir have all actually got boxed in. Now she moves out of the way. Whether or not she actually still holds the line, yes, she does. So good driving there. Though for Tamim Nasir, he will probably be fuming that it happened to him.
Yep. But sometimes what can you do? You're literally on the same part of the corner at the same time, and only one car can get through on the racing line there, and Nasir unfortunately drew the short straw, as you said. So unfortunately for him, he lost out on that battle. So where does it leave the rest of the grid right now here? 2 hours and 46 remaining here. The Bengal Racing crew now having to find a way to catch up here for track position. So Chayu continues to sail away in 17th place. 24 seconds behind Jordan McNeil at the moment. Our race leader is now going downhill towards Eau Rouge at the moment, and again with what's his name, Sokampol being also like having lapped ahead here. He's rather one lap ahead of the Bengal Racing crew's car.
Yes.
He's in no worry about trying to fight his way with Tamim Nasir at this moment.
Yeah, but I think this particular battle has been adjourned for the time being, though, because he lost so much time in the traffic there. As we see, well, nice to see a lot of people driving Moses. He's one of them, the Bangladeshi driver. And looking good here to score a nice haul of points at the end of the season.
Yeah, I'm doing that on the... Oh, okay, I thought there was a table, but no, that's actually like a sim rig.
Yep.
That's put in front of a TV that's on mounted literally onto the wall there, which is actually a good call. Like typically, like even if you put it on like a stand like connected to your rig, it can get a bit shaky at times, especially with a very powerful dark drive that Moza Racing has built here. But yeah, very nice racing position for him as well, but definitely going to be a bit miffed about that little situation with the traffic early on. But fortunately, he's still in the running and still in 18th place. Shazwan Shafiq in the meantime, yes, I saw him getting close to Brian Pereira ahead. Now there on the Camel Straight, he's going to be able to get a bit of a slipstream here from the other Aston Martin. He himself, oh, Pereira slows down a little bit early on into Lacooms there, letting him pass. And yeah, indeed, he's right to do that as well, given that Shazwan Shafiq is in silver class, I believe. Yeah,
yep.
So as whereas the A8 car, Brian Pereira, is in the AM class, so not really fighting that much for position here. He does let him through.
Yep. Meanwhile, some other battles on track. We see Muhammad Fatur Rahman chasing after the other Adam Harif. This one is Murdoch, the one that we know of quite well.
Yep, the actual Matt Murdoch, who, by the way, also made his first ever appearance in the Toyota Gazoo Racing just last weekend itself. Although he didn't quite place high up there, but it's great to see that he's also making waves in other platforms as well. But here, he's still pretty much running nicely here in 29th place. Running in the silver class, mind you, as far as Fatura Rahman is running in the AM class, but still getting closer and closer to Adam Harif in terms of track position. Now, Adam had a bit of like drama as well during this race. At one point was involved in a 5-car battle where at one point he was leading the island of cars until he unfortunately did a lawnmower and dropped to the back of that pack, only to regain a place once again when other cars eventually crash each other out. So quite a topsy-turvy day here for Matt Murdoch, but still continuing to run on and along.
Lives up to his name, doesn't it? It's not Mad Eye Murdoch when it's not mad.
It's like chaos out here in the wastelands of Belgium, as it were.
Well, technically, it was a wasteland back in the 1940s because the Battle of the Bulge. It was actually right up here. where it was.
The Ardennes Forest, yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, it's something that if the great Murray, the great late commentator Murray Walker once said, the first time he ever saw Spa was through a Panzer tank.
Wow. And boy, how far it's come since then here. So Fattura Ratman not able to close up the gap, and so Adam Harvey is now negotiating his way past some cars out on the track at the moment here. So let's put a car now between himself and the BMW. Actually, I think both of them are BMWs, aren't they?
Murdoch is a Lexus.
Oh, okay. Murdoch is on the Lexus here. So now McLaren is just holding up between the two of them now as they come towards Puan Corner. Still pretty much cloudy out here. It was clear, or like fully clear earlier on, but still no sign of rain to disrupt this race at the moment. So it's pretty much been clean running all throughout, although not clear in terms of like incidents. We've seen plenty of that happen throughout this race. A couple even notable ones involving one of our front runners in Amigos Racing. So yeah, still very much an incident-filled race at the moment here. Fattura Ratman now should be able to get past that gaggle, that marker here as we jump on board here with Brian Pereira. Now within 0.6 seconds behind Shazwan Shafiq.
Yep, and he was overtaken earlier by Shazwan. So looks like Brian has picked up the pace again.
Yep, trying to pick up the pace again and trying to get the position back here for Shazwan Shafiq. Through Stavolo they go. Again, taking nice and wide through onto the outside curb there. Trying to maximize the amount of speed as they are entering a very fast section of Spa. A place where certainly you will need as much speed as possible, especially through Blanchimont, in order to be able to gain as much time as you can on this track. Now coming out to a chicane, still very far back there is Brian Pereira, but closes it instantly, under braking here as traffic gets in the way of Shazwan Shafiq. And unfortunately, it opens up a bit of a gap that Brian Pereira tries to exploit. Didn't quite get it done though, even though he got to the apex there. So Shazwan Shafiq continues to stay just that little bit ahead. Going through the source now, he's going to take on to the inside. I think the BMW is going to stay out of the way, allowing Brian Pereira as well to get through. Going downhill now, he needs to be able to get close enough to the Aston Martin in order to stay within the slipstream here and hopefully be able to get a battle going through Lacoombs. It's still going to be a bit far back there in order to pull that off. Up to Radion they go. Brian Pereira still sticking about 0.6 seconds. Definitely will be enjoying a bit of slipstream, but not much advantage in terms of engine here as he is facing off against another Aston Martin. So no difference in car performance here. He needs to be able to find a very creative way to find his way past Shazwan Shafiq.
Yep, and he'll be a bit miffed that he gave the position a bit too easy the first time. Now he has to all to do here. Though, granted, I think he didn't want to fight too hard because, again, difference in classes.
Different classes, yeah, I was going to mention that. But yeah, I mean, again, track position still remains important. I think for Brian Pereira, at least if he can get past Shazwan Shafiq, he can try to focus on closing. Well, I mean, I say closing, but it might be a bit optimistic given there's a 26-second gap there to Ji Chia. So yeah, it's going to be clear track, so that could be something here for Brian Pereira to make use of if he wants to continue to try to climb up into the points here for the amateur class.
Yep. As meanwhile, that battle has been adjourned too. Let's see what else is happening on track. I think not much because it is a bit spread out at this point. We're coming up to now the end of the third hour of this particular stint. We're still waiting to see if there's anything dramatic is going to happen. Well, it looked like it was not getting worse. In fact, because drive-through penalty for Taufik Moyen. I was about to say, well, nothing dramatic happening. Now it has turned up. Taufik Moyen gets a drive-through for potentially, I think, speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah, and the drive-through that Lucas Keys, his teammate, is going to have to do here, given that they swapped drivers during that pit stop. My goodness, I think, well, that's a very funny camera position there for Lucas. His mouth a little cut off, but I definitely get a good view of this framed portrait of Porsche Carrera just behind him.
Indeed.
So, well, yeah, a bit unfortunate for Lucas because now he's going to have to serve that drive-through, and that's going to definitely affect their, at one point, a third-place position here for Scuderia Nismo.
I think that's a 993 Porsche Carrera from there, by the looks of it.
Yeah, I think it might be right.
It is a 993, yeah.
It is a 993 there for sure. So, yeah, well, I mean, again, unfortunate here for the Scuderia Nismo team. As they attempt now having a drive-through penalty hanging over the head. It's going to drop them out the top 3 for sure. But we'll see how
Wow.
it shapes up championship-wise.
But that is a really fast driver that they have in this particular for this particular crew in that car right now. What a ways that they could have actually easily been toe-to-toe with Shirin Sirikol and the number 68 Hold'em car. But unfortunately, during the handover, something happens. Now Lucas has it all to do, albeit 1.5 minutes behind after this.
Yeah, so unfortunate. Still inside of the top 5 at least as far as the pro class is concerned, but definitely going to be a way longer shot for them to try to clinch the championship, that's for sure. So, as we have a look on the screens right now, yeah, not really much on-track battles to contend with, although Lucas Key is now starting to make some moves against some traffic. Imam Fayom is now the closest person to try to keep the fight going here.
Yep.
He's getting against Iman, Zed Iman, who's just ahead of him. Also, an Aston Martin, we're seeing him
Yes.
on the screens now.
Now we get the view that his friends have been wanting for. So those who are
Yeah.
fans of Inam Fayom that were requesting that his face is seen earlier, now he's on screen and he's actually having a good battle here for potentially some points on the board for the Overme Esports car. Though I'm saying that quite fairly because we have an abundance of AM teams here. They may not even be in the points even with so many positions taken. But nonetheless, that's your screen time for Fayom, and hopefully we can see a bit of a battle brewing here between the 393 and 513 car.
And also a Mozart Racing enjoyer himself using the GT version of the wheel. Oh, but it's very unfortunate there for Iman, losing control on Puon itself, allowing Iman to move up a place there. So another one for the highlight reel here.
Yeah, that's one for Fayum to actually take pride in. At least he got an overtake done on camera, albeit pressuring the driver in front into a mistake. So that adjourns that particular battle too, as Lucas Keys dives into the pits to serve the drive-through. No doubt, he's laughing about it. You can see he was actually in good spirits. He was all smiles, but no doubt that was not one thing he would have wanted as he took over the car.
But again, you know, it's still all in good fun, I think, for these guys, because again, like Taufik being almost a decade long, if not a decade more, especially with his karting career, veteran of sim racing as a whole. And then Lucas also being a very extremely fast driver behind the wheel as well. I mean, it's definitely deja vu for them. It's the place where they've been before.
Oh, there's a car that's spun right now.
no.
Jaja right in front of Fayum. And luckily, though, Fayum and the rest of the other drivers have taken evasive action to prevent a collision happening there. But that last corner, the bus stop chicane, it looks so easy, but yet somehow gets a lot of mistakes.
Oh!
Jaja actually now does a second consecutive incident, hitting Fayum.
Yeah, Fayum unfortunately badly affected by that. He still has a 5-second gap at the moment, although that might be closing. Oh no, actually he lost out a couple of positions as a result of that spin there. Oh my goodness.
All that work for nothing.
Yeah. Oh well. Still at least still in the running. Still at the very least a car still intact. So
Yep. It was light contact, all things considered, but hopefully those who are fans of Inam Fayum who were requesting for his face to be on camera got what they wanted and in spades.
well, not exactly everything they wanted, that's for sure. But as we ride on board now with Justin Raul Dev, a bit of traffic now ahead of him, although he's actually catching to where it's another Taufik, who's actually in front of him, a different Taufik,
Indonesian
mind you.
Taufik.
The Indonesian Taufik, the Taufik from another country altogether, as he's getting past one of the back markers. Justin Raul Dev is still able to hang on behind him. So this is now a battle through Puhon here, now going towards the fast chicane. You can see Justin Raul Dev, he's racing from the Johor side, isn't he?
And he has a friend right beside him as well, so I think that's also one of the other competitors.
I think it's from the Pepega Diva team.
Oh, Chloe Chun? I don't think so. I think. Oh yeah, that might be Chloe. Yeah, it is her. It is her.
Yeah.
But yeah, glad to see that he is actually keeping that particular place alive and kicking. But for him, it has been a race to forget, because the last couple of years that they've been at Spa for the Pepega boys has not been a very good, happy hunting ground, and it looks as though it is set to continue here, because this race has not turned out well for them after qualifying in the top 15.
And on top of that, right now, he lost out some time coming out of Stavalo, so He's not going to be able to catch up quite yet to Taufik, who's just in front of him. Although Taufik messes up a little bit in the middle of chicane, that might bring Justin Raldev back into play here. So he tries to catch up to him, going towards La Source. Let's see if he can do it under braking right now. It's going to be all important to get a good exit out of that. Brakes quite late here, trying to keep up with Taufik just in front from Taufik from Spontan. Both of them, I think, running both Ferraris here, so not much differential in terms of that machine. So it's just they really have to take this precisely in order to be able to keep up with each other.
Ooh,
yeah.
Look at Taufik. He literally skated across mid-corner at the top of Radion, while through Eau Rouge first, and then on Radion manages to get it back together. Somehow, did not lose time. Most of the time, when you lose a bit of the rear coming up to the Eau Rouge Radion, you will get caught. But amazingly, he kept his foot in.
Yeah, he's literally still kept it planted throughout that. A four-wheel drift, if you've ever seen one here. Justin Raldev is able to capitalize somewhat, but still not close enough to make the move through Lacombe's yet. Still trying to get himself closer through Bruxelles. A very tricky corner because of the bad camber, but still is able to stay up behind here, trying to take a tighter line compared to Taufik in order to try to gain a position here. Currently, Justin Raldev is running 27th, and Taufik from Spontan is holding on in 26th. So still a long shot in terms of points, and of course, like both of them are not in the same class, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, Silver versus M class, and also point to note that the livery is actually not what you think it is, because it's actually it was on their Lexus in the previous round, but because of the way that the entry list work, that they put the livery onto the Ferrari instead. So it looks like it's actually quite a gnarly Ferrari. Even on the side, it looks like a BTS logo apparently. But it is not a homage to that particular group. It is in fact their own livery that got jumbled up because it was supposed to be on another car.
Gnarly for Ferrari is like quite a tongue twister actually, and a very nice rhyme.
Unintentionally.
Unintentional.
Yes.
That's what we live for here. Let's see who's going to be able to make an intentional overtake here. Justin Raldev against Taufik as he gets closer and closer. Now almost bumper to bumper here. Taufik Morin is like he wants to, I think he really wants to battle Taufik here for to find out who's the one true Taufik in this race here. But at the moment, the Taufik that's on track here is facing a big challenge for Justin Raldev. Is getting closer out of the chicanes and now downhill towards Eau Rouge. Should be able to get a good slipstream right about now.
Yes. But let's see if Radion's going to prove to be the differentiator again, because we saw last time how Taufik skated across. And again, somehow, he still managed to pull it out of the way. The car looks relatively stable, but I think it was set up to be a bit loose to begin with. So that's why it looks like it's on the ragged edge. Coming up now to Lake Home. Let's see then if Justin Raldev can actually make it through. Even though this is actually a battle between two different classes, we just want to cover it because it is providing some of the on-track action right now, as it is a bit sparse at this point because of differing strategies.
Yeah, I mean, out of 57 cars, is the only two cars that's close to each other right now, so we'd be remiss not to show a little bit, at least a little bit of this action here. But Taufik so far still able to hold on pretty well ahead of Justin Raldev. So in spite of like what looked like a bit of a messy turn.
Penalty, car 787, 4th offense.
Yeah, there's a car number 787, unfortunately, being disqualified here due to too many offenses under racing here. That's been announced by our steward Afik. So very unfortunate here for Team Ithan.
Yeah, but let's see whether or not they're going to get kicked out immediately, because you can see again another batch of penalties have been handed out to Tanakit Jungjit in the I-10 car in front of the sister car right behind, incidentally. That is running in a Mustang. Can't pick it out. Which one is that? Time price is Sarasuk. But it's supposed to be 767, but maybe they got the driver entry wrong, so that's why it's 768 instead. Jungjit being promoted from not just one penalty, he gets on top another one, a stop and go 10 seconds too for good measure.
And also, like, mind you, a disqualification as well. So, man, it's just gone from bad to worse here, unfortunately, for car number 787. So right now, who's holding that fastest lap right now? Lucas Keys actually is holding that best lap of the session so far.
Yeah, Jungjit goes off with wide there. We're about to see what happens between Justin and Taufik. Taufik goes narrow. Justin has the opportunity to dive one, and he does so. And there he goes. He goes on the inside. Taufik gave so much space, but Billy Ebenheiser just gave a nudge to his fellow countryman and says, out of the way. I don't care, you're Indonesian.
Yeah, Ebenheiser just literally elbowing his way through on Lasource, and I think Taufik may not be too happy about that, that's for sure.
Oof.
But it goes off yet again on the same corner he drifted like 2 laps ago, wasn't it?
Yeah. He really is going loose up to that particular area and flashes his lights at Ebenheiser for good reason.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I wouldn't blame him for that.
They would not want to commit civil war, but that was the seeds of it being planted right there.
Well, we'll hope for peace and love between the two of them at the end of this race here. But as of right now, another battle starting to form on track. This time for 17th place. Nasser back under the crosshairs one more, but this time the crosshairs from Nur Ihsan from Balapan Random Motorsports. Gonna try to close in on him. True Erosion up to Radion. There's a car just ahead of them, which I believe is a back marker. So.
No, it's not.
quite. Oh, okay, so
in fact, it's Amir Naim. So
okay, yeah.
He got the pass both of them. So
Good
now Ihsan's going to overtake. And easy as you like. Nasser didn't want to put up much of a fight, even though it is between the same classes. But I think he is being circumspect here. Ooh, goes a bit wide through Lacombe onto the AstroTurf. Oh, Renali Wijaja. Yeah, and obviously that was a collision that he took out Fayum earlier. So that was pretty much easy to pinpoint. We saw it earlier for car number 69. Nice.
Yeah, not so nice for Bigo Racing Division, unfortunately. So, yep, 5 seconds are going to be added to his time here, but he can serve it in the pit stops. So we are 2 hours and 2 hours and a half under that towards the end of this race here. We have currently Moreno Pratama in the lead of this race here, having inherited it from I think is it still Nakib Aslan driving right now, or is it already switched over to Nabil? I mean, the two brothers still going to be in the fight, although interestingly enough, due to this, yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's Nabil. Nabil is currently at the wheel of the car and might just be at the wheel of it for the rest of this race here, given that his brother had done most of the efforts at the start of this 6-hour race here in order to stay in the lead. Now has handed it over to his younger brother, while the elder of the Amigos brothers here, Alif, is currently still at the wheel and still ahead of Nabil and Nakib's car, although it's still one pit stop behind.
They're about the same.
About the same, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if they were pissed off behind, that would be a completely different offset.
Yeah, it's a slightly different phase, I would say, in the race right now between the two of them.
Yep.
So we'll see how that will shape up here. We also have Moreno Pratama currently in the lead of the race at 91 laps, but he's going into the pits now together with Nugroho.
Yep, but Nugroho will not be affected, and luckily we're not in our factor too, for example, because if he was to drive in that particular sim, the collision will be on even in pit lane. So that's a lucky one for him.
Yeah, very close indeed between the two of them. But Pratama now is going to be disinheriting the lead now, so Alif is going to be the one taking that lead, but he's already more than an hour through his stint here. Still elects to stay out on this lap though. Seeing that Nakib's behind, a bit of side-by-side action here. It's car number 666 trying to get himself ahead right now of I believe it's Nasser at the moment. Yeah, Nasser's already got him ahead of him. True Lacoombs here as Nasser, unfortunately, another position conceded now, this time to another car, this time to a Thai driver.
Yep, with Leclerc, who was actually one of those guys that had a bit of a rap sheet in that first round of the season, but he managed to get onto the podium. That was the most impressive thing. Out of the box, really fast. Just needs to be keeping his nose clean, and so far, at least in this one, he's done a brilliant job in showing why if he stayed for the entire season, might have been actually a championship contender in any of the classes, because the Holland Motorsport or eMotorsport Academy at the time really has hosted a real stable of fast drivers.
I mean, we've seen like really impressive drives all throughout this race here from the Holden Motorsports teams, like all across all cars. Oh boy, the 512 stuck at the exit of La Source. It's going to be a bit of clear track right now, so he will be able to rejoin the race here, but that's a bit unfortunate to happen right there and then, because it's going to still lose a lot of time having to accelerate out from the after coming out of La Source, I should say.
Yeah, and this was the Canadian guy that I pointed out earlier to Paul Ryan Lopez, who thought I referred to him as Canadian. Of course, his name really speaks Hispanic and from the Philippines.
Yeah.
So, slight confusion there, or maybe might have uttered accidentally something wrong in between, but you know, happens on live TV.
Yeah.
We just tend to try to say in the heat of the moment and then actually saying another thing.
No, I mean, in any case, apologies from our end if we do get some of these facts wrong here. That's why we really appreciate all the comments coming in here, both on YouTube as well as Facebook, which we're streaming on right now, because you guys will be able to help correct us should we get something a little bit wrong here. But what is certainly going right now is for Team Uncle Evo, currently running in the 10, but unfortunately getting past right now. Yeah, we're getting a bit sideways, in fact, getting into Lacombe.
In fact, no, for Oruge and Radio, they had a moment there, so that's why we're actually jumping to this camera right now, because they were just 3 seconds behind the 351 Bigo of Fikri Aska. But because of that moment, I think the gap now has actually increased substantially from where they were at that point. So Drayden Le had a bit of a big moment, and this is potentially champion-elect in the AM class as well. So mercifully, he kept it out of the wall or other cars that would have actually hampered his chances of scoring the championship here. But it was a moment that probably is a wake-up call for the rest of the team. Oh, look at that.
Oh boy, another one there. Oh my goodness, he had to fight with that steering wheel right now in order to keep the car on track here. Let's hope he's going to be able to stay that way for now. But yeah, running in the top 10 here and still champion-elect for the amateur class. Now we're on board with Ahmad Nur Ehsan, who saw getting creeping closer and closer to Leklai's already...
Leklai's overtaken.
Leklai's already overtaken him now for 16th place. So Ahmad Nur Ehsan is now desperate to try to retake that position back, but may have to do it at the end of the bus stop chicane here, because Leklai has gotten a good run out of Stavlo compared to him.
Yeah, that was actually something that we missed, because Nasir, we saw him being overtaken by Leklai earlier, but Leklai is on a charge. He really wants to make up for lost time, because it was another one of those teams that had the unfortunate ignominy of going through the drive-through here at Spa.
Yeah, so if anything, Leklai is the one trying to regain some lost time here, and Ahmad Nur Ehsan is unfortunately just in the way of that mission here. You can see him on your screens right now, looking around here, trying to see if he can find some way of making some gains here, at least against Leklai. Coming through coming through La Source right now. Not a lot of, there's still a bit of traffic ahead, but not enough to give the slipstream here to Leklai. And Ahmad Nur Ehsan, unfortunately, is getting a little bit further now. 1 whole second stands between him and the McLaren in front. So, as we have a look at the stints right now.
Drayden Le is in the pits, and it is for a scheduled stop. Not sure who we give to, because Zed McKenna was in the car earlier. I think he is going to give it to Will Hammond, because he wants to finish off the race 2 by 2 by 2. And that is Ahmad Nur Ehsan on the camera, so whoever is friends or a fan of the Indonesian, well, we gave some screen time for the Balapan Random Motorsports team here.
It's great to see all these racers from all different countries taking part in this Endurance Edition. Don't forget to sign up for our next coming Global Edition season. It's not going to be run on ACC. It's going to be run on Assetto Corsa, the OG Assetto Corsa, which, by the way, just announced
the
rally version is going to be coming out.
Now that was actually quite surprised. I thought when I saw the thumbnail, that might be fake. I thought like, oh wait, did they already do like a rally mod where they take mods from rally games and put it so you can do that, and with fake gravel physics? But no, that was a legitimate rally game that was out of nowhere. We never even knew. Not even the data miners were going through the files of other games thinking, hang on, that might not be in place of what it is.
I mean, we know that like even the base game, even AC itself already has quite a few Group B cars and some rally cars in there. So I guess it's natural progression. Praveen Peter, oh no, not again here. Oh boy, he early on had a spill exactly at this very corner itself that caused a big kerfuffle this time around. Looks like he's able to rejoin safely, and hopefully no further contact from this point on, but definitely another oh no not again moment here for Praveen Peter.
And speaking of, oh no, not again, that's Zef Yuen. And what has happened to him? Well, it looks as though it might have been slight mechanical issues with his peripherals. Oh, but
yeah.
that rejoin was not probably the safest because it is slippery, but I think he might need to go to bed. And probably Peter, just as we were talking about him, nearly clouded the back of Zef.
Oh boy, he's still stuck on the track though. I think he might be having a issue with his controls right now because he's not able to get it moving as he liked to. Spinning his wheels a little bit. Steering wheel, I think feeling like a bit loose there. Maybe trying to test it, make sure that it's running okay, but it's gonna have to stay out of the way of some of the other cars coming up behind because I think he hasn't quite fixed up his issues yet. But more and more positions being lost here for Zef Yuen.
Okay, now we can see him. There he is on camera.
Yeah, I think trying to solve some sort of technical issue on his part right now, but unfortunately, time is just slipping away from him. Zeke is only 11 seconds behind, and I think already catching up to him as we speak here.
Yeah, Ben's overtaking him.
Yep, already overtaken him, as has Taufik from Indonesia and Justin Raul Dev as well. So Zef Yuen will be rejoining the race in 26th place, losing 4 positions, having to troubleshoot an issue going on his part.
I mean, credit to where he's due. He actually stayed out of everybody's way and not caused incidents, but the way that he actually had to stop there was a bit odd. He didn't really have to go through a second time to face completely about face from the entire circuit. Just stop on the side. He was at Brussels. Keep it safe right there, or maybe here.
Yeah, I think still the gremlins are continuing to hound him right now as he has desperately tried to troubleshoot something going on with his wheel here. So, yeah, very unfortunate right now for Zeth.
It's unfortunate as well that the livery actually is glitched out as well.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the thing was that even though it glitched out, it still looks actually pretty good. Not gonna lie. Like
it looks on brand for the Pantera Racing Academy team, but the Velocity Pantera. Oh, Tamim Nasir nearly whacks into the side of him as well for good measure.
Yeah, well, it seems like he's managed to get his car back into the running now, coming out of Puon. Coming out of Stavolo.
Yes.
Oh boy, but yeah, there's a lot of positions lost already. 27th place now as he's back into the running here, so he's lost out a total of 5 positions as Ben Seek loses control going into Lacombe.
You can see the tire marks where he happened, and it, please don't tell me that was Harris Dexter is doing, because he just went off there. As well, hopefully, again, it can be resolved quickly for that one, as somehow another car gone off. Satikun Lamluong from Overme Esports, another Thai driver, going off at Puon. Everybody's going left, right, and center.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of these guys are coming towards the end of this stint, so probably like tires already worn out quite significantly. I mean, we've got several drivers already approaching that 1 hour. Some already way past that 1 hour mark here. So yeah, I mean, we're coming towards like an end of a very long race here, mind you. I mean, normally these rounds only last 4 hours. We're already almost 4 hours into this race, but we've got still another 2 hours to go. So fatigue might just be setting in for some of these drivers. Let's hope they can keep it together though, because they definitely don't want to miss out on the final checkered flag of the season.
Yep. Even if you don't finish with points, at least you want to finish the race. So that is considered a net positive for all involved, especially when you do an endurance. Yeah,
a bit of switch around there for Overme Esports. Both cars actually almost coming together at the chicane, but still managed to stay out of each other's way. Tanash Predapatong is currently driving the 513, and oh boy, his teammate in the 515 had to move out of the way. Satikun Lamlung having to go out of the way in a little bit of reaction there on the face cam right now from one of the drivers of Overme Esports as they attempt to stay out of each other's hair right at this point.
Yeah, that was quite literally a hairy moment, but mercifully the cooler heads prevailed on that one and they just kept it calm, not too much histrionics apart from just a close shave there. Meanwhile, somebody has a penalty there, Chloe too. Stop and go 30 seconds.
Oh no, the Diva team currently is running in 46th place here. Yeah, that's gonna put, well, in the grand scheme of things, a race to forget here, but nevertheless, great to see that at least, whoa boy, that's having to stay out of the way there. She was right on the racing line there as Wong was able to get through, but definitely not too happy about that thing.
Ian Wong in the red pack car mercifully got out of the way too, to nearly clouting the back of Chloe. But her co-driver, Genevieve Voy, you probably know that very well because you also commented on the rookies races, might actually potentially do one day. Oh, that's very close!
No!
Two very close moments. Adiancha, and I think it was the 201 as well for Shazwan Shafiq, as Chloe Chu now goes to the pits to serve that penalty. Luckily though, didn't get clouted.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think she was slowing down a little bit because she needed to go to serve her stop-go penalty, and unfortunately, these two cars got caught out as a result. Mohammad Shahbaz Shafiq, by the way, is in 18th place, not really chasing the other car for position, but two of them almost came together there, having to dodge out of the way of Chloe's car.
Was about to finish off that Genevieve. Well, she's trying to gain experience in a big field of cars because who knows, one day she might do this about 1,000 kilometers over here, the biggest race in Malaysia in motorsport.
And definitely one that a lot of motorsport fans in Malaysia are looking forward to at the end of this year. Mohammad Shahwan Shafiq, though, will be able to pass Adian Shah for position on the track here, but he still is on his merry way, although I say that, losing control, getting to Lacooms. And looks like the BMW will be able to stay alongside him for a little bit longer, but Shahwan Shafiq still, nevertheless, stays ahead. And hopefully be able to keep his nerves right now.
Oh, big accident at the top of Radion, and it's right in the middle of the racing
no,
car.
boy.
Kunia 1, get out of the way! Don't get clouted. Close.
Oh boy.
Oh, that was very close. You can see that's one of the Team
Yes.
Uncle cars coming by, but more cars are coming! Oh, that's very close.
The problem is that his turning angle is not very wide, given this is a racing GT3 car, so he's having to do multi-point turns in order to get his car back on track here. And oh boy, that was more than a few hairy moments there. Another car is going to be coming through. He needs to wait for them to get past, especially the car coming out of the pits right now, before he can rejoin this race. Or is he having even more troubles here? Still on the grass,
Nope.
still trying to wait for some cars to get through. I think he's having problems. I
Car's
think his
gone.
steering, I think
Car's
his
gone.
suspension is bent. He has to teleport into the pits.
And another car that was involved in that one is the spontan car of Darian Zufa. And once again, we've been highlighting this before. The top of Eau Rouge and through Eau Rouge and the top of Radion has been his Achilles heel. Zufa is not like those sequence of corners at all, even though it's actually a driver's favorite. But it looks as though the car was not up to the task, and he has suffered for it. You can see the tire marks he's leaving. The front right of that car is completely bent. The suspension has actually gone on that one, so he needs to drag that car back to the pit lane.
Yeah, and so unfortunately he's still inside Sector 1, so he's got a long way to go before he can enter the pit lane, so it's a bit of a walk of shame if you've ever seen one here inside of ACC. But that's unfortunately a situation Darian Zufar is in right now.
Yep, and hopefully he can get it back to the pits. We'll actually jump to other cars right now, but if those who want to keep track of him, you can see the little white dot among the gray dots that he is a walking yellow flag right now. So let's see if we can get back to the pits. Meanwhile, somebody was mentioning the Holden team, and this is it. Kantawa Potiri Sak.
Yep, the fastest of I think the second fastest. I think Shinsuku is still up in overall P3 here. But yeah, the Holden Motorsport, again, very impressive showing right now in his Spa 6-hour race. You can see him on his screens right now. Already can see his head in the screens right now.
Funny enough, that looks almost like our Stewart Afiq Farid driving, because he has that kind of dead trim anyway.
It does, actually. But Potishistak still running in that car, number 66, currently running in 7th place, 30 seconds away from Lucas Keys, who currently holds the fastest lap right now. Lucas desperate to try to make up some time lost due to the drive-through penalty that his teammate Taufik Moyen unfortunately inflicted upon him, but still taking in good spirits. They're still inside of the top 6 at the moment, so
Yep.
still not too far away, still within a long shot. Still have to say that when it comes to the championship. But at the very least, still running strong.
Yeah, and there's another driver who's decided to put his webcam way above his head. But, you know, at least we can tell the identity of the driver involved here. So Lucas then, again, you can even see from the facial expressions and the muscles moving, he is smiling a bit. But it's probably just taking the race one lap at a time to potentially go into the reckoning as being in the top 3. So really then, if they had a stronger start to the season, they might have been right in the mix from the get-go. But again, not a bad return at all for this particular crew.
Yeah, he's going to have to channel his inner Lewis Hamilton here in order to try to make up that time. And Well, let's hope that that lucky charm is going to help them in that chase right now. We're still just over 2 hours away to the end of this race here, so still plenty of on-track running to go. Bill Aslan is currently at the wheel of the 111 Stratos Motorsport and has been leading this race through and through, even through the shakeups due to pit stops here. Still remains very far ahead of his nearest competitor, Andika Maulana, who's currently 54 seconds behind there in the LOR team car.
Yep. As our broadcast directors picking out the webcams right now to see that the identities of these guys, to put a face on some of these names. And Nabil, you can clearly see it's his one because he actually runs a green screen, hence why we see the Stratos Motorsports at the back. Thank you, Zoom, for that one, to actually create a makeshift green screen as opposed to having to key in yourself.
Yeah. It's one of the wonders of modern technology, isn't it? Although it sometimes does cut away his headphones a little bit. But
makes it look like he doesn't have ears.
I know. But of course, Nabil is still very focused right now on trying to keep this race lead here, which is, again, Stratos is doing everything they can have done, pretty much the best they could right now to have a shot at clinching this championship. But that still very much depends on where the number 44 ends up by the end of this race. Of currently, Muhammad Tasbih, who is also the younger brother of this time of the Amigos Racing team here, is running in 5th position, quite far back from where they wanted to be in the first place. They only qualified in 9th at the start of this race, mind you, so they did make a lot of progress. Trying to make some progress here is Tasbih onto Adam Harif, who moves into the pits right now. And now it's only got another McLaren here to go here, but again, Tasbih as well as Alif had quite a huge monumental task ahead of them after qualifying P9 and having to climb their way up bit by bit. They've only made it up to 5th so far and still have 20 seconds to make up before it can finally catch up to Mama Azar, car number 333.
Yep. As the little decoration they have at the back, which is we can say it was like a mood board as well. He's probably not so happy with the Delta 2 car being driven by Billy Noviar. He's probably thinking, yeah, that cost me a bit of time that I don't want to lose anymore. But that little board at the back actually has gone through some little alterations over the years. It has its own little lore. Now they added the most recent silhouette of Lewis Hamilton with his latest hairdo when he's with Ferrari.
Yeah, eternal fans, that's why they have the number 44 as a tribute to the GOAT of F1 himself. The current still active GOAT, I should say.
Yeah. The other 7-time world champion in Formula 1. It's amazing how it's all in 7s, isn't it? NASCAR has 3 of them.
Yeah. It's incredible story
IndyCar.
run.
Yeah. And IndyCar has 1. Well then, our producer Imran said, then we have WRC, especially with Sebastian Loeb, 9-time world rally champion. Which, well, I'm saying this respectfully, it kind of killed off WRC's popularity at one point.
Well, they say the same about Schumacher, and they also said the same while Hamilton was dominating together with Mercedes, but you cannot deny that they still remain on top as far as their abilities and their titles are concerned. So
yeah,
I mean, proof is in the pudding.
Yep. Although we still have to say about one thing in recent regards to developments in MotoGP, where is it 7 titles for Marc Marquez or is it 9? That was actually a good one, because the thing is, they tried to line it up with Formula 1 because they want to emphasize the MotoGP as in the top class titles, not how many titles they have won in lower categories, which Marquez has, a 125cc and a Moto2 title to go to his resume. But the thing is, those who are fans of motorcycle racing, especially the fact that they're all world championships, by the way, the top 3 classes, whereas Formula 1 is the only single-seater world championship, it really does put the question whether or not you want to count it all as somebody who's actually gone backwards and forwards, just like their number, 69 for Wijaja, really has been in the wars, but luckily though, he didn't get collected by anybody else. But yeah, that was quite a particular argument in social media, whether or not they should recognize Marquez's 7 or his 9 titles.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do not have nearly enough MotoGP knowledge to really put my head in the ring with regards to that conversation, but here's one conversation that has appeared in our own chat. GOAT. The only GOAT here is Tiago Pereira.
I mean, we have a Pereira on track, but it's not Tiago is Brian Pereira. Wait, is he in the race as well?
Yeah, he's in the race. He's in the race. Can't remember which car he was in. One of the Sri Lankan cars, that's for sure. But yeah, he was in the race at one point.
Yeah, we are looking through the full name list right now because it is about 100 plus people in this server right now. Full testament to how everyone's committed to doing a full season. So glad to see that they are all coming, and we will keep the doors open for everyone to keep on coming in future seasons. As no, I don't think we see Piera, but we know that we have a Brian Pereira on board.
Yeah.
Triple eight. So Triple Eight, yeah,
Tiago.
Tiago. So he is right beside Brian Pereira in the same car, but he's not driving right now. So we'll wait for him to appear. The GOAT of Sri Lanka, if you want to say, we want to say so ourselves. I mean, can.
Like he's definitely done a lot, in past editions here. To solidify his position as one of the drivers from Sri Lanka to beat. And then right now, their own car is running 18th overall here and running up pretty high inside of the M class.
And also given the fact that Sri Lanka is also another burgeoning country. They hosted this year's Asia Pacific Motorsports Championship.
Yeah.
So it's quite nice to see that despite the circuits being club circuits, they still managed to host a number of good categories there, including the slaloms, including the go-karts and all that, and drifting as well. On top of the fact that they have a really good sim racing scene as well through the Ceylon Motorsports community, the CMSC as it's called in here. That really shows how some of the smaller nations that you don't really consider as having a motorsports background, well, people can be proven wrong by showing that they have a scene where they are. Brunei, Sri Lanka, or in the Philippines as well, if we can say so.
This is why sim racing has been such a boon for this region, because it previously has enabled the accessibility to motorsport that previously was just not there, especially when you talk about countries that do not have circuits, do not have an actual real motorsport scene that's burgeoning. Sim racing has been a huge boon because it not only allows them to host events pretty easily over the internet. Rajamil Shaukat sliding a little bit through Banchimon there.
Yeah, he had to back it off. You can hear the car went silent for a second because Pratama Aji in front of him actually went wide at Blanchimon. Luckily, they didn't cloud each other. These two are in the same car as well, Ferraris. But again, the Papega boys are probably just consoling the fact that at least not in the overall stakes, but they have a better result in the silver class, so they will get a good haul of points to finish off the season. Oh no, something happened to Chloe Chu. She's right. Oh no, for the love of God, do not go in reverse.
Oh yeah, I mean there's a lot of cars coming up through, coming down from La Source right now, so Chloe is unfortunately stuck in a very critical place. What is that? What is he doing there? Trying to get through on that side there. Unfortunately, clattered into Chloe, and Chloe couldn't quite move out of the way there in time. So some more cars got collected as a result. Chloe is still stationary on track right now, not able to move as cars continue to speed past her coming out of Radion.
And she has come back to the pits. Meanwhile, Pratama Aji was the car that was hit, that actually hit Chloe Chu. So he lost a position to Raju Amir Shaukat in that particular exchange. Wow-wee. And the car is well and truly borked. Look at that. The tire marks is leaving. He's got suspension damage as well, like Darian Zufar.
Yeah, and then again, just like Zufar, is gonna have to nurse that car back to the pits the long way around, and the Bigo Racing car is gonna try to get its way through, but having to do it around the outside right now on a stricken Spontan car. Ay. Again, Radion strikes again, I'm afraid, and this time Chloe Chu, unfortunately, is the one who's caught out in the middle, not saying in the middle of the track, but that Porsche that just really ran right between her and the tire barrier. What was he doing in that first place, though?
This is the car in question, Tanake Jangjit, who apparently was not the car that we heard got disqualified, so it was a different car with number 7 at the back, but mercifully, he somehow got away with it. But at the expense of the other cars, including what happened to Pratama Aji, who became the collateral in that particular exchange.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for Chloe, she's going to have to wait in the pits there, given that you do have a time penalty after teleporting, and that's not to mention the damage that has to be fixed on the car as well before pulling out. So that's pretty much, again, a race to forget here for the ladies of the Pepega Diva team.
Yeah, trial by fire, but again, for Jen and for Chloe, especially for Jen because she's doing real life racing, if she was to do the Sepang 1000, she'll have to put up with a big field of cars, and that's exactly what she got. A field of 58 cars that started this race, and apparently I heard from a mechanic that came into the Axel Center today, 77 cars I think. But oh no, that's Harris Dexter going off! As we were actually watching Robert Aprilino, who actually had a spin of his own, Harris Dexter is actually going off at P1, all by himself into the barriers, off in the deep end.
Yeah, well, thankfully out of the way for majority of the cars, so he should be able to rejoin pretty safely from here on out. Yeah.
Many things happening now.
Many things happening here, and we're already past the 2-hour mark here. So, sorry, we're going into the last 2 hours of this race, as I should say. Nabil Aslan currently at the wheel of Stratos Motorsports, still in the lead here, has been in the lead for the majority of this race. Can they make it a checkered flag finish here in first? We'll have to see in another 2 more hours. Right now, the 889 car, the LOR car that's currently being driven by Andika Maulana is following behind them, as is Mama Azhar of the Apex Racing Brunei team. So those are your top 3 on track at the moment. We are going to be taking a short break, but we'll be right back to bring you guys the rest of the 5th hour racing. So don't go away.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
And we are back with another edition of the eRacing GP, the final round of the season here in 2025. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Ammo. And we've been talking you guys through the last 2 hours of racing. Now we got another 2 more hours of racing to go. Nabil Aslan at the wheel of the 111 Stratos Motorsport in P1. And has been P1 for the majority of racing here. It has a very clear lead ahead of LOR Racing's Andika Maulana. Currently is 54 seconds behind the two of them at this point. We also got Mama Azar currently in P3 right now, having a drive-through penalty that forced them out of a P2 possible finish here. Now desperate to try to catch up here. Has 30 seconds of gap to make up between himself and Andika Maulana. We are right now 1 hour and 52 minutes away from the checkered flag, and things have pretty much been chaotic, I should say. Lots of incidents happened even just before we took the break, as we just witnessed Chloe Chu having an unfortunate stop at the very top of Radion itself, and actually collecting a couple of cars as a result. She is teleported back to the pits, and I believe she's back out running yet again here. So thankfully, we'll be able to continue to gain some experience in what has been a very topsy-turvy race here for the Pepega Diva team.
Indeed. Meanwhile, some of the other classes that we have to keep our eyes out for is a potential win for the I-10 car. Now, that'll be a turn out for the books, especially given the fact that they have had a run of crazy results of late, but this will be vindication for them and for the rest of the Thai drivers that they will try to do a full season next season with the likes of I-10 or with Hold'em Motorsport. With the likes of Fomin Solom here, they've done an amazing job in going up to the front. Let's see if they can finish with a flourish.
Yep, the Thai drivers certainly have been impressing us all race long here, particularly the ones from Hold'em Motorsport. A lot of their cars in the running here have been consistently inside the top 15, and this is definitely one of them.
Look at that.
2 cars
In the pit lane!
in the pit lane, getting a bit of kerfuffle here. That's Vicky Askar.
Oh,
in a
no.
very tight spot. His Austin powered it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right against a plastic barrier. Now the thing is, in real life, the plastic barrier will be able to move past by that GT tree. But given that this is a set of Corsa Competizione, Aska is in deep trouble here.
Oh, and that's a disaster because look at it. He's running in 9th overall.
Oh no, this is a disaster right now for Mama Aska. He cannot get his car out of this situation here. He needs actually someone to bump him, funny enough, from the back. But unfortunately, this I think there's one more car coming in through the pits. Maybe could be a saving grace, but at the moment, he's doing an awesome powers. He's just trying to get back and forth,
He gets it.
He
Manages.
Manages just barely get out of there. Oh my goodness.
Wow. But how much damage did he do to that car while trying to Austin Powers his way out of it?
Yeah.
And luckily, he didn't get it completely wedged because that would have been the most humiliating way to exit the race.
I guess fortunate enough for Aryan Shah, who just came out of La Source, the pit lane of La Source just now. Aska has managed to get himself out of the way there, so his own pit stop is not affected. But for Aska, yeah, I'd be worried about some damage, at least aerodynamically, from his front and rear bumpers there. Ay.
My word.
My word, indeed. So Rahman, it spun around here, I think on the coming out of chicanes, bus stop chicane. Managed to get himself back on track here. No cars around here, so he's pretty much going to be able to do a safe rejoin. My goodness, what a way to come back into the racing here, ladies and gentlemen. Just incident after incident, as we've chronicled all throughout. I believe Soren Lum, who's currently in car 68, is the silver class leader right now. Prapachop is currently, as we mentioned earlier, the leader in the AM class. Right now, his nearest rival here, Padilla Sumanthong, who is in car number 66. Is this silver or is this in pro class? AM class, sorry. Yeah, so he is in the AM class here. So he is currently second in the running here, right behind Prapachop. Will Hammond manages to make himself get his car up into a P3 here for the AM class, so still keeping the championship hopes alive here for the team Uncle Evo team, which has been came into this race as a points leader. Didn't quite get the qualifying position they wanted, but hopefully they will be able to get a podium here. And Will Hammond is already just halfway through his own stint at this point. So now, as we continue on, there's not much close racing going on at the moment, except maybe Lek Lai, who's actually getting within a second of Wijaja just in front of him. May just be another one to keep an eye on here, as he's the closest, at least in terms of fighting position here, amongst the top 15. So let's just keep a keen eye on that. Another driver is also starting to get close as well. It's Syed Zafar Ahmed, who is getting close to Rahman. Right now he's driving the number 71 for the Bengal Racing crew. It's got a bit of traffic to try to negotiate his way past. Lekla in the meantime seems to have gotten a good gain right now, going out of Lacooms and into Bruxelles here. The Bigo Racing car in front of Wijaja is actually a little bit slow coming out of Bruxelles, so that's allowing Lekla now to get very close and very testy indeed towards the BMW of the Bigo Racing team. So now,
And,
yeah, we got
they got back markers in front. It's 383 just now. They had a spin. So Zaim actually had a spin coming out of Puon. This might cause a bit of a bottleneck for the drivers behind. Well, like he's being cleared now.
Yeah.
But the battle we focused on just now with Leklai Wijaja, they're approaching him.
Yeah, they're getting closer and closer to him there, but that's only traffic for them to get through. This is a battle right now for 14 players, of which Wijaja is currently holding on to that, but it looks like Leklai might just want to snatch that away from him as they come out of Stavolo, and now towards barreling their way towards Blanchimont. Now again, needs to be able to get a good slipstream off of that BMW, still trying to stay within touching distance, especially getting into the bus stop chicane and maybe even out of it as well. It's already gaining massively coming out of Blanchimont. Tries to get alongside with Jaja, currently trying to see if he can find a way past him. Has to go around the outside. Couldn't quite get into the second apex in time, but still will stay alongside the Bigo Racing car. But the Bigo car will have the better exit given that it was on that racing line. Leklai still has another chance to do so. Maybe towards the end of the Camel Straight. It's now bumper to bumper going through La Source. This is a good position right now for Leklai to fight for this position.
Yep, and the back marker there, incidentally, was someone that we were trying to focus on earlier, but he wasn't driving because Zoeb has given it to his teammates in the number 37 car. But regardless of that, we're watching with Leklai. He's on our onboard and in our inset. Slipstreaming is way behind the number 69 Bigo car. It looks as though Wijaja may not be wanting to fight too much. Again, difference in classes.
Yeah, different in classes here, so it'll be to his best interest. Let's just let light through. But it's definitely, again, even with the blue flags out, they're not obligated to just push themselves out of the way there to allow the faster car through. They still are well within their rights to fight for it, and fight for it did. It's just that Leklai was just able to find that advantage at the end of the Camel Straight and gets past him, and now up into 13th overall. So that's how it shapes up for him there. Let's see what goes on with Thiago Pereira, the GOAT of this session here, perhaps. That's something that I'll leave commenters up for debate. The yellow flags coming out here. I think two cars came together just now in the chicanes here. Nicole Hong, driver for Apex Racing Brunei, continues on while Ian Wong goes into the pit. So maybe a bit of contact between the two of them as they were coming through. Wijaja in the meantime, yellow flag. What happened to him?
Oh, they hate each other. They have hate each other. Would you believe that? Wijaja and Leklai, who were actually so close together, have collided coming out of Fanyas.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's left him on a really bad re-entry here. He's got him chased up by another car, perhaps to try to lap him right now. So Ronaldo Wijaja is left like a sitting duck right now, having to recover his car from that position. Leklai, conversely, was able to go away unscathed, it seems. Although maybe fuming a little bit behind the wheel right now, but still able to stay in that 13th place. So let's see how this would continue on. Ahmed, Syed Zafar Ahmed, we also saw him getting close just now to Rahman, who was just ahead of him in the Aston Martin. He was trying for quite a while there to get close and close to him under the chicanes here. He's actually getting a bit of a challenge alongside. There's Sartsuk, who's actually not in the same lap phase as him. He's down in 52nd place. Will get passed as well by another car just behind as Ahmed continues to try to give chase now to Rahman. Currently, for the PEA ex-JPRT team, is still about half a second ahead of the Bengal Racing Crew's car.
And now, remember we talked about earlier of acronyms? Only just found out recently what the PEA stood for.
Oh, what is it?
Psychopath Racing Academy.
Psychopath?
Yeah, one of the teams that competed in Global Edition. In fact, had a champion in Copper class before, all those years ago, but only just knew about it a few months back when they were called Psychopath.
I see. So the Psychopath, what is it? Psychopath Esports Academy?
Yeah, eRacing Academy, but
eRacing Academy.
JPRT, I haven't found the acronym for it, unless some Indonesians who are in chat can tell us what that stands for. But at least we found out what the PA stands for, and it doesn't really sound as exactly as it's spelled, because Psychopath PA. There's no correlation, but they put all three things together.
Yeah, that's Suman Thong right now lapping the Bengal Racing Crew car, so that's quitting his battle to get a Rahman on the cooler now, 1.6 seconds behind, so that's all but denied that. Zyme, unfortunately, has gone off track here at Puan. This is the third time now that he's gone off the track at this very part, so, well, yeah, definitely struggling quite a bit with that grip right now, I expect, although the track conditions are still pretty prime. The temperature has actually gone down by 4 degrees now that I've checked it here. 20 degrees now the track temperature is, even though it's not much of a change in terms of the actual temperature in the air. It's a bit cloudy at this point, but still no indication of rain, at least in the next half hour. So, yeah, track conditions are cooling down, but conversely, I think things are still as hot as ever.
Yeah, and well, hot in relative terms, but yes, it is still pleasant. It's pleasant weather by any means, because who wouldn't love 20-degree weather, but it's sunny. You can go outside for a brisk walk. It's easy even at around, 4 p.m. in local time in the game. It still feels like a really nice day, as opposed to being in Malaysia or anywhere below the equator. It feels like heck on earth.
Yeah, and at 15 degrees Celsius, it's just about hot enough for the Finns to start considering putting a shirt on when they're going outdoors. So, yeah, it's definitely coming around to that temperature. Into the pits goes Maheswara for Balapan Random Motorsports / Jawi, 989 car now. So going for what I expect is a scheduled stop.
Yep.
So that's one from the top 14 going through there right now. As in the meantime,
we can get it. We could get the side of it, because I know for a fact that anyone who's fans of Hasini Miku, that is...
it's right on the side of the car, but unfortunately couldn't quite get...
Oh, there's a big one!
It's slide that fun!
Oh, into the barriers!
Up it into the tire barriers! Oh my goodness!
Wow! And amazingly, Fatur Rahman got going. He managed to actually bounce off the wall and off another car and into the racetrack safely. For some reason, did not actually get the worst of it. While Syed Zafar Ahmed, look at the state of his car there.
No, practically like he literally crushed this car like a Coke can there. So now Zayed is just forced to go into the pits now to repair that damage. I don't know, or rather I don't think it's actually his fault for the contact. If anything, it's Rahman who lost control, and Ahmed was just unfortunately a passenger in that incident.
But I think it's a racing incident, because Rahman basically lost control. He couldn't get it any more out of control there. It was just simple. It was a simple slide. He tried to catch, but unfortunately, Ahmed around the outside was just big collateral in that one, and bounced. He was actually used as a platform for the car to bounce off him.
Yeah, and for reference, that was actually F. Rahman, not the A. Rahman that we saw just now.
He had a spin. The
other Rahman also had a spin, and that was around the chicane area.
Yeah,
but Fatur Rahman, that was just such a bad racing incident there going on.
Indeed, but one Indonesian Rahman got away with it. The other Bangladeshi Rahman was facing the other way.
Yeah.
Much like his countryman Ahmed, who literally was just the innocent bystander in all that, and came off the worst.
Oh my goodness, we still have another 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 40 minutes, I should say, to go in this race, and what instance more?
1 hour 40 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, 1 hour 40 minutes to go, so like, I just wonder what more incidents are in store for us in the rest of the race. 515, unfortunately spun around at this very dangerous part. There's quite a few cars coming up right now. You cannot rejoin yet, my friend. Gotta wait a bit, but there's not much of a gap right now between cars going on here, and there's a car coming out of the pits as well. That's further adding complications here for Pator and Vechpanish in order to rejoin the race.
Yeah.
Still more cars coming out from Uruj. Okay, there's going to be a gap right after the 363, so that's going to be the point for him to get back on.
Well played, well played. He actually recovered it quite well. Otherwise, it would have been another hairy situation up that particular patch of road. We've seen several drivers really struggling with certain corners, especially through Uruj and Radion and Puon. We've seen plenty of them getting wrong there. But, oh yeah, bust up chicane. Make no mistake. Spa is a circuit that is favorited by everybody, but it does catch out the wary.
Yeah, again, like it's that like being right on that edge, isn't it? You know, it's like the edge of control, especially going up to Radion, going up a blind corner practically. So that's why it's particularly treacherous when there's a car stopped right at the top of there. Now, thankfully, Pato and Vejpanish is able to get out of that unscathed, but that was not the case for several drivers here, as we've seen in the past few hours of racing here. But thankfully, not another incident to add to the book here, and a bit less work here for our race steward. To try to determine how to adjudicate that kind of chaos.
Less work is saying it quite kindly, if we're honest. I think Afik's
Still
probably...
a lot of work, yeah, for him, to be fair.
I think Afik's probably balding by now.
Well, better not say that to his face there, that's for sure. Although he probably is listening on the broadcast, so hi Afik, how you doing? Nice to meet you. I'll see you soon.
Goodbye. Back to the lobby.
Back to the lobby. So Pato and Vejpanish now definitely out of the woods here. Looks like Rahman is coming into the pits. No doubt also sustained some damage there in that racing incident that we had. Yeah,
There we go.
There we go. VR JPRT psychopaths, and well, not quite a sociopathic way to end a race, hopefully, but
Rather psychopathic. Yeah, because he was actually being a bit too nice. Oh,
oh no,
Jangjit.
Jangjit again going off track here. Lots of damage going on in that 911. This was the car that we saw having to dodge out of the way and actually ran up into the inside between the tire barriers and Chloe True when she was caught out in another Radion moment, and well, seems to have lost control just outside Puon. Another car spun around near Nabi in a very unfortunate position here. A lot of cars are coming through. He's going to try to find a gap here and gets off of the track just in the nick of time to get out of the way of one of the Team Itan cars.
Yeah, and in fact, it is one of the Bangladeshi cars, which apparently had a commenter just now, Zohaib, let's go. So that is his teammate who drove earlier. Let's see the full list of drivers in that one car. Number 37, Aber Ahmed, Zohaib Hossein, and Nirat Nur Nabi. So that's the 3 drivers driving for that one. But at least they got away with it without too much histrionics.
Yeah, not too much damage done, hopefully, as well. So now we're coming up to Radion here for Nur Nabi. Again, looking a little bit out of shape there, taking the inside curb a little too much, but still able to stay on the camel straight. So, oh boy. After quite a topsy-turvy couple of minutes now, we recheck where all the other racers are in the positions at the moment. Not a lot of close racing to speak of at the moment. Nur Nabi still struggling to try to keep the car on the straight and narrow. Maybe I might have spoken too soon. There might have been a bit more damage than initially thought right now. Perhaps aerodynamically, as he's not having a lot of grip in the front end.
Oh.
Yossi Sofyan, what's happened to him?
I think because he actually triggered the yellow flag. Might have been another Orush and Radion moment. But luckily, though, he was actually on the outside of the track, which he blends back into the pit lane line on the exit. So he merged back and got away safely.
Yeah, I think here's another aspect about sim racing, I think, that's worth discussing about when it comes to Radion, is that it's quite hard to judge, I think, like the moment of the car, given that you're in a static position, right? I think like in real life you can feel the forces on your butt to tell you where the car is losing grip, and that could be an indicator for most people to know whether they have enough grip actually to fully pull their way through Radion.
Yep.
I think that might be something that's catching out some of our drivers here, is that without that kind of feeling, they just really have to trust that the car has that grip, and unfortunately if it doesn't have the grip, they find themselves quickly sideways in the worst part of the track to do so.
Yeah. And the other thing that is almost important is sound, because you can actually hear cars approaching, and visually you have much better field of view because it's a 3D space,
Yeah.
as opposed to seeing a 2D screen. So, I mean, I've admitted full power to that one, especially that sometimes it's difficult to see whether or not, wait, are you in the clip? Then suddenly, whack, you get a big hit. So, yeah, I think all of us have actually committed that kind of high treason at one point of causing... yeah, it is treason because you're betraying the principles of racing of rejoining safely.
Fair enough, yeah.
So, yeah, that test happens sometimes. Even the best of us, we try to rejoin the race. Even when we take our time, we thought, okay, it's clear, suddenly whack. Because of, misjudgment and the fact you lose your sense of bearings at that particular point.
Yeah, so again, that's why I wouldn't hold it too hard against like some of the drivers who have like unfortunately had the Radion incident, as now I've come to call it here. But one person who's certainly been free of incidents so far is Andika Rama Maulana, the most experienced sim racer to ever come out of Indonesia, currently in P2, though still quite a long ways to go before he can actually challenge the Stratos Motorsports car at this point. But a P2 is going to be a respectable finish here for the LR Racing team, who hasn't had the best of luck, I should say, during this season alone. I recall like they had a lot of lift and coasting to do in that first race of the season itself. Yeah, and didn't quite get the race position that they wanted as a result. So that put them pretty much on the back foot for the rest of the season. Even though they came back really strong in the Valencia race, still wasn't enough really to keep them in contention in the top 3.
And lest we forget what happened during Valencia was they had the puncture towards the end.
Yeah, exactly.
So that really put a dampener on it as, Rizkola Aldisha, another Radion moment. And this time, he got spat out onto the other side of it, which is the better one because you get to merge onto the pit lane line. And it's much safer as opposed to going onto the grass and potentially spinning into the path of more cars. Searching for the gap and rejoins back into the race. Safer than most people using highways.
Yeah. I mean, again, like when you're in that kind of situation, you really, the only thing you have is just like your spotter guide that's going to be in the middle of your screen in ACC, and also the mini map to tell you if there's a gap between the cars so that you can rejoin the track. And that's pretty much about it. If you have a triple screen, which I think most drivers here do not have, maybe you'll be able to see on the side of your windows. If you have a VR headset, maybe that will be the best way for you to be able to look out of the windows to ensure that you have a clear track before rejoining in. And another spill onto the outside here, this time for Yossi Sofian.
Again, but this time at the weirdest spot of the track, which is around Fanyas, which normally doesn't need to see that much incident, but Yossi Sofian has actually cut across the grass there, rejoins the track, but he didn't gain that much time. He definitely lost more than he would have bargained for.
A bit of loss in time, but yeah, still running in that 47th position. Unfortunately, Kelvin Powkick showing in the meantime, running in 17th. It's 1.7 seconds away from Rafi. Still a long way to go here as Raja Rafi is now entering La Source. I think Kevin Powell is sensing maybe an opportunity. Still a long shot, and there you go. The shot of Hatsune Miku.
But this is that's why it makes it better, because these are battles between two Itashas.
Yeah.
one is a famous one, of course, Hatsune Miku, and the other one is pretty much, I think, is an OC. But it's the battle of the Itashas. Who's the better of the two Itashas?
Brings to mind like when Super GT makes its return to Sepang. Yeah, the actual Hatsune Miku car made the Good Smiles car was pretty much the most popular car in the pit during the pit walk during that day itself.
And they actually won the most popular team award for that weekend.
Yeah,
and it helped the fact that they finished on the podium, and it was a spectacular move for the podium position. I had to say the crowd went wild because for me personally, I was sitting near the Hatsune Miku fans who were there. So RG has a bit of a spin. I was actually sitting near the Hatsune Miku fans. They blew up. They literally blew up when they saw that. So yeah, great experience, and glad to see that when Super GT came, the crowds came as well. Helped that fact that we had a KLP48 concert. Wink, wink.
Yeah.
But really, we should have had Super GT as a permanent fixture eons ago. We should have actually held the race for a long time.
Yeah, I mean it's great that it's back, you know, but for the longest time, Super GT has always made a Malaysian stop, and unfortunately due to like I guess like scheduling or otherwise, they haven't been able to make their way back to Sepang. But glad to see that when they finally did, you know, the Malaysian motorsport community came out strong to support the return of Super GT here, and we're still continuing that tradition with all the Itashas that we're featuring here in this Endurance edition.
Everyone here is also a sim racing fan and are weeps, so it really helps.
Yeah, it's like an intersection, isn't it?
Yes.
Of fandoms going on in this race.
Multiple Venn diagrams merging. We have one incident. It's Mahir Ahmed on the outside of Radion, and hopefully he can actually rejoin safely. You can see he's inching it. He's actually trying to... is he going? No, is he not?
No.
Yeah. Oh, there's Alif going by. Sorry, Tasby going by now. Really don't want that to happen.
I think if I were him, I'll just reverse out and try to 2-point, 3-point turn it.
Back it up. Back it up.
No, okay.
No. Now he has to back it up.
No, he...
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
works, but then the car is more than damaged. And here comes the one! Here comes one car then!
Okay.
Oh, Asuka.
Just in the nick of time there.
And,
Again.
to think Asuka was also doing his own 3-pointer in the pit lane. Oh!
Oh no! Not. Oh my goodness. Ahmed.
You were about to say something about this car, right? And these are two guys actually close to each other in terms of positions anyway.
Ay,
Nabi
ay,
and Ahmed,
ay.
both cars coming from the same country in Bangladesh, have actually committed civil war.
And I think it's a bad suspension, that's for sure there, unfortunately, for Mahir Ahmed. Yeah, really struggling to try to keep the car on the straight and narrow here, coming through Lacooms, and it's going to have a long trek
Yeah.
back into the pits there.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Both are well and truly bent. Oh, look at that Ahmed as well. Still coming there as Calvin
okay.
Pao. Yeah, we're going to have to go back to the battle of Itashas now between the Hatsumi Kuka and what we can only say is the Tato Cup. It doesn't look anything like Tato.
I'm not even sure. Unfortunately, my Weeb knowledge starts and ends at Gurren Lagann, so
Oh, that's a long time
yeah,
ago.
I'm really dating myself there with that reference. But yep, the two Itashas going at it. Kelvin Powell is getting closer and closer. Like, mind you, they're not in the same class, but still would just love to see how this battle would turn out between two similar machines here and two similar liveries, or well, similar in terms of theme maybe between the two of them. Kelvin Powell definitely is really focusing hard right now, trying to keep up with this other Aston Martin in front that somehow made some gains coming out of Stavolo here, so he's not going to be able to enjoy the slipstream going through Blanchimont.
Yeah, and I like how when he's focused, he's actually keeping his mouth open there. There you go. He knows he's on camera.
Hey,
Hey.
what's up, Kelvin? So let's see whether or not you'll be able to pull this one off going towards the bus stop chicane. Actually, he's got a car behind him. Is that Nabil?
Yeah,
Dafa.
Dafa took over from Ebenezer.
So he's actually getting past him here right now, and actually unlapping himself, I believe, between the two of them. But well, let's put this battle on a hold for now, as Kelvin Powell is gonna have to either lap Dafa Nabil or well, I don't know. We'll see what he's gonna decide to do from here on out.
Yeah. Ooh, straddling the sausage cup there does the Mustang. But yeah, we were anticipating it to be a close battle, but then suddenly out of nowhere, Dafa Nabil, who should by right be right at the sharp end, is now just racing for kicks here. Because literally they're right at the back, but at least they can still get some good hollow points because the pro class is right now only about 6 cars.
Yep. And at the moment, Kokik Shung himself is, I believe, P6 or P7 in the silver class right now.
6,
Yeah,
yeah.
P6
Yep.
right now. So still on par here for some good points.
Whoa!
Still, unfortunately, having to limp his car slowly into the pit lane, having to stay out of the way of many a car. I just saw him getting through Puhan just now, but it's still a walking yellow flag at the moment for everyone else. It's got a bit of a clear track for now, but then the number 3 car is now coming past him.
There he is.
But at least on this part of the track, he can easily stay out of trouble. Should he stay on the racing line, that's a little bit way off the racing line, but unfortunately I think he can't really do much about that, given that I suspect a bent suspension for him, making it extra difficult for him to actually get his car back into the pits.
And you can see he's trying to turn back to home. He's about to make it. Yes, he does. Thankfully. The pit lane's the other way.
No,
No, don't do that. The pit lane's the other way.
don't stop there.
Oh,
my
no.
goodness, like 2 cars are battling just behind. It's one of the Diva cars getting passed here.
Oh, wow.
Ay, ay, ay.
I think the car cannot turn anymore. That's why he just has
Yeah.
to straight line it. Now he can just turn for home.
Oh,
or
my
can
goodness.
he? Just about. He makes it. So he's going to be treated to a long stay, but at least he gets out of the way.
I'm still worried for him trying to have to take the U-turn at La Source, so I don't know if we'll just keep an eye on that, as Kelvin Pao Kikshung now having Dafa Nabil actually unlapped himself again, this time to Rafli. So Rafli is now Kelvin Pao can fully focus on this battle here with the car number 989. Still about 1 second behind here as you get through La Source, so still going to be a ways away before they're going to be coming together wheel to wheel.
Well, let's hope they're not going to come together for real. Because come together as in they will collide. So
Yep.
let's hope that won't happen for both of their sakes, because they're actually in it for good results respectively.
Yeah, so I want to see if Ahmed Okay, he made it through. He just barely made it through the...
Squeaked in.
Yeah, squeaked in from the pit lane of La Source there. So now should be able to get his car repaired here.
Okay, let's see then. Back to Calvin Powell and Fajar roughly.
Yep.
Let's see how it goes.
So couldn't quite enjoy the slipstream coming out of the Camel Straight here. So still has to do a lot of work here in order to close that gap. And ooh, referee getting a little bit slidey there.
We might potentially have a battle for the overall stakes too between Fumin Sorlum and Prapachop. So Savin Prapachop in 4th place overall, leading the AM category. That's quite a turn up for the books because I-10 really have been coming on strong in the last couple of races, but this one will be the culmination of it all. Being chased after by their fellow countrymen.
Yeah, Prapachop actually has 4 pit stops to... 3 pit stops here to Sornlum's 4, so he's actually on a different phase of the race right now, comparatively. So maybe that's why Sornlum's actually catching him pretty handily at the moment. Now that gap is down to 1.9 seconds, now up to 2 seconds. Kokek in the meantime managed to find half a second between the start of Sector 2 to the end of it here, so he's actually gaining slowly but surely onto Fajar roughly. Let's see whether or not he'll be able to continue to close that gap. Now they're coming out of Stavelo. Should be able to get a little bit of a slipstream. Oh no, not still a little bit far away there to enjoy much of a momentum shift. And on top of that, Nabil Aslan is also catching up to them, threatening to lap the 2 of them should he come close enough. So that could make things a little bit interesting here. Kokekshon unfortunately didn't quite gain. He actually lost a lot of time coming out of Blanchimont. Now only starting to come closer together to Rafi coming out of Chicane, but yeah, not looking too racy at the moment between these 2 cars, unfortunately. So as we continue on, I probably know what happened to you there. A bit of contact, I think, between him and Muhammad Bintang. It came together just now coming out of No Name Corner, and Bintang unfortunately looks like his car is very stricken at the moment.
And you know what's worse about that number 575? It has already been back in the pit lane once after Alif whacked into the side of him.
Yeah.
Because Ganahadi Hutama was driving at that time. Now Bintang has to do the exact same thing as the Ahmed did earlier by dragging the whole thing back to pit lane.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing that's unlike in, well, maybe not so much unfortunate. I think maybe a bit fortunate is that they can still potentially get back to running if they are able to limp that car back into the pits. As virtually you're still able to go ahead and get that car repaired. In the meantime, Kokekshun finally has found a way to get himself close, but watch out. Nabil Aslan is also signaling him that he wants to get past him as well. Let's see, that's already kind of disrupted this battle between the 2 of them as Nabil Aslan now takes up position and now it's trying to get himself past roughly at the moment, flashing his lights once more, warning him that he's going to try to make a move here, perhaps right at the pool horn itself. So, oh boy, again, you have to really be very conscious about your position relative to the other cars, especially when you're being passed by a faster one. Kokekshun, in the meantime, still remains half a second to Fajar roughly right now, so they still are able to keep this battle going on.
Yep. Meanwhile, penalties for 515 and 575 respectively for incidents. So, over me and the car that we saw just now, the Bigo car that went into the barriers, they're getting into the pit lane. As now, it looks as though that's the car in question.
That's
just as I was talking about it, there we go. So he's actually gone off the track. So Bintang playing it safely. Now then, coming up to Longshimon.
Yeah, drive-through penalty here, unfortunately, for Kevin Pauketshun. And I mean, just as he was already catching up here to Fajar roughly, another curveball gets thrown in his direction.
Oh, wow. And there we go. Just as we were trying to hype the Battle of the Yatashas, there we go. It has been rescinded almost arbitrarily due to the fact that it was for penalty reasons. Just now we saw that Nor Nabi actually got into an incident at Jackie X corner, but it looks as though he's gotten away again. Bintang now. Let's see if he could get it through the way that Ahmed did by trying to cut across the track. I think it's much better if we can hold it onto the outside like what he's doing now. There we go. Because he wants to go grass tracking and probably just cut the pit lane into the pit lane completely.
Yeah, I can not much worry about gaining an advantage by going off track here because, well, what kind of advantage can he get with a car this stricken right now? He's going to try to slowly get his way into the pit. And
Bang.
unfortunately, yeah, a casualty there in the form of a cone, but he does make his way into the pits now, so hopefully he'll be able to get back to racing soon. So, what's going on with the rest of the track at the moment? Not much in terms of actual racing. I think that we also saw a drive-through penalty earlier on for Mama Aska, who is, I think it's already served. No, okay, no, he still has a drive-through penalty hanging over his head right now.
Yep. Meanwhile, battle between the Sri Lankan car and one of the Bangladeshi cars, but
Well, spoke too
just,
soon.
just as you were trying to say it. And oh, was he stopping? He's actually trying to stop in the pit lane, isn't he? Oh,
Or I think trying to avoid getting a drive-through penalty by speeding past the speed trap here, which is at this point actually. So
Yeah.
maybe stopped a little bit too early in order to avoid that penalty. But again, you just want to play it safe rather than sorry
Yeah.
later on, especially when you're this close to the end of the race. We are 1 hour 18 minutes to go. In this 6-hour race. It's been a very long and drawn out affair here for most of these drivers who are used to 4-hour endurance rounds, but this final round is just that little bit special here, I'm afraid.
definitely so. Given the fact that this is the closer to the season, of course you want to make it as grand as possible. But as we said before, some of the drivers are probably feeling a bit loopy right now.
No less as well, like Muhammad Alif, who is of course racing from the US of A. I think Taspi is still in Singapore. Is he also?
Yeah, he is. He is in
yeah, still in Singapore as well. So maybe a little bit fresher, but still having a huge monumental task ahead of them. But I think at this point, like,
Oh, that is a heavy
yeah,
one.
yeah, that's the one. Aska, who has had the drive-through penalty still hanging over his head, has just been given like a very stern warning right now from our stewards. That's Yossi Sofian again,
The
losing
sister-
control.
Yeah, the sister car to the car that we heard just now about getting a penalty. So, really then, the number 351 car, who we saw Austin powered himself into the pit lane, is potentially going to be given more sanctioning as another car out on track that has gone through the walls.
Oh.
And this might just be terminal. Let's see if we can go inside what it looks like. You can see the driver, the in-game driver models pressing the pedals, but it looks as though the car's not going.
Could it be like a engine issue? Well, okay, he's starting to get moving yet again, but I don't know. Like, again, the trouble is, like, if you teleport to the pit lane, you're still going to have a time penalty to serve inside of there. And Mahir Ahmed definitely looking very despondent at the moment, knowing that this is a very tough race for him. Like, there's been incidents that's not exactly his fault that he got caught up inside of, and unfortunately he still has to pay the consequence for. And right now it's running very low in the 38th place right now.
Yeah.
So still very much out of hope when it comes to points. But hoping at least to see him at least take the checkered flag to
Yep.
hopefully put a nice cap to the end of
Drive
all
through
this.
to 93, unsafe driving.
Well, the girls, the divas have been given one because Chloe Chu's been given one. There's, oh, just as we were cutting away from the camera. Yeah, there we go. There's the little dot that has that incident for Mahir Ahmed. Here comes Adam Harif onto the inside, overtaking Calvin Bao. So Calvin, who had just come in for the drive-through, has lost yet another position there to the Lexus. Oh!
Oh no, that's a penalty right now for Tasbih, causing
the-
a collision. Is that what I heard?
I think, yeah, but that might have been for the collision much, much earlier. Or is a collision that we might have missed out of our sights. Either way, that has put a dampener on that one. 5 seconds may not mean much anyway because Spa's such a long circuit. But still, another disciplinary warning right there for the number 44 car. They would like to avoid more of those. And meanwhile, spat out to the outside of Radeon is Fakhri Zaim.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I think like Amigos is everything is just working against Amigos right now. I think like they came into this race with the points lead, mind you, but then with this 5-second penalty, with the incidents that they've been having all the race, and on top of that, a poor qualifying performance, this is really looking like their championship to lose now with 1 hour of racing still yet to go. I was feeling optimistic that it could still potentially fight back like earlier on in this 6-hour race, but we're in the tail end of it, and yet another 5-second penalty is further added to the woes of Amigos Racing.
Yeah, it's really testing their resilience right now and their resolve to try and just wrestle this championship back into their favor. But at this point, I think they're still in good position. But let's see how the strategies all cycle out as we have Ralph Lee, who's actually spun it coming through Lake Cove.
Oh, no. What has happened here? You can see the tire track, so he's just clearly lost control going into the first part of Lacooms. And, well, fortunately, he's able to rejoin safely here. I'm not sure how many positions he did lose, if any, right now, but still running in 16th place, so just outside of the overall top 15 here.
Yep. Luckily, he will still be scoring points in his class. I think that's all that matters for the Balapan Random Jawi team. Yeah. Meanwhile, we still have to confirm whether or not that particular points board is being counted. Is it a 50% or is it we're going for normal points? So we'll double confirm that one later on.
Yep, I see a yellow flag for number 6 of Ashfiqur Rahman, ATXR.
You can see where the tire tracks are. He lost it by himself.
Yeah, that's a very weird way to lose it there. I wonder if contact might have something to do with it. His car is also looking very much worse for wear coming out of that, and actually got a little bit of a way of one of the BMWs, the pink one there, just getting past right now.
It wasn't Alpha Faiz.
No, it's not Alpha.
I was looking for... No.
I think it's 797 maybe? Oh well.
Oh well, yeah.
Yeah, so
either way.
Well, fortunately he's able to rejoin safely here, so no major harm done at the moment. Yep, still no close racing to speak of here, or rather speak of inside our top 15 at this point. Right now it's just a matter of like surviving the rest of this 1 hour or a bit of racing to go here. Currently, I think the only person I feel that has relatively little drama is the Stratos Motorsport car of both Nakib as well as Nabil Aslan. Pino right now getting a little bit close now to Sumantong. This could be a pass right now for the lead of the amateur class.
Yes, indeed. And let's see what we can expect or to entail from the battle of the two Thai drivers who have really impressed in this round. And especially given the fact that the returning Lek Lai and Sark Sok, for example, that was really nice to see that they came back here in a big way. Sorry, Lek Lai and which one was his teammate? Yeah, Furmin Solom. So Solom really, they've actually shown why. If they competed the rest of the season, maybe they could have given the other class drivers a run for their money.
Yeah, definitely something to look forward to in next season here. Or maybe even the Global Edition should Team Ithan decide to make an entry into that. So we're going to be interested to see where the progress is from here. But one thing's for sure, this is a very strong showing, especially from a lot of the drivers from Thailand in this race. But two Thai drivers are now vying for a top position here inside of the class. Sukampinho has been closing that gap, but still standing a little bit over half a second now as they come out the bus stop chicane. So he may be able to put a challenge here, but needs to be able to get closer to the car in front by the time to get to the end of Camel Straight. Braking very late and very hard here into La Source. He's definitely doing everything he can right now to stay bumper to bumper to that Ford Mustang number 66.
And let's see how they tackle Rouge and Radion, whether Sumantong actually is going to feel a bit hot under the cosh, or is he going to be as cool as a cucumber. Listen to that Mustang's really so stable up the hill, but Pino has got it planted here, coming up now to Leikom as he's using the slipstream behind Ashfiqur Rahman as they come up now to Leikom.
Yeah, just swapping slipstream right now, getting himself within 0.3 of a second. And as they enter Lacombe, this is where the battle is starting to heat up now between Team Ithan as well as Hold'em Motorsport. Now it's really who can hold the line better here. Sumantong going very defensive right now as he enter Bruxelles. The Ithan car is trying to find a way around the outside. Actually gains a little bit, but the wide line there unfortunately makes him lose out on the exit. Now to Jackie X corner, Parinina is still able to stay just ahead of Pino for now, but Sukan Pino, he's not going to let him go that easily though. Coming into Puan right now, still very much close to each other here. Now we're going to be going into its Fragness and see whether or not which of these Thai drivers will be able to come out first. But still a very close battle between the two for now. Sucampino is still gaining from corner to corner right now. The McLaren definitely does have the advantage in these medium to high speed corners, but the Ford Mustang can definitely pull away once the track starts to straighten out. Now they're coming in through Stavolo. This is going to be where the Ford Mustang will be able to pull away here, but Sucampino is hoping to be able to catch a bit of that slipstream to give the McLaren a fighting chance going into the bus stop chicane, and I think he's pretty much hooked on here.
Yeah, he's latched onto the back of Sumantong, but it looks as though the grunts of that Mustang on a circuit that really heavily relies on power is giving him a slight advantage, but Pino is not going to give up here. Coming out now to the bus stop again. Looks as though, not for now, but Sumantong actually has gotten a poor exit out of that one. This is Pino's prime chance now.
Yep, that's a bit of a mistake right now for Sumantong. So Sucampino is now smelling the blood in the water here. Goes for a bit of a peek on the inside. Lasor is trying to fake him out, but still no avail. The Hold'em still is able to get onto the apex. May not compromise his exit too much. Still remain bumper to bumper, or almost bumper to bumper now as he go downhill towards Eau Rouge. Once more, Sucampino still latched on here, still hoping for another chance to come up as soon as they get towards the end of the Camel Straight. Still is going to be able to enjoy the slipstream and no traffic in between as well. So big disadvantage right now for the Ford Mustang, as Sucampino gets a really good draft, gets a lot of momentum, decides to make the move around the outside, needs to keep alongside though, but loses it under braking. But Sumantong gets a really bad entry and loses out of position anyway.
Yeah, no, all the while then Riz Kula Disha was actually going off track there. So that was adding a little bit to the entertainment factor that we would have liked. But Sumantong, he probably saw the yellow flags, just tried to see if he could hold on to the inside, entered way too deep, and that allowed Pino to come through and just went for the switchback.
And that's the thing as well, right? Because normally in real life, if there's a yellow flag, you're not allowed to make a pass. So I wonder, well, I think I'll just leave that up to the stewards to decide how to adjudicate that. But regardless, Sucampino has already made up a position now to Sumantong and has already pulled away 1 whole second. So I guess like even if he didn't make that move there, he may as well have passed Sumantong eventually anyway, given the pace that he's actually showing right now.
Yeah, it's pulled to nearly a second, as you said. So really, it's a matter of when he wanted to pass. It's not a matter of if, it was a matter of when.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh boy, Thiago Pereira now under attack here, this time from Reza Khan, having a nice exit coming out of Radeon here. He's going to be able to stay alongside this Aston Martin. Thiago is still going to have an opportunity here to try to defend, or will he be able to though? Under braking, he still is able to hit the apex, but the McLaren is that little bit faster to take the second apex and will be able to keep the door closed for not just him, but also a Ford Mustang, Ubuntu, who's unfortunately got caught out in this little battle here. And Reza Khan will be able to pull cleanly away from this battle in 17th place.
Oh, what a moment to catch traffic, isn't it? That's
Yeah.
the worst place in the world to catch that.
Yeah, just ask Michael Schumacher.
Yep. Oh!
Oh no, what's happened to Viskula Adiasha?
Aldisha, yeah. I think he's doing the exact same thing. Just trying to get it safely back to the pits.
And unfortunately, he's caught in the furthest distance away from that right now, having a lot of cars in between, so he's going to have to find an opportunity to slip past. I think after this car, he should be able to go, and indeed he will. So into the pits goes car number 121.
Meanwhile, we were looking at the battle again for P7 overall between Pino and Sumantong. For a second, we thought that, oh, that might be close, but then no. It's actually eked out a bit of an advantage there, does Pino. As opposed to, we saw Sumantong being close at one point, but I think Pino's probably just had a probably slower sector compared to Sumantong. Nonetheless though, 1.5 seconds to the good for Pino in the I-10 car, whereas the Hold'em car of Sumantong still stays P8.
All right, I just got word from Alex Young himself breaking down how this points situation will shape up for the Pro Championship here. So the gap between number 44 and 111 is currently 12 points, isn't it, coming into this race? Because there's 50% more points going to be awarded for this last round. That's confirmed right now from Alex himself. So if Stratus Motorsports wins, they get 37.5 points compared to 24. Whereas if car number 44, if assuming they finish in 3rd place, means that there's a gap of like 13.5 points, and then the Stratus Motorsport car will definitely win by 1.5 points. But here's the kicker: fastest lap point is worth 2 points. So if they're able to snatch the fastest lap point itself, they win by half a point.
And then the thing is, the fastest lap points still stay the same at 2, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that clears things up because can you imagine the fastest lap becoming the real big differentiator for the championship fight?
Oh my goodness. And at the moment, that's kind of moot because that point is currently being held by car number 711, Lucas Keys and Taufik Moyin. So, if anything, like, they basically are the spoiler in this race right now because they still have that fastest lap point to themselves. So, unless by some stroke of luck, either Tasbih or Alif are able to get that fastest lap point by the end of this race, that could be the deciding factor right now in this Pro Class Championship.
Indeed, yeah. Wow. Talk about permutations.
Permutations indeed, and what a scenario of racing to go here. And oh boy, I mean, this is not over yet, folks. We're gonna have to wait until the final hour of this race before we can even call not just a race, but the championship itself alone. And the 50% extra points for the final round has also created a very interesting situation here, at least as far as the Pro Championship is concerned. I think that also goes for the silver as well as the AM class in this race, but for now in the Pro Championship things are not set in stone yet. There's still a potential, but again, there's still the 5-second penalty that Tasbih or Alif has to serve. Still a very long shot, I would still say, even with this kind of situation here. And again, this points difference here only holds if car number 44 is able to finish in P3 at the end of this.
Yes, but case in point right now, they're still owing a pit stop. So, the rest of the other crews in the top 3 don't need to stop anymore. Alif and Tasbih do. So the next big team that you have to watch out for is in fact the Holden Motorsport car of Gropol Chuchen, Supawe Shiri Sikol, and Fumin Sorlum.
Wow. Well, I'm just literally going to be hanging on to the edge of my seat in this race here because, wow, there's still a lot still at stake here. I mean, the fastest lap point here actually going to be becoming a deciding factor, and the person actually holding it is in the long shot when it comes to the championship, and definitely out of the running as far as his current position is concerned. But that single fastest lap point could be the deciding factor between Amigos Racing, the leader of the points when we enter this race, and also Stratos Motorsport, who are currently leading in that regard in this race itself. So we'll still have to see how that will turn out. We're now approaching the final hour of racing here in Spa-Francorchamps. It is going to get extremely tight, especially in the championship battle, as we see what battles are coming up on track here. Along Sumangarm from Team Ithan is now catching up to Ahmed, just ahead of him as Ahmed, who is currently battling for the same position, the same class here. So this is going to be a battle for points, no less.
Yeah, indeed. And in fact, of course, points go all the way to the top 15 in every single class.
Yep.
There's Taufik right now. We're going to jump back to him to just focus on the highlight, the fact that that fastest lap points, 2 points in fact, is still going to the favor of PG Still Racing. Imagine if, just if, in this final final stint the entire season, one of the teams fighting for the championship gets that fastest lap, that will throw a span into the works.
And again, like the time to beat, for both Tasbih as well as Nabil or either one of these drivers here from Amigos or Stratos is a 2 minutes 16.5, and I can say it's going to be very hard to do to actually overcome here, given that like the most ideal situation is either like while your tires are still fresh but your car is still going to be quite heavy, and again I think both the Stratos Motorsport car will be definitely at a disadvantage when it comes to that because the success ballast that they're carrying, or you're going to do it like towards the end of the race, but that means having to sacrifice quite a bit of your stint there in order to preserve tires just to make that fastest lap run. Oh, it's just a rock and hard place, isn't it, when you think about it?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to do that just to get the fastest lap, couple of points, when you can aim for the big ones. Positions wise, that's where he pays out the most.
And speaking of that, like if you look at Nabil Aslan, where he's actually standing, he's actually right behind Tasbih's car right now, and mind you, he's already one pit stop ahead of of the Amigos car, because Taspi has yet to come into the pits here to hand off for the final stint. So still a long way to go, you know, regardless of how you cut it. Man, it's just such a tough one here to call.
Indeed. Oh, we have
Yeah.
Pratamaji, but he's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. I think it was a yellow flag just now as he stopped just in front of Stavilo, but now it's gotten himself back into the running here. Sumgarm, 757 is now getting close to Ahmed. Or rather, getting closer. Still not close enough to make a pass yet. But now coming through Bruxelles, only about half a second, less than half a second now to that Bengal Racing Crew car.
Yep, I think we might go for a short break here, Vic. One final break for the season, and then we'll be back for uninterrupted coverage as we now head into the final hour of the championship, where the championship is still up in the air. So, here we go, Vic.
Yep, and we go, and make sure you guys stay tuned. You don't want to miss out the end of the 6 hours of Spa. So we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for the final hour of our final race for the Endurance Edition 2025. This is the eRacing GP. Before we went to the break, we were discussing what the possible permutations are for the championship are here, and it really comes down to these two guys in the pro class here. the two teams in contention, Stratos Motorsports as well as Amigos Racing. Currently, Amigos is running 4th place as Mohamed Tasbi has made his 4th and final pit stop of this race, and unfortunately come out only in 4th position here. So a very unforthcoming situation here for the 44 car, but we'll see how they will try to handle this as they still have a 26-second gap to make up to Iman Ryan right now, who holds that top 3 position. But it's certainly a uphill climb from this point on, because as it stands right now, Stratos Motorsport, which is currently being piloted by Nabil Aslan, is still in the lead of this race and still on the verge of absolute victory here, both in the pro class as well as this very race. We're also trying to make a calculation here for the other classes here. I believe in the silver class, we're still having a look at who the leaders are currently when it comes to the silver as well as the AM class. I believe that car number 23, the Uncle Evo team, is still at a good shot of clinching the title here, given that they are in the top 3 position for the AM class. As for silver, though, it's going to come down to that 363 car by Apex Racing Brunei Silver, who is currently also in the running for a possible podium here. But we still have 52 minutes of racing to go, and as it stands right now, at least for the pro class, Stratos Motorsports might just clinch this by a whole 6 points. Extremely close here. The fastest lap point may still come into play, but that's only if Mohamed Tasbi is successful in making his way up into 3rd overall.
Yeah, again, that will be a turn out for the books, isn't it? Whether or not they can actually snatch that fastest lap. But the 50% points thing really has thrown a wrench into it for all involved, especially given the fact that the position that we thought was safe for the Amigos guys is not under the current ruling, you know. Not under the older, the usual point system. If we put the 50% points, yes, that's why it becomes complicated for them.
Yeah, very complicated indeed. The situation is for Tasbi, as he has to make his way through a gaggle of cars in order to get himself into a position to try to chase that gap right now to Iman Ryan, who's currently driving in the 333 car and is currently holding the P3 position for pro class as well as overall. At the moment, it seems like the leader in the silver class is car number 63, one of the Holden Motorsports cars. And as for the AM class itself, it seems like it's Sukan Pino who's currently holding the lead in that race here. So I'm not sure what exactly is his pit stop situation, but he is very much clear of some of the other amateur class cars, including the Team Uncle Evo, the leader in terms of points at this very juncture. So we'll have to see how this will shape up. Tasbi in the meantime getting past Chloe Chu and also trying to get his way past the number 83 here. Lots of traffic to have to deal with, cars going in and out of the pits, given that this is the right moment actually for a lot of cars to take their final pit stop and also start their final stint.
Yep, and looking at the timing boards for whoever has not done the pit stops, I think the top 5 more or less clear. Yeah, top 7 overall more or less clear.
Ooh.
We're waiting for Jusmin. In fact, Jusmin may be going in soon, or in fact Adi Bahar, in fact, is the car that we are looking at. He is in the pit, so bang on cue. They're actually going to swap. They're going to do a pit stop for the last stint after this.
And also notice that Iman Ryan is close to 1 hour running, so he may have another pit stop to go for him though. So that might actually bring some hope right now for Amigos Racing, but they still have to be able to snatch that fastest lap, which is currently being held by car 711, the Scuderia Nismo fake Ferrari car.
Yeah, I mean, not a fake Ferrari car, but PG Tow Racing. Yeah, that's the name.
PG Tow Racing.
Oh, something happened there on top of the hill. Jordan McNeil.
Uh-oh.
That's
Oh,
not how
okay, yeah,
that
yeah.
accidentally rhymes though. McNeil on top of the hill. And he has stopped it because look at that. The car is completely bogged to one side, but he's still going. In fact, he has to get out of the way of the merging line because there's the car traffic coming, and behind him, the Java Sim car is also coming onto the track with Dafa Nabil.
Yeah, it's too bad we don't run at Brands Hatch, otherwise we have Jordan McNeil coming off of the hill, passing in Graham Hill.
Yes. Well, there's too many ills in that one, and maybe ill feeling afterwards for Jordan. But I think for him, he just wants to finish off the season, and it has been rather testing for them. But at least finishing a race, especially of this magnitude and length, will be good for their morale.
Yeah, this is very much a race of attrition for a lot of drivers here, no less the front runners as well as the people who are just outside the points. Just surviving this race, I think, is quite an achievement in its own, and doing so when it's already this close, this is exactly the kind of closeness that we expected. Oh, big kerfuffle going on here. What has happened here between these two
Teammates.
Esports cars?
Yeah. Between the two teammates, would you believe that Xiong has actually gotten going, and there's the other car as well, the Aston Martin of Prada Pipapong. He actually goes onto the track, and Xiong jumps back to the pit lane just for good measure. But Prada Pipapong has actually still kept it onto the track.
Yeah, I think a bit of contact actually again coming out of Radion between the two cars. I mean, wow, I mean, that's certainly going to be discussions in the back rooms there for Overme Esports about how this race turned out for them, because that's not the first time we've seen the two teammates actually come together. They've done so multiple times during this race here, and I think Tanash Prida Pipatong has his car pretty much stricken right now with a hood hanging on by a thread right now, and definitely a bit slow out on track.
Yep.
We did some calculations, or rather, Ammo has done some calculations as I was speaking just now. The gap at this point, if Tasbe successfully regains third place, is going to be 1.5 points, exactly as Alex Young has laid out for us here. So it's still going to come down to that fastest lap here for Amigos to actually clinch the title here. But as it stands right now, if this is the finishing order and the fastest lap point does not go to him, Stratos Motorsports will be the one to come in and actually clutch that title away from Amigos.
Yep. So it is fine margins, and if the Amigos guys get the fastest lap points, which is 2 points apparently, we don't go the 50% for the fastest lap, they will win the championship by half a point, as laid out as well. So literally then, that is the situation that we have in this current moment. We can't stress the point. It is that razor fine in terms of margins, even though the race for the win itself isn't as impactful as, say, what happened last year in British Superbikes. If everyone was watching that, it was a winner-take-all situation. Whoever was leading at the final corner between the two riders wins the championship.
So Nabil Aslan is also having some traffic to deal with here, but he's in a much better position as far as this championship is concerned right now. I mean, even like here's another thing as well. Like Stratus could also try to challenge for that fastest lap point as well. They have a huge gap ahead of Andika Maulana, so they can certainly afford, rather have the budget in terms of track position to do that. So that's another potential wrench in the works here for the Amigos Racing team at this point. But again, Amigos just only came out of pits. Iman Ryan, I believe, still has yet to make one more pit stop, unless he's going to be able to run another 46 minutes on the set. But I doubt that's going to be the case here, given the amount of running we've seen from the teams so far. So Iman Ryan, in the meantime, you know, he's going to be the deciding factor. His position right now is that deciding factor, crucially, in this pro class championship battle.
Wow, imagine being the linchpin in the whole thing. That could set up a huge bomb shell in the championship fight. So, who knew? Is the Apex Racing Brunei team that aims to win in the silver class, its sister car actually is now the one that's probably deciding the fate of the championship in the pro class. It is. You can't script this, isn't it? It's amazing how this team from Brunei has been highly involved in the championship fight on both sides of the divide.
Yeah, it's crazy kind of like storylines have emerged out of this championship alone. One wonders what other stories are going to be in store for us as we continue on to the next season of racing here. But one thing's for sure, this story still not quite done yet. So ladies and gentlemen, make sure you hang on for the next 45 minutes, because this is one finish that you don't want to miss out on. So let's go ahead and give a little bit of love right now for some of our other classes at the moment. I believe car number 68 could be leading the silver class. Super Wish Shin Skrull is currently driving the Holden Motorsport A car and is pretty much in the lead of this silver class right now, although they're not quite in contention, I believe, or they're not content.
Yeah, they competed under the eMotorsport Academy banner at the start of the season.
Yeah.
As they go for it, Matt Ryan is now into the pit. So this is it. This is the one to decide who's gonna win the championship here. Partly because the task for Tasby now, once he actually overtakes Iman for third position, is to try and get that fastest lap. That's all there is to it. He just needs to get one fastest lap to kill off any chance of Nakib and Nabil performing a miracle in this last round to take a second ERGP Endurance Edition Pro Class title. Tasbe knows the job at hand now. I think if Alif was actually listening to the commentary and he's done his own math, he will tell Tasbe, go for it. This is your chance now.
And the immortal words for Lewis Hamilton, it's hammer time now for Tasbe. But 45 minutes, he's going to have to decide, rather make a right decision here in order to be able to nail down that fastest lap. 2 minutes 16.597 is the time to beat here. And we know that the Amigos Racing team is fully capable of doing that. Tasbe himself is only 0.2 of a second in his best lap, or rather the 44 car is only 0.2 of a second off of that fastest lap itself. So he needs to be able to find that time sometime in the next 43 minutes.
Ooh, meanwhile, something happened to Ashish Shakur. And luckily for him, he has actually gotten it back running from Orouge and Radion. Thank God for that. Because otherwise we will have another Orouge Radion situation. Meanwhile, this we're on board with right now. Let's just stay with him in this particular lap and keep an eye out for the lap times, because this particular one looks a bit decent, but I think it won't be enough to take the fastest lap just yet.
Yeah, in fact, his last lap coming out of this is also 2:16.745, so he's already matched his own best, the best for the 44 car here. Just needs, like I said,
Yep. Yeah, in fact, the colder temperatures might help with the fastest lap as well. And he actually had his personal best, so it's a PB, it's green on our timing screen. So that is all we need to know right now, that Tasbe is pushing for it. Coming out of Stablo, then onto the final sector. Time's looking good. It's about 500s up previously, but the other drivers around him are also improving. It's almost like a qualifying session now, even though we're actually focusing on the race. But because of the context of why the championship is going to come to this is all to play for in the point stakes, as we have a little bit of a kerfuffle in the final corner. Darwin Chia. This actually might affect Tasbe if the yellow flags are coming through. There's Darwin. Here comes Tasbe. He has traffic, but is he going to be able to improve his time? Coming across the start finish right now. Can he come across it? Oh, that was just off by about 0.2 of a second.
yeah, didn't quite make it, and again, it's like a red lap, so it didn't quite count in this instance here. But he is inching closer and closer, so he knows that he's on the verge of pulling that off. But it's just 0.2 of a second. Doesn't sound like much, but it is a very big margin here to gain, especially when you're up against some of the very best drivers, sim drivers inside of Southeast Asia. So, wow, this is a huge, monumental task here for Tasbe, who has had his fair share of moments in this race here, but this is going to be the moment that that determines it all here. Flashes in front of the car here to give him some room. Darwin Chia moves out of the way there, allowing Tasbe to get on his merry way. Hopefully he wouldn't lose too much time out of that.
Indeed, and the fact that he's only about 15 minutes into the stint, 14 minutes and 25 seconds, but he rounded off to 15. His tires are about 13 minutes fresher compared to Nabil and Adhikara Malana right in front of him. So if it has every chance for him to try and get a fastest lap, it is this time period now. Anything above 30 minutes, the tires are starting to lose their performance life, and he might not be able to gain it back unless, of course, fuel air wears out towards the end and he still has a bit of tire life left. Then he can actually gun for it. But for now, these are crucial moments for Tasbe here.
Yeah, Tasbe right now communicating with his brother, no doubt, in order to try to see what they can do from this point on. But again, he knows what the task is at hand. Get that fastest lap by hook or by crude. He has to do it. Otherwise, Amigos will lose out by 1.5 points here to Stratos Motorsport, who is currently in the lead of this race and on track right now to clinch that championship title. But only the fastest lap can save Amigos Racing's own championship battle.
Yep. Oh, there's a car right in front then flashing. It is Jordan McNeil. McNeil can get out of the way. Yes, just about hangs on to it. But he is going to have to regroup on that one because he's lost over a second this lap.
Yep, that's not good at all. I mean, he needs to get the delta into the green here. But again, a lot of fuel still in the car, a lot of ballast as well. 3 kilograms heavier actually than the Stratos Motorsport car, so he is at a significant disadvantage. Like I said, everything seems to be working against Amigos Racing here. It's just going to come down to a miracle at the end of this. And again, miracle of miracles, as Murray Walker will say. Let's see whether or not Mohammad Tasbih can actually pull off this very monumental task.
Yep. While we are watching Tasbih and his sector times, we're probably also going to be watching out for any more action out on track because, again, this is not a qualifying session. We're commenting as if it is, but because that's how the championship has played out to. Somehow, the fastest lap will be the turning point here on who determines the Pro Class champion. Meanwhile, a bit of a battle between cars outside the top 10, but points as well either way. Ferdy Ramadan, whose team has been given a fair warning by race officials. Whether or not they could actually continue on the race remains to be seen after this, but battling out with the Holden car of Athiwa Pitarangsi, who's actually being a bit of a cock in the bottle here. He is battling with him, even though they're part of two completely different classes.
Yep. And again, Ramadan is currently running in P4, I believe, in the silver class. Although Shinji Kurul is now coming into the pits, so
Shin Shirikul, yeah.
yeah, Shirikul, so he's going to no doubt concede the lead there, or rather, maybe actually come towards a touching distance of Amirul Naeem, who's currently driving in the 363 car, the championship leader of silver class at this point. Ferdy Ramadan now having a look on the inside, should be able to make this move here right on the bus stop chicane, and does make the move as the 666 car stays wisely out of the way.
Indeed, again, you do not want to be on the wrong side of somebody here, especially in completely different classes. Not your battle. He is trying to fight for a championship as well, by the way, number 351. He's only about, coming into this round, about 16 points, and I was thinking, in fact, yeah, 16 points, no, 26 points off from the lead here. So he needs every possible point to get while hoping that the 363 car doesn't finish the race. But again, the minimum, the bare minimum that the Apex car has to do is to just get 1 point, and he's already done that. He's already well in the clear, but you never know what's going to happen in the final half an hour.
Yeah, Shinji Kurul is already coming out of the pit, but unfortunately, I think he's already been passed right now by the 636. So Amirul Naeem, I believe, is sorry, is he not?
He's actually a lap behind. So
okay.
Shin Sirikul actually still is maintaining the lead in the silver class. So regardless of that, he's going to win this race. But for Amirul Naeem, he only needs to cross the line in second or anywhere on the track right now, so long as the car is running, then he claims the title in silver.
Exactly, because the 68 is not quite in the running when it comes to the silver championship itself. So this is it still could be a victory here for Shin Kurul. But Shin Sirikul. So yeah, it's unfortunately tongue twisters here for the Thai names. I'm really trying to do my best here, so big apologies for our Thai contingent. But yeah, for Amirul Naeem, he's still a lap down, but I did see, so he is still effectively in the lead of the championship here for the silver class.
Indeed, and that's all he needs to hear. That's all he needs to do. That was the bare minimum. Only 1 point. He just needs 1 point.
Just 1 point.
Even if the number 351 car, the Bigo for Ferdy Ramadan and his team and his teammates, even if they score a win and the fastest lap, it will still not be enough.
Yeah.
Because the Apex Rating Brunei Silver team have done everything they could at the start of the season, have padded up the advantage, even with the drop scores, to just be in a commanding position. They just only need to cross the line in any position to win the title.
Yep, so in the meantime, when you talk about the AM class itself, Sukan Pinyo, after a brilliant battle that he had towards the tail end of this race, is now clearly in the lead of the AM class. The only closest competitor to him is currently driven by Pinarat Dampan, number 66, all the way down in 8th place, but the leader in terms of points is still this one here. Zed McKenna driving Team Uncle Evo. Go ahead and see, like, yeah, for them, they're still the points leader as far as the AM class is concerned, and quite a long distance even with the drop rounds here. So I think they're also on track to also clinch the title here, should this be the finishing order.
Indeed. So Drayden Le has been the driver who's throughout the entire season been in that car, so definitely he will be taking this one, soaking all the adulation afterwards. But for Will Hammond and Zed McKenna, the ones that came in afterwards, it's been a very good drive for all three drivers involved in here. Even if they came in late in the season, but they will still take the title together as a team. And for Team Uncle, it's also a vindication. It's one of those teams that started out having not results to shout about, but have improved as seasons gone on, and now they have one of their cars potentially on the cusp of bringing home the bacon.
it's going to be a sweet memory for the car that has memory literally written right on the door of this Ferrari here.
Oh, look at that. Oh!
no.
Well, that nearly became a bitter memory because the 989 car came by there. Yes, it was nearly absolute disaster. And roughly speaking, that was quite close.
Yeah, roughly, who is currently, well, he was 8 tenths a second just now, but I think, oh boy, Praveen Peter left the track here. Stavelo is stricken on the side of it here, but unfortunately, oh no, he's facing the wrong way around the track here, unfortunately. But yeah, it's gonna have to wait for a big gap. It's gonna come right after the 69 car and hopefully be able to get its way through. That's the Beagle car now coming through, and yep, there he goes.
Good bit of driving.
Yeah. So, back onto Tasby at the moment. His Delta is still in the red. Still not close enough to clinch that fastest lap here, and I think that window is starting to slip away now as his tires getting worn in. Again, temperature is a bit low, so the wear, thankfully, is going to be controlled a little bit by that, but Tasby still has not gotten that fastest lap, mind you, so it's still, yeah, that championship still feels so close, yet so far here for Amigos Racing.
Yeah, 1.5 points. Can you imagine that? Plus the fact that we have the standard thrown into the books with the 50% points ruling for Spa really has made this into a tense championship fight. We thought 4th place was safe for them, but then when you recounted the points, well, 3rd is just about okay, but you need to have an additional couple of points just to make it even safer. Ooh, very close then.
Yeah.
Right.
Very close, but there's the cars behind Tasby. Tasby now has a bit more free roaming air here to do going in here. Tasby right now has a huge task ahead of him. And then really, he's going to have to make the most out of every second out on track here.
Yep. OS roughly then has a problem with his car. I think he's damaged even more. So is Jordan McNeil facing the wrong way coming out of Lake Combe. As we have now been given a piece of information that becomes makes the situation much more tense, isn't it, Vic?
Yeah, very tense. Jordan McNeil now able to rejoin here. Thankfully, with no other cars around Lacombe at that time. Praveen Peter stopped on the side of the track yet again and decides to teleport back in the pits. This could be the end of his race as we speak here. Very unfortunate for Praveen Peter. What a huge amount of moments that he had during this race itself. Of course, the big Radeon incident that kind of kicked off a lot of like shuffling inside the pack because of the cars that got involved in that. But Praveen Peter is unfortunately having to teleport into the pits. I've also just been informed by a producer that could be another option here for Amigos Racing. So if they aren't able to get the fastest lap during this stint, if they can successfully keep the gap to Iman Ryan long enough, specifically more than 1.5 minutes out on track, they could have a free pit stop that they could use to actually get a fresh set of tires, and while the tanks are still empty, maybe even go for that fastest lap.
Yeah, but the main problem is that it will still take 30 seconds regardless to just go through the tires. So that's the problem there. If he was just coming in for a splash and dash for fuel, that wouldn't take too long. But because tires arbitrarily all around is 30 seconds, he will lose more time in the pit lane, even if it is just a short stop. So he'll have to hope that Iman, or in this case behind him, Sucampino right now, is more than 2 minutes behind.
So again, I think he still has
1 minute 36. So we've been informed then about just over 1.5 minutes. So really then he needs a huge gap behind to stand of any chance of actually going by.
Yeah, and the moment like you still have to,
okay.
yeah, the gap between Iman Ryan as well as Tasby is more than that margin there, or rather it's just right on that margin.
Very close. It's very close.
So,
straddling is about 1 minute 36. Just about.
So Tasby really has to make the most out of this stint there. That's the thing. Simply like having to risk an overtake from Iman Ryan. I mean, wow, again. The probabilities, like when we just look at the probabilities alone here for Amigos to clinch his title, everything is just working against them.
It's so
everything.
Tight. It's just fine tight. It's fine margins right now.
Yeah.
Really, right? Really. For Tasmi and Alif, they can try to formulate to go into the pits, as we've discussed already. Or he could go on right now, bang on the laps, but the tire performance and life are actually depleting as he goes around. And he's not getting any closer to his even personal best right now. So really, his only option is to slap on a new set of tires and just go for it in this final half an hour.
Gosh, it's not a half an hour still to go. I mean, Tasbi's best bet right now is to try to widen that gap between him and Imran Ryan and then go for that final pit stop here just to clinch that fastest lap and the championship title for the pro class. It all hinges upon him now, and I think Alif, like back in Indiana, is just going to be waiting with bated breath here to see if this will actually come to fruition.
Will he be back home again in Indiana, or he'll be... Remember, there was a thing recently between, I think, the Oregon Ducks and Indiana State. They're saying that IndyCar is just Walmart F1.
Yeah, I remember that.
So he could end up just becoming a Mickey Mouse moment then if the strategy doesn't pay off. But really, what is there to lose now? The car behind is a different class, and he doesn't have to worry about overtaking him afterwards. The main concern right now is whether or not they can actually gap Iman Ryan. That's a main concern, and I think they're just within that window that our producer is actually telling us. He's also an engineer by trade as well, so he knows how to get the best gaps possible. And if he wants to really stand a chance here, they want to stand a chance here, Tasbi and Alif, they might want to try to slap on new tires because pace-wise, it's not been really that fast.
You know what's also throwing a wrench in the works? Imran Ryan himself has just snatched the fastest lap himself.
Oh, 2:16.
He's also putting the hammer down right now. So wow, I mean the gap it's still hovering at that 1:36 or just about. But with Imran Ryan actually putting the hammer down here, he's also looking to try to close that gap at the same time.
Yeah, there we go. 2:16.2 at the bottom of your screen. The best lap of the entire race and his fastest lap so far in the previous one. So again, can it just be written anymore against the Amigos guys in this one? It's just absolutely crazy to think that it comes all the way to the fine margins.
They really have to work against all odds here. Amigos Racing, everything has been working against them in this lap, in this season, in this race. Wow, just like, again, if they do somehow clinch that, it is going to be a miracle for the ages.
Yep. Snatching it by fine margins is just incredible. We're talking about it like it's a qualifying session again, but because that's how the championship has transpired.
Yeah.
The battle has come all the way up to technicalities and how much a one lap pace has actually become so important.
And mind you, 26 minutes still remains until we can determine it all. And Imran Ryan has a bit of traffic in his way right now, so in spite of him getting the hammer down, he's still having to fight his way through, whereas I think Tasbe is also starting to run up against some of the other runners as well. And of course, yeah, you just noticed there his Imran Ryan's last lap still is matching his best performance, or at least is still within half a second of it. So he's also at the same time trying to keep himself in the running for that fastest lap point.
Yeah, 7 times a second that time around. So the goalposts have been moved even more, but the fact that the gap somehow is still about 1 minute 36 seconds between Tasbe and Imran Ryan. So the pit stop window, so to speak, is narrow, but it's doable. So it is still possible for them to come into the pits, get a new set of tires, even with the arbitrary 30-second timer for changing tires, and still come out just in the nick of time to probably snatch it away from Imran Ryan for third place. And crucially, another 20 plus minutes left to go after that to get that all-important fastest lap.
It's like everything has to fall in place exactly right. And also, mind you, Tasbe also has to be careful not to get drive-through penalty or any penalties getting into the pits in the first place. So again, so risky to do that move in the first place. But to his credit, though, at least in terms of his current running, he's still maintained more or less that 1.5 minute gap between himself and Imran Ryan. So still keeping that window open as long as possible here. But he needs to hang on for another 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, we have seen very close championship fights in ERGP from both championships over the years, whether it was in Endurance or in Global Edition. Especially Global, I think it was around 2021. Dylan Tan, half a point, or was it about a point, ahead of Nakib Aslan by the count. Or in fact, they were level on points. You just had to go through the fact that it was on countback. Whoever had the best seconds, whoever the best thirds, and so on, until something differentiates the both of them. now Kevin Abil knows how it feels like to be on that side of the fence of being so close yet so far. So they would love to be now on the right side of it by just being a hair's width ahead of another pair of brothers who have given it all this season. Time zone or others be damned.
Oh man, I mean, just imagine being in that Stratos Motorsports position right now. You've done everything to take the win in this race here, but it's all gonna come down to fastest lap points. I mean, how much they've just got to play in your mind right now. You know, in spite of everything here, you still may potentially lose it out, but it still depends on Amigos pulling off a miracle. I mean, man. The pressure, like invisible pressure pretty much, because they're not actually racing each other on track.
Yep. And the added pressure has even ramped up even more because there's Sukampiño into the pits and 4th place has been inherited by Iman Ryan. So there you go then. That is all they need to know right now. The gap. 1 minute 35 seconds is the difference. The pit stop window, according to our in-house engineer, has actually told us it's about 1 minute 36 seconds.
Yeah, and it's fluctuating around that point right now, so Tasbih cannot afford to put a single foot wrong in the laps to come here. And boy, to do that for 20 minutes after, you know, running for more than 5 hours in total between Tasbih as well as Alif, this has got to be the most draining race they've ever had to contend with here. Now Tasbih is going to have to get his way past some of the traffic here. Again, you recall back, like, he did have a few unsafe rejoin moments as well. So wow, the pressure here for Amigos Racing is just unbelievable.
It's insane. It's almost unreal. Yeah, now it's actually coming back to it because he did say about earlier whether or not it's going to be impactful. I take it back. It is not consequential.
Yeah, it is.
But consequential in terms of whether or not they will take the pit stop. That's the key thing. I think they're still going to wait it out and try to go all the way to low fuel load and maybe snatch the fast lap in the closing stages. Who knows?
Who knows? Like, again, it's so risky. Either choice here is like between a rock and a hard place. And there's risks to both, obviously, but oh man, it's like you have to be supremely confident in your own abilities here to make that right choice. And right now, it's in the hands of Tasbih to make that choice himself. So, wow, a lot is hinging on this.
Yes, and you know what's even more? To drive the point home and hit it right in your face. Iman Ryan was actually fast in his first couple of sectors. He was in the green too. Can you imagine? The most demoralizing thing is he does a 15.
Yeah. He is the best Sector 1 like out of the whole session so far, and he's continued to try to push that closer and closer. I mean, still, like, that margin is still hovering at that 1 minute and 35, 36. It is incredibly tight right now, and traffic's still in the way.
Yep. But question is, will the two Amigos brothers try to actually gauge a pit stop? And oh no, that might lose them time.
Yep.
That was Praveen. I think it was Praveen that was in that car. It sees him just in time, Praveen Peter. But that cost him a couple of tenths. In fact, it was almost a second now. Iman's about 1 minute 34 seconds behind, unless he encounters traffic himself. Where is he on track? He's in clear air.
Yeah, he's in, oh well, I mean, ahead of him is clear air. Iman Ryan at the moment, trying to see where he is on track right now. I think he's also still got, yeah, he's got clear air in front of him here, so Tasbih is at a massive disadvantage if he cannot dispatch this traffic fast enough. He's going to try to close up here in Lacoum, but that's going to lose him a bit more time as well, as there's not really much room here for this car, for Nabia.
Yeah, in fact, just to point out,
oh, no.
someone else has actually come into the party, snatching past his lap. Dafa Nabil in 45th position overall, but in P5 in the Pro Class has snatched the fastest lap at 2:16.2.
Another challenger appears here. Oh my goodness.
And remember, no one's playing for each other here. Everyone's playing for keeps for themselves. So no one here is actually conspiring a plot against each other. Everyone's just racing for it. You know, literally trying to drive to survive. But this is drive to win. And really then, it's just pure happenstance that this final race of the season is really in cold conditions. So the times are really tumbling.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's getting colder and colder. 16 degrees now is temperature on the track itself as the sun is beginning to set out here in Belgium. So, wow, Tasbe is still stuck behind. Is that Shaukat right now?
Rajamru Shaukat, yeah.
Rajamel Shaukat still have not been able to get past him at all. Flashes it, finally will be able to get past in Blanchimon, but how much, look at the amount
2
of
seconds.
time he's lost, 2 whole seconds
Yep.
that he has lost trying to get past the traffic, while Iman Ryan in the meantime had pretty much clear air all throughout the Camel Straight here, so he still holds that fastest sector 1 time, and he's definitely really fast here in this
Yeah.
Lexus.
But the fastest second and third sectors are towards Dafa Nabil and in the Java Semi Sports Ford. So really then, it's another mountain to climb big time as Proper Chop has made a mistake. Proper Chop actually has gone off into Blanchimon, but he get it back up.
Yeah, just in front of Woon, who's not in the same lap phase that he is. Brian Pereira getting himself a bit testy there, one of the Over Me esports cars, actually forcing him, forced to actually get out into the shoulder at the exit of the bus stop chicane, but will be able to get through there, still remains in P19.
Yep. Now, we haven't paid much attention to the race leader at this point, who is currently champion-elect, because, again, all the drama's happening right behind. I think the Aslan brothers woke up this morning thinking they would just want to have a good race. Never in their wildest dreams they could have gotten a race like this. It's almost absolutely perfect. It's just that the only thing missing right now from their cabinet is a faster lap of the race, which will definitely take it away from the Amigos brothers after this. But at this point right now, Nabil's not thinking about that. He's just trying to bring the car home, and knowing the both of them, they barely make any mistakes at this point. They are just 2 of the smoothest commerce operators you can think of, as on the other side of the spectrum, unfortunately, Jordan McNeil once again is taking one for the highlight reels as he's gone off into Lake Combe and safely gets back on the track. That's good bit of driving as well. You always love to see that drivers take their time to just assess the situation rather than just go gung-ho back in. But really then, it's just a matter of now bringing it home without any more histrionics from this particular crew, because I think for the Aslan brothers, it's just pretty much consolation for what has been, well, in fact, it's still a pretty impressive season to say the least. It has not been disappointing one bit, but to lose, if they were to win it by just 1.5 points, they would definitely be chuffed by that.
Oh my goodness. 16 minutes to go here, ladies and gentlemen, and we still are hinging upon a fastest lap point here to determine the title. As it stands right now, if nothing changes, the Aslan brothers in Stratos Motorsports will clutch this title. But if Tasbih somehow, either through a choice of taking a pit stop or not, does get that fastest lap, which the goalpost has moved, by the way, to 216.252, then the Amigos, will actually clinch that title, and it's all hinging upon whether or not that fastest lap point, where it actually lands. And right now, Tasbih can enjoy a bit of clear air here as he comes through Eau Rouge with very little traffic in front of him. Iman Ryan at the moment is also the spoiler in this regard, but he also has not been troubled too much, I believe, from the traffic, or rather the lack of traffic that he's experiencing on his part. So not too plus on his own race. I mean, he's already on track here to gain a podium finish in this race anyway. It's just that when it comes to the championship battle, it's really hinging upon the top Tasbih as well as Nakib and Nabil.
Yep. 111 and number 44. Those are the 2 cars that are often always at the sharp end. You can bet your bottom dollar that they will beat every time. Robert Aprilino in the Delta 2 car nearly whacked into one of the I-10 cars, and then nearly into Song KP. Seong then going off track in the Over Me car, whereas Lucas Keys, I think, no, it's Taufik. Taufik's back in the PG tow car. I can't believe why they went for that name rather than the GSR, because they are affiliated with Grim. But either way, the Ferrari livery Nissan just barely squeaks by without any more drama. But they had a mathematical chance, and a very realistic one at that, after their spectacular win, shall we say, last time out at Imola, to be in a shout for the win, but for the championship win. Though sadly, what has transpired has not turned out that way. Though, regardless, they will still be right up there in the top 3 in the championship fight, for sure.
Yep. meantime, still, I think a bit of good news going towards Tasbi's way is that Iman Ryan is now having to face off against more traffic that's coming his way. He's now gonna pass one on the Camel Straight, but it's a lot more cars ahead for him to pass, whereas Tasbe himself has a bit more clearer air to deal with here. So if he's going to try to make some gains, as he's lost about 4 seconds now, having to deal his way through traffic, this is going to be the point where he needs to do so.
Yeah, and here's the cruel irony about it. The car that set the fastest lap is right behind him. There's Dafa. Can you imagine that? Just to put salt in the wound, is the car that has potentially snatched away the 2 points needed to overhaul the race leaders and potential champion-elect is right behind, and he's actually closing in much faster rate of knots. He is still going for it, in fact.
Yeah, he's actually raised the bar even further, 216.097. So he's improved by a tenth of a second or more in his fastest lap. So I think the way it's going right now, Tasman needs the fresh tires in order to be able to challenge for that fastest lap. But man, he doesn't have the gap yet. Or rather, doesn't have the gap at all to Iman Ryan right now to make that extra pit stop.
Yeah, now that 5-second penalty in the pit stop has come into effect here. So what we thought was a bit inconsequential has become somewhat consequential here. Though it looks as though the two Amigos brothers have not decided to put the car into pit lane, but Dafa with much younger tires. In fact, we can compare it. Tasbi and Alif have 42-minute-old tires, whereas Billy have about 10 minutes.
Yeah, very fresh tires there. That's why he's able to clinch those fastest laps. And I don't know, like just a slight thought. Maybe if like Dafa wants to help Tasbe, maybe he can give him a bit of a bum draft right now.
Oh no! I mean, draft maybe, yeah, but not a bomb draft. Not where you want your car to be squeaky clean and then suddenly there's some divots in the middle of the car or something like that. You wouldn't want that.
Well, he's getting close enough to go bumper to bumper with him anyway, though, on that fresh tire, and I think he's on the verge of actually unlapping himself from Mohammad Tasbe right now.
Yep. Oh, look at that. This is another lap gone in essence. 9/10s, in fact, he's slower this time around is Tasbe, whereas Dafa Nabil and his driving partner for this round, Billy Ebenheiser, have been going from strength to strength in this final stage. Yes, of course, the fastest lap only pays out 2 points, but for them, at least they can end it on a high, plus on the fact that they are short of points in the pro class anyway. So really, they don't have anything to lose, if anything.
Yeah, I mean, again, the fastest lap again. The extra points, half a point for Amigos to clinch it. This is the tightest of margins I could ever imagine for a season ender here. And right now, it's all hinging upon whether or not Tasbe can successfully pull it off. But as time goes on here, his tires are getting worse for wear. Whereas Dafa, who is on that younger tire, is having no trouble keeping up at all with the number 44. Man, this is just... you can just feel it, like, slipping away from lap to lap here. I mean, what can Tasbe honestly do at this point right now?
Well, he could probably hope for one thing, that Iman doesn't have the best couple of laps, especially through traffic, because while we're watching here, we'll jump to Iman for a while. Yeah, if he actually doesn't... If he catches traffic at the wrong possible places, he will still gain back the time that Tasbe needs. Enough of a delta to go into the pit lane, slap on some new tires, and then go for broke in the final 10 minutes now. He has that much of a window left to go here. After what looked certain to be when he had younger tires, he could have actually aimed for it, but somehow other teams had other ideas too.
And other teams just running their own races. It's not really they're trying to sabotage this championship battle. It's just that they're just running as fast as they can right now because they want to at least clinch some points towards the end here. Jeez, this is cutting it so close here. Iman Ryan still having very little traffic to deal with from this point on. Tasbe in the meantime still having Dafa continuing to hound him from behind here. Whereas...
in fact, Dafa's lost time.
Yeah, Dafa's actually lost a bit of time. Now they came out with Stavolo, so okay, so a little bit less pressure. Still a lot of clear air to run in for Mohammad Tasbe at this point.
Wait a minute. He's not running full reps.
Making a bit of a gap. He wants to go for another faster lap here.
Oh, wow. Is he running qualifying in the session? In fact, look at that! Tasby's going to the bits!
Oh,
Tasby
there
is going to the bits! There you go! He's pulled the trigger now! Let's see then, where is Imran going to come in relation to this?
Yeah.
This is going to be very, very close.
Yeah, it's going to be very close. I mean, Iman Ryan is still inside of the first sector. Again, there's going to be a total of 1 minute 36 seconds here. And Iman Ryan has not a lot of traffic to deal with at this stage of the race here. So, man, this is going to be how to get close, because if Iman Ryan overtakes Tasbih in the pit lane, it is all over for Amigos Racing. So now literally this championship is hinging upon multiple factors here. Tasbih now coming through La Source, cannot afford to put a foot wrong here, has to get a fresh tire on, still has to get the fastest lap, mind you. It's still not set in stone here for Tasbih, as right now Iman Ryan continues to trundle into Stavolo.
Yep, we're watching him when he goes into his box. That's when we actually look at where Iman is right now. Forget about Nabil at the front, and forget about Andika Rama for now. We will be focusing on him later. What's here is the differentiator between who's going to take the championship and who's going to come out just, oh, so cruelly short. Now then, he's in the box. Where is right Iman? He's actually coming around the final sector.
Yep, he is. Just came through Blanchimon right now. So he needs a really quick pit stop here. But then again, 30 seconds to change tires here. Everything, like I said, has been working against Amigos throughout this whole race. Now it hinges upon this moment right here. Iman Ryan now coming up towards La Source. Tasbih is still inside the pits. Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed. Now then, is Tasbih gonna move anytime soon? No, in fact, yes, he can.
Yep,
Look at
okay.
that. The cars dropped the jacks. Now, where is Iman gonna come out in relation to Tasbih? This is gonna be really close. It's gonna cut it like fine margins. We guessed it was about 1 minute and 80 seconds. There it is. There's Tasbih out on the pit lane. Iman goes through. Iman takes third place away, and that was 5 seconds the differentiator. Look at that. Okay, Vic. The 5 seconds did become consequential.
It did indeed. Iman Ryan now very clear ahead of Tasbih. Not even a slipstream to lend to him at all. I mean, again, Tasbih only got 7 minutes now, either to both get the fastest lap and pass Iman Ryan here in order to get the championship.
Oh, wow.
And he's still got a car to deal with here.
Yeah. So, we got a moment. Oh, where's he gonna go? Where's he gonna go? Oh, dearie me. That is talking about trying to thread the needle. Well, the back marker's not playing ball. In fact, he's still not playing ball.
Yeah, still staying on the inside line there. Tasbih now finally gets through from day one there. But man, that was just the worst moment for him to catch some traffic. But now nothing stands in the way between him and Iman Ryan.
Okay, so target right now has actually moved a bit by just a couple of tens, a couple of hundreds. In fact, Dafa Nabil to 16.097. We go back to confirm on that one. Yep, that's the fastest lap of the race. You can see the purple icon beside the driver's name. Dafa holds the fastest lap for now. Iman Ryan holds third place. 5 seconds the difference between himself and Muhammad Tasbih. Have they left it too little too late for this though? When they had the chance to pit just now, they had at least a bit of a gap. And you can see how much Tasbih is pushing. He really knows that what's at stake here is all to play for. We had 7 months in this entire season that we have gone through, and it comes to this.
Yeah, the thing is for Iman Ryan, he's going to be running into a huge amount of traffic, though, coming up ahead inside the bus stop chicane, so that might work to Tasbih's favor. But again, Tasbih still needs that fastest lap. He has not got it yet here. Oh my goodness, do not walk away from your screens, ladies and gentlemen. 5 minutes to win it here for Amigos Racing, or will it actually come through?
Yeah. Yeah, indeed. And in fact, we had a couple of comments coming through. Yep, Billy did mention it before we actually saw it on screen that Dafa took the fastest lap. And Taufik, the Indonesian Taufik, said both spontan cars are going to be low on fuel at the last few minutes. Hopefully they topped up.
Yeah.
Hopefully they topped up enough before they go to the end. Otherwise, we'll have 2 cars with the same livery stopped on track. That would be a funny situation.
Well, they're going to have to do a lot of Lyco, unfortunately, in order to be able to make it to the end here. But Tasbih is just full pedal to the metal now.
Or Geico. Yeah. Or
Yeah.
Geico, they need insurance. In fact, now it's about 5 seconds. It was less than 5 seconds. 4.9 when they crossed the line previously. In fact, you can see there, 4.9 as he crossed the first sector timing beam. But rounded out, it's still about 5 seconds. And he has 5 minutes left to go. He needs to gain a second every minute now in order to just get out to the back of Iman. And then he has to do the tricky task of overtaking Iman and then try to get that fastest lap.
Oh my goodness. Again, like the delta's looking very good actually for Mama Tasbe, 1.8 seconds ahead right now, but oh sorry, that might not be the case.
Yeah, that might not be accurate because it's still
Yeah.
trying to recalibrate after coming to the pit stop.
True.
But the thing is, we'll keep an eye on these sectors though. Let's see then if that was to be the case, if Tasbe can pull something out of the hat in the final few minutes that remain of the entire season.
Oh my goodness, a huge amount of traffic. I mean, Iman Ryan has been able to get through 2-3 cars now at this point, but there's still a lot of cars up ahead. And that also poses a problem here for Mama Tasbe because he also needs a clear track in order to get that fastest lap. Iman Ryan now is everything is hinging upon whether or not Tasbe can pass him and also whether or not Tasbe can get that fastest lap. Everything now is on the line.
4.1 seconds the difference that time around, so traffic has become a factor here for Ryan, especially given the fact that Iman got it at the worst possible position. We'll keep an eye out on the screen for Tasbe's live reaction just in case anything happens, because right now it is very raw emotion here coming through. It's all focused. You never know what's gonna happen. 3.5 minutes left to go. We saw it before, and no doubt Tasbe and Alif have seen it right before their eyes. The last minute snatch of a title away from their hero in Abu Dhabi back in 2021. This will be their chance to right that particular wrong. Oh, that's an accident!
There's an accident.
Yeah,
It's
Amir Rafi actually waiting the barriers in front of Iman, and Iman flashes his lights as well. Imagine if the two collided there and then.
Oh boy, yeah, he's getting a little bit too close for comfort right now. He flashes him to warn him that he's coming through. And yep, looks like Afik does get out of the way, but there's still more traffic to contend with for Iman Ryan. In the meantime, for Tasbe, this Delta, well, I'm just going to keep a close eye on that Delta as he's continuing to chase Iman Ryan for that third position here. This might just come down to the final lap, isn't it?
Yeah, in fact, he just recorded his personal best, 2:16.5.
There we go.
Last lap as well. So, 2:16.5 for Tasbe. He is getting closer, but he needs to find another 0.5 of a second here to stand any chance. Just less than 0.5 of a second. 2.5 minutes left to go. And Iman's just within sight as well.
Still has to get past the Over Me car. When you can see in the background there, that's Tasbe also having to get through the same cars that Iman Ryan has already dispatched moments ago. And now, again, the gap continuing to collapse right now between Tasbe and Iman Ryan. 3.8 seconds now as Ryan now finally tries to find a way through for the Over Me car. Gets through without too much drama. So now it's 3 cars between him and Muhammad Tasbe.
Whoa. Okay, so that's the clear danger away for Iman. Now then, let's see what Tasbe can do with the same traffic that he dealt with. 1.5 minutes left to go. 2 minutes, in fact, after 2 minutes after this. And in fact, the leader has crossed the line for the final lap. So Nabil has crossed the start-finish line. He is beginning the final lap here as champion-elect. 1.5 points to the good. This is all it comes off to now. Whether or not the 2 points will be enough for Tasbe to try and seal the title and try to get third place away from here. It is looking very narrow. It is very close. I think they may have actually been... it might have been a bridge too far.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's only got 1 lap to do it here. One of the cars moves into the pits. I think that solves at least one problem. There's still 3 other problems between Muhammad Tasbe as well, between him and Iman Ryan here. Yeah, my goodness, 1 car, a fastest lap, and an overtake on Iman Ryan. That's all he needs to do here, but time is running out.
Yeah, well, when you say that's all, that is still a lot to do.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
It's not a laundry list. It's just basically post-it notes of what to do, but it's some of the biggest tasks you could think of. It is absolutely now on a knife's edge as you can see how much he's pushing here. Meanwhile, we have to go to Nabil now because he is the race leader after all. We have not given much focus on him. We're still keeping a live reaction on Tasbe, at least until we go into the final sector here to see Nabil's reaction and see how much he has puffed his chest and cheeks to know that he thinks he might have done enough, and I think he and Nakib have done enough here to try and seal the title, their second Endurance Edition title in the last 6 years.
Oh my goodness. Final sector now here for Nabil Aslan. He's done everything right in order to clinch this one. It's now hinging upon whether or not Tasbe will be able to nail down his 3 obstacles here. Timer has officially run out. Nabil Aslan is on the verge of taking that checkered flag here. A potential victory, not just in this race, but in the championship for 2025 in the Endurance Edition. Into the final 2 corners now comes Nabil Aslan, who has done everything together with his brother in order to take the win here in Spa. 6 hours of racing and a checkered flag goes to Stratos Motorsport in first place. Now, let's see how he does for Iman Ryan and Tasbih, as Andika Maulana will also be taking the checkered flag as well. Iman Ryan still very much ahead of still very much ahead of Tasbih at this point. I think I don't know. I don't think the gap is enough here for Tasbih to do it. In fact, it doesn't even have that fastest lap point to his name yet.
In fact, no. And you can see that Rama then crosses the line, takes second place. A consolation for them after what has been a crazy season, even with the good results. But Iman Ryan then crosses the line in third, confirms that the Stratos boys are champions for 2025. What a way to do so. And Nabil and Nakeem are now stopped at La Source, celebrating it all. But we still have other finishes to go through.
Yeah.
Right now, here's the silver class win for Superwish Shin Sirikol and the rest of the Holden Motorsport AA team for Brobol Chinchun and Fumin Sorlum as they come across the line now. There we go. Silver winners. There we go. What a way to do so. And champions in silver, Amirul Naim with his teammates Jusmin and Adib Baha for Apex Racing Brunei Silver. We now also go further behind then to crown our AM champion here, Vic.
Yeah, in fact, Sukan Pino, after a massive battle towards the end of this race, will be the one to take the checkered flag first here for the AM class. But with Will Hammond, and Piranat Dampan for car number 66, adding another feather in the cap here for the Holden Motorsports team in the AM class. But more importantly, will be where the Team Uncle Evo car will end up, because they are still on the podium and they should be able to get that podium. Now, Savin Chop driving the 797 is coming up onto the main straight, sees a checkered flag and takes the checkered flag for the amateur class here at Spa 6 hours. Coming up right behind them, Prinanat Dampan for Holden Motorsport B makes it another podium finish here for Holden Motorsports as they come across the line. Thailand takes another podium here in Spa.
And now we serenade as well the final champions of the 3 classes today. Zed McKenna, Will Hammond and Drayden Miller come across the line. Third place in class, but champions in the AM category, and Team Uncle have finally gotten one in the RGP. Well done to them. It's been an absolutely brilliant season for this team. Dominant throughout. They weren't dominant in the last round, but certainly they have done the minimum enough to clinch the title.
Oh my goodness, I really need to take a moment to collect myself here. That was an incredible end there because of all the stakes that were involved in this very race itself. And boy, oh boy, I mean, such an epic battle in the end here, but it was not a battle between cars, it's a battle of lap times in the matter of like scenarios here. And unfortunately, you know, that's the thing for Amigos, everything worked against them here. Everything from like, you know, the season, how it turned out for them, to the 5-second penalty. I think honestly, if they actually went for the pit stop way earlier when they still had that 1 minute 36-second gap to Ryan,
The buffer,
yeah, that buffer, if they pitted earlier, they might still have had a chance to actually fight for that fastest lap anyway.
Indeed, and the other thing is, if they had a better round in Imola, where all the trouble started over there, I think they might have actually nipped it. But for now, provisionally, 1.5 points, the separation between Stratos Motorsports and Amigos Racing. What a way to finish off the season. As opposed to the other classes, it was more dominance for Apex Racing Brunei Silver. They were assured of the championship anyway. Plus, for Team Uncle Evo, same story too. Literally, they were short of it. All they need to do was just finish the race.
Yep, there you go. Our provisional champions across each of the classes here. We'll also still have to tabulate points here to determine the battles for second and third position in each class. But nevertheless, what an incredible finish here for the spot. 6 hours, almost at 24 hours. But it felt that long, doesn't it?
It
you
did,
know, given everything that's happened throughout this race here. But yeah, I mean, again, yeah, you could say that, you know, they missed out just because of that 5-second penalty, but you know, there's still also the whole season to consider for Amigos Racing here. You know, even though, even though they did the very best, you know, sometimes it's the whole season itself that determines everything at the end.
Yep. Now then, so we might go into some interviews, and no doubt it has to be, isn't it? It was meant to be, to hear from the two who are also wearing the same outfits together just to rep the team. So this is our champions in the pro class. Now keeping up in Iceland for Stratos Motorsports, number 111, and by just 1.5 points, they did it. So, Vic, take it away for this.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, congratulations to you guys. How do you feel right this moment?
You say first. Okay. Yeah, all in all, that was a crazy race. Yeah, we knew that coming into this round, it was going to be a very close fight between us and Amigos Racing. So we gave it our all. You know, props to Nakib, pole position in quali, and then gave me a big gap between the competitors in P2 and P3. But yeah, it was a long time coming. I think we tried out this championship for a couple of times. A bit unlucky in a few championships, but finally we've brought back a championship for Stratos.
And how much do you feel that luck really plays a factor in this championship win here? I mean, I've talked a lot during this broadcast about how luck literally ran against your rival in the championship, Amigos Racing, but do you feel that luck had a lot to do as well for your own championship?
I mean, we have all watched racing enough, so, you know, to win a championship, sometimes, yeah, luck definitely plays a role in it, but you also have to put yourself in the position to receive that luck, and I think we put ourselves in that position today. We came into this round significantly behind on points. We needed a real big, strong weekend, and we did exactly that. I think overall just really happy. Me and Nabil have come 1-2 in many championships before, so it's good to come 1-1 this time around.
I mean, here, like, between the championship that you guys won for the Malaysian eRacing Championship that just wrapped up last weekend, then this Endurance Edition Championship, do you feel like, you know, the sky's the limit now for you two as far as your motorsports career is concerned?
I think that we can't hear them right now.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Checking if you guys can hear us over here, please give a thumbs up. Yeah, I was asking whether or not, like, you know, you guys wrapped up the Malaysian eRacing Championship this year, last weekend. You guys also wrapped up this very championship here in the Endurance Edition this year. Do you guys feel that the sky is the limit now for you guys in your respective motorsport careers?
Sorry, repeat the question again. We couldn't hear it just now.
Oh yeah, okay.
You guys were silent just now.
Short to the question, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I mean, is the sky the limit now for you guys, given the championships that you've won together as brothers?
Yeah, honestly, you know, it's always nice. I personally like always working with Nakib in any championship. I always prefer us to be one team rather than fighting against him. So yeah, it's really nice to be back in this form. Hopefully, you know, there's many more championships like this again. But yeah, really, we're just very happy with this result.
And we're happy for you guys as well here. So last thing, of course, who would you like to shout out? Anyone you would like to particularly thank? The floor is all yours now, gentlemen.
I think we firstly have to say thank you to James Russell, the team boss of Stratos Motorsports. Supporting us in Europe right now, virtually. Our parents for giving us the platform to really, show what we can do, and for them being our constant backbone. Without all of this, you know, we wouldn't be where we are today. We wouldn't be able to do what we are able to do today. And I think to everyone out there, you know, who's watching, and what we have here, this healthy rivalry, pushing us to the limits, I think that's good for everyone, and that's the one way to improve and to achieve all this.
All right, thank you so much, the Aslam brothers, ladies and gentlemen. This is a really incredible end of the season here, and a credible way to cap up the season for the Endurance Edition. Congratulations to you guys. Hopefully to see you guys continue to win more championships in the future.
And a great point to know as well that it is their first ever championship they've won together, because normally they race against each other or teams titles.
Yep.
I think even in E1 they probably came short as well a couple of times, but this is the first time ever they've won together. And lest we forget, Nakib has won it a second time, because the first time it was with Miko Nasi during the one race championship back during the COVID days in 2020. It feels like a long time ago now, isn't it? A one race championship at Silverstone, but they finally done it together now. And correction, it is 6 points in the end, not 1.5 that we were interpreting, because we thought they had to finish third. Amigos had to finish third to keep it 1.5. So because they finished fourth, it is 6 points. So it's a comfortable margin in the end, slightly comfortable. But regardless of that, it was the most perfect of rounds they could have ever wished for. And yeah, commiserations all around to those who came out short. But still, congratulations either way. It's still a fantastic fight between two of the best teams that we have in the championship, bar none, because they really pushed both each other the whole way.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing about rivalries, isn't it? I mean, these two siblings have been fighting each other in championships, but the moment they come together, look at how much that really contributes, or rather how much they really push each other together, to work together in order to get this championship. And it's just a sign of how that kind of level of cooperation really is needed in order to achieve these kind of results. So fantastic here from the Aslan brothers. Fantastic as well as for the other classes, whom unfortunately we're not gonna are we gonna be able to get an interview with them? I guess maybe not at this point, but then again, it's been an incredible season here. I mean, the amount of new entries coming into this eRacing GP has been incredible to see. The growth of sim racing here in Southeast Asia continues to expand. We've been in so many different drivers from different countries that we don't really expect to see the talent rise to the forefront, but it's because of platforms precisely like this that allows these kind of talents to actually come out into the fold. So
yeah, and lest we forget as well, when you said siblings, two sets of siblings who both share the same common passion of sim racing and real life racing as well coming in, and they push even greater heights in this regard with all the other drivers in the region. So can't wait to see what next year holds, especially when we are probably going to open it up for more entries if possible, because again, the bumper numbers that we had this year probably is going to get even more stronger.
Yeah, so we also like to thank as well all of you chatters who have been in chat right now, giving us the laughs, giving us the memes even, and the correct information, I should say, as well. So thank you all as well for joining us on this journey. It's been an incredible one to share with all of you guys. And shout out here as well to Team Thailand. Definitely a very impressive performance here from Team Holden and also Team Itan. Hoping to see them again, for next season itself. Hoping to see more Thai drivers also join us in the mix. Congratulations to the winners of the different classes here. Stratos Motorsport for the Pro class. Apex Racing Brunei here, silver for the silver class. And of course, Team Uncle Evo, the champion of the AM class. This has been quite the journey here. This has been the 6 hours of Spa, the end of the season here for our Endurance Edition. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Ammo, and we've been very thankful for you all joining us here on this show. So until the next one, and that one is coming up soon, so make sure you keep an eye on your social medias for that. We thank you all, and we will see you guys in the next season of eRGP.